Hey, Craig, if you ever see me do this here, that means I'm in the restroom.
5:33.
I'm gonna get some coffee.
Well, that sucks that his screen's messed up. How do I look, though? That's the important thing.
I got water. I got water in.
You're live. You're live.
Hey.
You're live.
Spoke with the very finest instructors in the world, and you're one of them.
If there were a Realtor Hall of Fame, this guy would be in it.
But what Craig did was to reinvent the job called real estate agent. And you can do exactly what Craig Proctor did.
If you go to any marketplace in Canada or the United States, any big city, you'll see the very top agents in those communities are Craig Proctor members.
The Craig Proctor members, they're out doing things before the industry even knows about it. So some of the biggest values is hearing the latest and greatest tools in real estate that are adding six figures to these people's business.
It's an extreme shot in the arm to your business.
I'm always in front of the competition because I know stuff that people don't know.
Every one of us has infinite potential. You've got greatness within you. You're letting other people's paradigms control the results that you're getting. I have a system for attracting prospects. I have a system for converting them to face-to-face appointments. I have a system when you're meeting with a buyer and seller to convert those buyers and sellers to listings and buyer contracts. And I have a system when you sign them up as clients to provide those clients with superior service and a system to turn those clients into raving fans, into lifetime clients. That's why I was able to be one of the top RE/MAX agents in the world for 15 years in a row, because I made it easy to sell 500 homes a year.
At the age of 26, Craig Proctor started his real estate career with no marketing, sales, or business background. 3 years later, at the age of 29, he was named the #1 RE/MAX agent worldwide for commissions earned. Craig Proctor is the youngest RE/MAX agent to ever be named #1 worldwide for the company, and has subsequently won every possible RE/MAX award, including the On the Shoulders of Giants Award. For 15 years straight, Craig Proctor and his team consistently sold over 500 homes a year for annual gross commission income of $4 million. And his success has been profiled on national television, online, and in newspapers across the country. While Craig Proctor's success in real estate deservedly earned him worldwide attention, what's even more impressive than the number of homes Craig sold in his 20-plus year career is the fact that over 30,000 agents worldwide are now using his system to attain success in their own careers.
He taught us things that I didn't think were possible.
It doubled my business from year to year.
Almost every year we're doubling our business. We've hit about $1 million last year. The fact that we're even talking about those numbers it was a dream.
My business dramatically changed. I was able to very quickly triple my business using the Craig Proctor system. I was able to grow a team, and I was able to put systems in place so I wasn't working as hard.
We went from $50,000, $60,000 to over $250,000 in GCI.
Since I became involved in the Craig Proctor system, I will have quadrupled my numbers.
Craig Proctor's coaching program has created the biggest success stories in real estate. This program has not only enabled top agents to multiply their income while freeing them of the drudgery of traditional old-school real estate methods, it has also transformed thousands of bankrupted, burnt-out, and average agents into millionaires. Imagine what it could do for you. The system is uniquely positioned to deliver real, current, and proven solutions to real estate agents and brokers.
With the Craig Proctor system, it is a complete system. It teaches you from beginning to end what to do. It teaches you how to generate the leads. It teaches you what to do with the leads once you've generated those leads. And then how to follow up as well so you can get those people to come back and buy from you again.
But what really attracted me to Craig was the way they attract sellers and buyers to call me, and all I have to do is call back and say, I'm calling to get you the information you're looking for. That was a perfect fit. The cold calling, the door knocking, all the other stuff from other people, it just was not a personality match for me at all.
If there's something to be done in real estate, Craig's system has done it before, and we have a template to just go out and make it work.
And it's the easiest thing. All you gotta do is just copy. So I'm a good copier. I became successful. That's all I can say. You know, if I can do it, anybody else can do it.
It literally sets you 100% above the rest of the competition.
Today, Craig Proctor devotes 100% of his time to his passion, teaching and coaching real estate agents on how to have more money, more time, and more freedom in their lives. Craig Proctor has not only taught his students how to dramatically increase their results, but also how to vastly improve their quality of life. His system has been responsible for the biggest success stories in the industry. Please stand and give a warm welcome to the stage, Director of Agent Training, Mr. James McDonald.
Woohoo! How you doing today, Mr. Walters?
Man, I'm doing fantastic today. Nice to talk to you, Mr. Proctor. Good to see everyone today. Welcome to the Craig Proctor Millionaire Agent Maker SuperConference. We're glad to be with you today. So in just a couple of minutes, I'm going to officially introduce Mr. Craig Proctor. And we've got Andrea on, we've got James McDonald, we got Adrian in the background working tech. So this is going to go off without a hitch over the next 3 days. So hopefully you guys are all settled in and you're ready to rock and roll. So you guys good? All right. So as Craig said, my name is Todd Walters. I'm the Platinum Coach with Craig Proctor Real Estate Coaching for 16 years now. And it's been a real highlight of my life. All right. But it wasn't all fun and games. And it's, growing a real estate business can be complicated, as you guys know. And, we all want to get it right, and we exist to help. So just like you, we all start from somewhere. All right. So I started in the Craig Proctor system many years ago, really back in the early to mid 90s. So to kind of set this up and tee this up for Craig this morning, I wanted to share a little bit with you about that story that might help you settle in and understand that all of us, every single one of us, have a story. Now the way it ends, you get to decide how that works. Okay, you get to decide how your story works. I'm still writing mine, Craig's still writing his, and you're still writing yours. There's no question about that. Okay, so look, I'm really proud of my 8,000 plus real estate transactions and $1 billion in sales volume, but that came as a direct result of what you're going to see over the next 3 days with Craig Proctor and the rest of our panelists that are going to be joining us. Now, when I was 17 years old, I went to work at Chick-fil-A. You need a job when you're in high school. And my first day on the job, Dan Cathy, the guy that is now the CEO of the company, he pulled me to the side and he said, look, Todd, everyone has a story if you just bother to read that, okay? Make time. Everyone has a story. Everyone's got one. So if you can recognize that, you'll look at customers differently. That stuck with me because our job over the next 3 days here is to help you improve yours, okay? And if we do what we need to do over the next 3 days, I can assure you, you'll be in a great position. All right, but look, when I was 19 years old, essentially, my story started out as a college dropout, all right? I go to college, I'm there for a couple of quarters, and I'm like, this ain't working out for me. I want to do something different. All right, and that's where it started, college dropout. So I went to my grandmother, Grandma Walters, and I said, hey, Grandma, will you loan me $40,000? I want to start my own business. And she's like, sure, with interest. And that was pretty good. 19 years old, Grandma hands over 40 grand. So I'm pretty excited. So I go out and I start my own business. Essentially, I bought a franchise, okay, called a Primo's Pizza store. And that's it right there. That was the front of it. I want you guys to picture this. Essentially, this is 1989, okay, when this is going on right now. This is a long time ago, okay? And it was, I thought I was in business. There I am at work, trying to figure this thing out, make a living. All right, but it wasn't too long after this that I essentially had bought myself a job. That's what I would come to realize. I'm like, oh my God, what have I got myself into? And then it gets even worse. Within 3 years, I got nothing. Like I'm basically broke, bankrupt. And I'm like, this, what am I going to do? I just got married, 21 years old. Okay, so I did what a lot of people do when things don't work out so well. I went and got my real estate license. All right. And there I am, new agent at work, trying to figure this thing out. Right. All right. Well, you know how it works. Even though you get your real estate agent license, I didn't have any income. Like I'm not selling anything. Had to sell my house. That was my very first home. 21 years old, just got my license, can't afford my house. Business is gone. I owe my grandmother $40,000. Okay. I'm like, oh my God, what have I got myself into? Thank God for my father-in-law, Bobby, because he allowed us to move into his basement. So picture this. I'm a new agent. I've lost a business. I owe my grandmother all this money. I got to figure this thing out. I'm essentially homeless. Okay. Thank God my wife has a job with Delta so we can eat. Right. But that's sort of where the story happened. So while all this is going on, all that crazy, I'm just getting rolling as an agent at RE/MAX there in North Atlanta. So, when I went to RE/MAX, my broker said, Todd, let me introduce you to this guy named Charlie. So think this through. So first day on the job, I get introduced to a gentleman named Charlie. Charlie, great guy. Okay. And the broker says, you two guys can probably figure this out. Charlie's new, you're new, Todd. And I'm like, okay, whatever you say, broker. So what does Charlie tell me to do? He says, let's get the phone book out and let's start calling. He goes, that's sure to work. And I'm like, okay, no problem. All right. But you guys can see from the screen there, like a week or two into this cold calling thing, I'm like, this is not what I signed up for. I don't see how this is going to lead to a pathway to, number one, my hopes and dreams, get out of my father-in-law's basement, pay my grandmother back, and take care of my family, my wife. Like, that's where I'm sitting. So I'm like, there's got to be a better way. So frustrated, I walked into my broker's office. Okay, I sat down and he said, what's on your mind, Todd? And I said, look, man, this business sucks right now. All right, this is not really what I signed up for, the way things are going. And he says, well, what's your point? And I said, well, I really thought that I could make $1 million or more selling real estate. Like, that's the reason I ended up in this gig, that I could be my own boss, had the freedom to create my own income. And, it's not happening. And he says, well, look, firstly, no one really does $1 million or more selling real estate. So he laughed at me. He kind of made fun of my hopes and dreams on that. Well, when he told me no to that, fortunately, I had already had the idea planted into my head that this was possible, because I'm flipping through a little real estate magazine, and there inside the magazine is this guy. His name is Craig Proctor. And he happened to be the #1 real estate agent in North America that year. And he was making over $1 million selling real estate. And I'm like, well, I told my broker, I said, well, this guy's doing it. Like, he's doing it. And he's not even in the United States of America. Like, he's in some place called Newmarket, Ontario. So my broker looked at me and says, well, maybe you should go talk to him then. And I was like, that's exactly what I will do. So I did that. I made my way up to one of Craig's first SuperConferences right there in downtown Toronto. I'm sitting in the audience, soaking it all in. And from that day moving forward, there were 4 big things that I learned from Craig Proctor in this system, that you're going to be hearing about as we move through over the next 3 days. These things were foundational to me being able to put to work in my business as systems and essentially become one of the most successful real estate agents in history. Okay. And that led to me doing a better job every year of copying and implementing what Craig was passing on to me. Right. And it was frequently, Todd, you should do this. Todd, do this. Todd, do that. So I'm being coached. I'm being trained by essentially, in my opinion, and a lot of other people's opinion, the #1 real estate agent in all of history. Okay. Pouring into me, into my life, what was happening in his. Okay. So fast forward, Craig asked me to help him with coaching members. We created a platinum level, and it's been a lot of fun. That was 16 years ago when we created that. Okay. And since that time, we've rolled out additional programs and additional systems to help people like you guys that want to accomplish much, much, much more. Okay. So type into the chat if you've got a lot more that you want to accomplish given the time that you have here. Okay. Type that in the chat. Let us know. Okay. So with that, I would like to introduce you guys to my friend, my mentor, Mr. Craig Proctor. Craig, how you doing, my man?
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Todd Walters. I'm going to take it away here. Do you want to? What do you got there, Todd?
Listen to this.
Oh, I like that. Some applause. Thank you. All right, we're just going to unshare the screen here.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's flip it back over. Thank you, buddy.
So good morning, everyone. Please type into chat where you are from. Please type into chat your location. We have right now, as we get started, 894 watching on YouTube. Okay, 894. Our goal was 1,000. So we'll get there. So first of all, I want to thank everybody for being with us here. I know it's a weekend in the summer, and it takes dedication to be successful. A lot of people ask me, Craig, how did you do it? How did you go from broke as a real estate, no experience, no money, you'd never sold anything before, you knew nothing about marketing. How did you go from really failing at this in your first year of real estate to 24 months later becoming the top agent in the world for RE/MAX? And one of the key things to my success is persistence. I would say that persistence is my superpower, so to speak. And it can be for you as well. I don't like to lose. I like to win. How many of you are like me? You like to win. Type that into chat. I like to win. And so when I started out in real estate, and I'll share with you very quickly my frustrations in this business, I failed, but I was determined to succeed. And we're going to share with you this morning all of the things that I did wrong and the things that I did right, and exactly what changed things for me. When I started to see success, real estate agents from all over North America were asking me how I was doing this. You see, I had no advantages. I was in my 20s. I was living at home with my parents. Like Todd, I'd already dropped out of college, had no money. So when I started to succeed, when I started to win, the first thing that fascinated me was what happened to Craig Proctor. You know, like I was studying me, like what happened to me to go from failure to massive success in such a short period. I had real estate agents from all over North America come and shadow me and follow me around. And what was fascinating is that they started to see the same kind of success that I was seeing after following me and understanding this systematic approach to this. So this is important for everyone to understand. My success, Todd's success, it has nothing to do with spectacular skills or strengths or what you may think. What it comes down to is a systematic approach. What made me successful was the systematic way that I approached real estate. And that explains why those that follow this system have the same kind of success that Todd and I have. So are you guys ready to rock and roll? Are you guys ready to get into this? Right now, I mean, my goal was, Todd, I wasn't going to start until we had 1,000 on here. And right now we have a little north of 900. So let me share my screen here. Let's get into this. And I'm starting off with a big thank you, because I do want to thank everybody. Let's see if we can get this to work here. I want to thank everybody for being with us here today. Just fast forward here. And that's a great story, Todd.
Yeah.
Thank you, by the way, for coming to visit me 20 years ago.
Yeah, it was a highlight of my life, man. I remember sitting there in the audience. You're walking up and down the aisles, and I'm like, wait a second, how is this guy selling hundreds of houses and walking up and down the aisles here at the Royal York Hotel in Newmarket, Ontario? Like, how does that work? How can you sell hundreds of homes and still be helping me figure out how to sell, how to get rolling here with this thing? So I was mesmerized by that. So at that moment in time, I was like, nobody else is doing that, that I know of and that exists in the world, and never really seen it to this day. And that's why I'm saying, like, you've got to be the best, the number one real estate agent in all of history to be able to figure out how to have a real estate business that works without your constant involvement and pour energy, effort, time, resources, basically allowing people like me to copy, while your business was running. And I watched this play out for 20 years, like you say. So yeah, dude, I'm a walking, talking, a testament to it. And I've seen too many lives changed, Craig, as a result of what we do here. Too many lives changed, stories like mine, to think any differently. So I want to encourage everybody to lean in over the next 3 days. Got a notepad, got a pen, lean in, try to minimize distractions, stay off your email, and let's do this together. We'll go on this journey together. I can assure you that, like I said earlier, your story, yeah, it can end how you want it to. Okay, we've got to get busy writing it the way we want it to be.
Okay, so let's rock and roll. As you can see, got my sleeves rolled up. We've got about 925 watching this on YouTube right now. Now, this is interactive, so you can type in your comments, your chat questions. James McDonald is here as well. Andrea is here. They're going to be responding to your chat questions. I'll be monitoring chat. But is something that you just said, Todd, I want to reiterate. Folks, be focused here. I am going to give you all I have over the next 3 days. This is what separates you from everybody else. Here we are. We're coming into a weekend in July. Most real estate agents wouldn't do what you're doing right now. Okay, this takes dedication. Okay, this takes persistence to be successful. Todd and I are going to give you everything that we have. We're going to share our story. We're going to share our secrets. We're going to answer your questions. We'll show you exactly how we did this. But don't be distracted. Okay, you're in real estate, right? So you're going to have people texting you. You're going to have people emailing you. You might have a buyer that wants to go look at a property. You've got to learn to work on your business. You've got to learn to block out all of those distractions, and it's the ability to focus. So if you focus on this and you really pay attention, I will lay this out for you. I will explain exactly how I did it. Now, I've been very fortunate to have the support of industry leaders because I believe and they believe that this is a real estate revolution. I've had Gary Keller, the founder of Keller Williams, speak at my conferences, and he's invited me to come and train and speak at for his agents at Keller Williams, even though I was a RE/MAX guy. And I thought that was a bit unique. I asked Gary, I'm the top agent for RE/MAX. You're inviting me to the big Keller Williams events. He said, look, we don't care what brand or franchise you're with. We want to bring in the very best people. Of course, I've had Dave Liniger in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Dave Liniger, the founder of RE/MAX, has spoken at my conferences a number of times. Very supportive of my career, great guy. Obviously, RE/MAX and KW, two of the most successful, the largest real estate franchises in the world. The top left-hand corner is Ellen Dalton. Ellen Dalton was the CEO of Realtor.com. He is a legend in the real estate industry. He spoke at our conferences many times. So I have been very fortunate to have the support of the real estate industry leaders. Now, I always like to start my conferences off talking about you and your goals, and really understanding that our real estate business should be designed to help you reach what we call your heart's desire. What is your heart's desire? Well, every once in a while, you've got these secret inner wants, these thoughts, these things that you'd really like to do with your life. And we have a tendency to push those away and say, I can't have that, or I can't do that. And I'm here today to say, you can have what you want. You look at most people, they walk into a clothes store, and Todd, the very first thing they do is they look at the price. They're not getting what they want in life. They're getting what they believe they can afford or what they deserve. And the truth is, you could buy the entire clothes store if you wanted to. Somebody did. And the fact that somebody did is positive proof that any of us can do these things. So real estate has given myself and Todd and the other people that you're going to meet here over the next 3 days wonderful lives. And I know you might say, well, money doesn't buy happiness, but you can do a lot more good in your life for yourself and people if you have a business that supports your lifestyle. I mean, yeah, money isn't everything, but it's important, right? Your income dictates where you live. And where you live dictates where your kids go to school. Your income dictates the car you drive, the clothes you wear, how often you go on vacation, where you go on vacation. So it's very important that we get this right. So I want you to think right now, before we get going on this, about what it is that you really want. A good idea for everyone is to grab a pen and a pad of paper and just take notes. We are going to flood you with great information. You're not going to retain all the information unless you take good notes. So do that and type your comments into chat. Let me ask you right now, how many of you want to reach your heart's desire? Type yes into chat right now. Type yes into chat. I want to live my heart's desire. Life is too short, folks. Quick story before we get started. Being from Canada, I played hockey my whole life, and my grandfather used to drive me to the games. He lived till about 90 years of age. One day he got sick. We took him to the hospital, and he passed away 2 weeks after being into the hospital. But he lived a good life up till 90 years old. So I played hockey my whole life, and I'm sitting in the dressing room one day. And if you had asked the kid next to me how long he had to live, he'd probably say, as a 15-year-old, he'd probably say, I don't know, I have another 70 years left. Well, do you know, my friend, he didn't have a half an hour. We go out on the ice, he gets a puck in the head, and he's killed instantly. What's the moral of the story here, folks? I don't know whether you're going to be like my grandfather and live till 90, or be like my friend and you only have a half an hour left. It's what we do with the time that we have left that's so important. So I'm dedicated to giving back to the real estate industry that's been so good to me and my life and my family. And I want to help as many real estate agents as possible to reach your heart's desire, to live the life that you really want to live. So you're in for an exciting journey here. My story, very similar to Todd's. The only reason I got into real estate is because my father here in the picture with me was a real estate agent. I dropped out of college, got into real estate despite my father discouraging me from doing that. My dad said, don't do it. It's really tough. I ignored my dad, made the same mistake that most of us make when we get into the business, which is, looking around what everyone else does and chasing expireds and FSBOs and open houses and all the stuff they tell us to do. And at the end of the first year, I realized Dad is right. Real estate is hard. And I want to quit. My problem is, like Todd, I dropped out of college. I only had a high school diploma. I couldn't find another job. So I realized at that moment, I had to figure out how to make real estate work. So 3 years later, after this struggle of cold calling and door knocking, I did figure it out. We're going to talk to you today about how I figured it out. At age 29, I was named the top RE/MAX agent in the world. I wasn't even licensed for 3 years. I come from a small town north of Toronto called Newmarket, Ontario. At the time, the population was about 50,000. So again, folks, I had no advantage. Okay, no sales experience, no money, small town, really no confidence at all. But I developed a systematic way to sell real estate that helped me become very, very successful in a short period of time, because the traditional way of doing things, what they teach us, is antiquated. That's why most of you are with us here today. How many of you, when you got into real estate, the big mistake you made is you looked around at what all the other agents were doing and you copied them? Cold calling, door knocking, all the rest of it. And that'll only get you so far. So what I realized is, to be super successful as a real estate agent, I had to learn how to do business with strangers. There's the #1 trophy. I took a picture of it. Some people don't believe it. There it is, #1 for RE/MAX. That was pretty cool. I'm still in my 20s. I'm still living home with mom and dad. You see, I believe we're all born rich. We're all natural born risk takers. Like this little baby, we're able to step out into the world and do whatever we want to do. But you've got to keep your mind wide open. I'm going to talk to you today about paradigms, these negative thoughts, the way we were raised, what we believe in. It really dictates, what you do. Your paradigm dictates what you do. What you do dictates the results that you get. Todd went through this ladder here of success. You start as a conference attendee. How many of you are brand new to Craig Proctor today? This is your first conference. I want you to type into chat right now, first conference. Once you attend a conference, you will enjoy this, we hope, and want to become more involved and start climbing up the Craig Proctor ladder of success. We will talk to you about our coaching programs. We've got a coaching level here for agents that we've been doing this now, since 1995. So actually, Todd, if you think about it, the first conference we did was June of 1995. So that's just over 20 years ago. Our platinum membership agents here are usually making $300,000-$400,000 a year. We've got a broker owner program. Our titanium members, and you're going to meet some of them every day at lunchtime, at least lunchtime on the East Coast. I am going to be interviewing top Craig Proctor members. They're all part of our titanium group. They make $3 million and more in annual gross commission income. Tomorrow, for example, I'm going to be interviewing Sarah Reynolds. I think she does north of $10 million in GCI. Am I right on that, Todd? Over 10 million?
Yeah, she's done over $1 million in income just in the last 6 months.
Okay, so during COVID-19, she's still making $1 million a month. How many of you would like to make $1 million a year? Sarah Reynolds is the top #1 KW agent in the world. We'll be interviewing her tomorrow, $1 million a month. And then some of you may be interested in licensing your brokerage with your home sold guaranteed. So here's my story, right? I started off doing what you all did. The natural thing that we do, the massive mistake that we make, is we get into the business and we look around at what everyone else is doing. Whatever you're doing now, you didn't invent it. You copied it from somebody else. So who you copy is really, really important. I remember Gary Keller, when he spoke at our very first conference, he said, if you're doing the best you can and you're just not getting the results that you want, it may be time for a coach. And who the coach is really, really matters. In this industry, a lot of the coaches and mentors have never even had a real estate license. They've never had massive success. Hey, I don't know about you, but if I want to become a better golfer, I want to learn from somebody that knows how to play golf, and they do it very well. Let's talk about the comfort zone. How many of you are in the comfort zone right now? Okay, things are going well. You might have a nice warm bed to sleep in. You're doing okay. You got food in the refrigerator, but you know you're capable of more. How many of you can relate that? Type into chat, I may be in the comfort zone. Here's the problem. Once we stop reaching, stretching, seeking, and risking, we stop growing. And without continued growth, we are now all that we're ever going to be. The danger of a comfort zone is it doesn't hurt. It feels pretty good, but this comfort zone may be holding you back from a potentially exciting and rewarding future. The test of an educated person is, can you entertain a new idea? There's many people that back into the future and they drag all of their old ideas with them. And when they're confronted with a new idea, if that new idea doesn't jive, if it doesn't fit with their way of thinking, they push that idea away just because it's different. Just because the idea is different than their way of thinking, they judge the idea to be wrong. Well, you're going to be exposed to many, many new ideas over the next several days. You came to this webinar because you want to do better. That's why you're on the conference here, is you want better results. You're not happy with the results that you're getting. You want to make more. You want to work less. That means that you cannot keep doing what you're doing. Okay, I want everyone to accept that if you want to get better results, you can't keep doing what you're doing. So Todd and I are going to introduce you to things that you're not doing. Some of you will make the mistake of immediately judging the ideas before you truly understand them. You may go down the road of saying, I can't do that. My broker wouldn't let me do that. This won't work in my marketplace. Or maybe this is even against the rules. I can assure you that everything that we teach has been time tested. I've taught this to over 30,000 agents, from agents from all countries, all over the world, in the US, all states, in Canada, all provinces. Again, you're going to meet many of them over the next few days. So please resist the urgency to immediately judge new ideas. Give them a chance. Rather than going down the road of immediately judging an idea that's new to you and saying, well, here's what's wrong with it. Instead, ask yourself, what is right about this idea? Instead of focusing on how I can't do this or why I can't do this, instead, ask yourself, how can I make this work for me? Success, many definitions of it. But for me, success means more time. It means more money. It means waking up every day and truly loving what I do. We all have universal wants: freedom, joy, peace of mind, pride. But for many of us, the reality in real estate is fear, anxiety, hopelessness, frustration, illness, sadness, guilt, and uncertainty. I'm married. I have 3 kids, and time passes us pretty quickly. We don't see it in ourselves, but we do see it as our children grow up in front of us. When you speak to people that are on their deathbeds, they don't regret what they did in life. What they regret is what they didn't do in life, the sins of omission. We don't want to have any regrets. My biggest gift to you is to help you get your life back, to help you create a business so you can spend your time with the people you love. But what did I know when I got into real estate, Todd? Right? Like you, we just do what they tell us to do. This old school mentality. Like I said, Dad told me not to do this. He said, don't do it, son. You're really good at failing at things. You dropped out of college, you dropped out of university. You don't really stick with anything. You've got no sales experience. You've got no marketing experience. Real estate is hard. I didn't listen. I got in. My dad helped me when I got into the business, my broker. And I realized that this is tough. I've got very few customers and most of them aren't great. How many of you would agree that some buyers are better than other buyers and some sellers are better than other sellers? But when you don't have many buyers or sellers, guess what? You're desperate. You've got to work with everybody. And that's what I found. I had to work with everybody. I was burnt out. I was ready to quit. I was positioned poorly as a salesperson. Today, we want to talk to you about being an expert. A salesperson sells what they have. An expert offers what it is that people want. Prospects chase after the expert. Salespeople chase after prospects. When you're an expert, you're able to dictate the way that you do business. I want you to look at anybody successful in your community, whether it be a successful lawyer or doctor or architect. Okay, they design their business. They dictate the way that business is going to run. Your lawyer says, pay the retainer fee up front. Your doctor says, this is how it's going to work. If you fight with the professional, they say, find somebody else. They've got the luxury of choice. This is what I wanted to design for my business. I was able to sell 500 homes a year or more for 15 years in a straight, 15 years in a row. More homes than anyone else had ever sold, the Toronto Real Estate Board, more homes than anyone had ever sold in Canada in 1 year, because I made it easy. That's the key. You see, if selling 500 homes a year was difficult, I wouldn't have been able to replicate that task over and over and over again for 15 years. I made being successful easy. And that was, why I was able to be successful for so long. If right now reaching your goals is difficult, if you have to scratch and claw to reach your goals, it probably means your goals are not duplicatable. You see many real estate agents, they can do the sprint, but they can't do the marathon. So do you want to know what I found was easier? Working with prospects that are predisposed to working with you. How many of you would agree? Type into chat if you would prefer to work with prospects that already know you and like you to some degree. Would that be easier working with prospects that are predisposed to working with you? And here was my epiphany. If I wanted a better lifestyle, I really needed to get my marketing act together. So I became a student of direct response marketing. I spent thousands of dollars learning and traveling all over the world, really learning from the best direct response marketers in the world. And I brought direct response marketing into the real estate industry. Nobody in the real estate industry was implementing direct response marketing. I brought that here. Nobody had real estate teams 20 years ago. I popularized real estate teams. Nobody was using buyer agency back then. I brought in buyer agency. Nobody was using the DISC personality test in real estate 20 years ago. I brought the DISC personality test. These innovations that you may have heard of, you may have been introduced to, came in through my world over 20 years ago. And this is what enabled me to create abundance in my business. And we can do the same thing for all of you. Imagine just for a minute that what I'm saying is true. Imagine a world where prospects seek you out, where you generate so many buyer and seller leads that you truly have this luxury of choice that I'm describing. Imagine if that was true. A lot of new Craig Proctor members would say, hey, Craig, why would I want to have like too much business? Why would I want to have an overflow of buyers and sellers? Well, as I mentioned, some buyers and sellers are better than others. So if you had slightly more buyers and slightly more sellers than you could possibly work with, what would you do? Well, I'll tell you what you would do. You would decide to work with the most sincere, the most motivated, and the most ready to act buyers and sellers in your database. And when you're able to do that, you now become the rejecter, not the rejected. You see, once my prospects became better, I became better. Everybody follow that? When I had the ability to inexpensively and automatically generate better buyer prospects and better seller prospects, I became better. So this is what I brought into the real estate industry, folks. It is a marriage. I like the wedding rings here. It's a marriage between direct response and technology. In fact, we didn't have the technology when I started this 20 years ago. And the problem was my marketing worked so well that it was very difficult for me to keep up with the number of leads coming in. Today, we're going to use smart, modern technology to answer, sift, sort, and in some cases, reply to the prospects so that this is automated for you and so that leads, good leads, come to your phone. And they come to your phone requesting information that's of value to them. So before you can generate prospects, you need to really understand what it is that buyers and sellers really want. And then you've got to offer them what they want and make it easy and non-threatening for them to get it. And believe me, folks, they will come to you. How many of you are interested in having a steady stream of buyers and sellers coming to you? Type yes into chat now. So people say, Proctor, what was your secret? It's pretty simple, really. This is what I stumbled onto. All I really figured out in my year of studying from the top marketers in the world is the real secret to marketing is offering prospects something they really want and making it easy and non-threatening for them to get it. So what is it that buyers and sellers want? Well, we might think, well, what buyers want is buyers want representation. What buyers want is they want a really good real estate agent. But it's not really true. In the beginning, what buyers really want are houses. Now, you might say, well, there's houses everywhere flooded on the internet. There's all these different places that buyers can find information. And the problem is many of the buyers do not believe that they need a real estate agent anymore. They believe that they can find their house by themselves. So one of the things that we're going to offer buyers is we're going to offer buyers information that they can't find easily anywhere else. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not going to go search in other places. They will, but they're also going to contact you as well. And I'm going to show you how to be better than the other agents. What do I mean by that? I'm going to show you how to differentiate yourself. So when they speak to you, they don't feel the need to have to work with somebody else. Same thing with sellers. If I ask most real estate agents, well, what do sellers want? Well, sellers want a great listing presentation. Sellers, they want to know about my marketing plan. Well, the number one thing that sellers want are buyers. So for example, if you had your house for sale and you were interviewing 2 or 3 other agents, I know what the 2 or 3 other agents are going to do in their listing presentation. They're going to tell you, the seller, all about themselves. They're going to talk about how great they are and how many awards they've won. Perhaps they'll talk about their company and how their company or franchise is great. Then they're going to tell you, the seller, that if you list with them, here's all the things that they would start to do to try to find a buyer for your home. Here's how I would combat that. When I meet with that same seller, when I meet with you, I would be talking to you about the buyers that I already have in my database, because it would be true. You see, with Craig Proctor Marketing, we're going to teach you how to generate a steady stream of buyers. Those buyers will be entered into your database. Todd, if you're the seller, and I said to you, Todd, should you decide to list your home with me, I have over 327 buyers in my database right now that are looking in your neighborhood for a 4-bedroom home like yours. Should you decide to list your house with me, the first thing that I would do, Todd, is I would email the buyers in my database pictures and detailed information about your property. And sometimes we get a hit right away. Sometimes we have multiple buyers that are interested in your home. You see, it sounds kind of crazy, Todd, but it's almost like I've been looking for a buyer for your home before you and I even met today. And by the way, Todd, did the other agents you meet with, did they talk to you about how many buyers they're currently working with or how many buyers they have for your house? And the answer would be no. Todd might say, well, all the other agents wanted to talk about is what they would start to do, the marketing that they would begin to do to try to find a buyer for my home. And what I'm presenting buyers, as you can see, or sellers rather, is what they really want. I would bring in a list of buyers, and that's what I did. I had a list of buyers, and I would show them the buyers' names, how long I've been sending them information. So we're going to show you how to use Craig Proctor Marketing to generate a steady stream of buyers. Does that make sense? Does this make sense? Between 0 and 10, 10 being this makes total sense. 0 makes no sense. 10, it makes total sense. Type into chat where you are on this concept of giving buyers and sellers what it is that they want. Type in 0 to 10. 10 is, I love this. Let's talk about paradigms. Man, we all have these, myself included. We've all got these old paradigms that we drag around. What is a paradigm? Paradigms are really other people's habits. It's the way you were raised by your family. It's your first day of school. It's the friends that you have. It's your first date. It's your first job. It's your first day in real estate. It's all the experiences you've had while being a real estate agent. That forms your paradigm. It's how you look at the world. The problem with paradigms, though, paradigms also block out other opportunities. How many of you can relate to this? There's been times in your life where you've really wanted to do something and you didn't do it. You see, that old paradigm held you back. How many of you can relate to looking at things now in the past and you see it so clearly now? You're like, oh my God, at the time I didn't get it. I didn't see it. And now you look at this now and it's so crystal clear. Well, when I started in real estate, I had a very small paradigm about what was possible. Okay, like Todd, I was told what was possible. I was told this is how you do it here. This is how you go about selling real estate. This is what everyone else does. Okay, your paradigm will hold you back unless you understand that you are, in fact, living in a self-imposed prison. All of us, myself included. I don't want to live in a prison, folks. I want to break through. And so as Todd and I are taking you through the next 3 days, you're going to have this old paradigm grab onto you and pull you back to where you are right now. Because the old paradigm doesn't like change. Okay, it's that comfort zone that we talked about. The old paradigm doesn't like change. It's pretty comfortable where it is right now. But if you really want to reach your goals, you've got to understand the power of paradigms. You've got to understand that every time you go to step out and try to do something new, that old paradigm is trying to pull you back. Okay, you've got to realize it exists so you can push back on this to get to the other side. Your paradigm controls your actions. Okay, and your actions control your results. So all the stuff that you're thinking about up here controls what you do and what you don't do. So we're going to give you some great ideas, some concepts and methodologies. Some of you will decide immediately those are wrong because they don't fit with my paradigm. My broker won't let me do that. My marketplace is different. You're going to immediately judge the ideas as ineffective before you even give them a chance, because the paradigm has already dictated what you're going to accept, what you're going to reject. So how you think about this is going to dictate what you do, and what you do, your actions are going to control your results. So my job here over the next 3 days is to kind of pop your head off your shoulders, clean out all that old stuff, put your head back on your shoulders so you can accept newer and better ways to conduct your real estate business. We're talking about a major change here, folks. Once again, do not let your present situation dictate your future. The reason you're on this online conference is because you don't want more of the same. Okay, so do not protect the thing that you no longer want. Okay, say, I'm done with you, old paradigm. I want to open my mind, find better ways to do it. And when the old paradigm sneaks up and tries to grab you and pull you back, you want to push back on that. That's exactly what I did. And I took a quantum leap. Think about that. 20-something years old, living at home with my parents, dumb as a pile of rocks, no experience selling anything, dropped out of college and university, and 24 months later, I'm making well into the millions of dollars, and I'm the #1 RE/MAX agent in the world. But first, I failed. Gary Keller said, at first I failed. I failed and I failed and I failed until I succeeded. He said, I failed my way to success. And he also said, I didn't have the arrogance of thinking, I'm going to figure this all out on my own. He said, I found people that were doing more than me, that were doing the thing that I wanted to do, and I modeled after them. And that's all you have to do. How are we going to make more money and work less? With this one word here, leverage. This is how we're going to pull this off. Now, when I say to the average real estate agent, make $1 million a year, and let's say they're making $100,000 right now, they reject, they push back on that idea. $1 million a year, some of them say, I would never want to make $1 million a year. And I might say, how do you know? Have you ever tried? You might like it. You see, what they believe is I'm already killing myself doing $100,000 a year. To make $1 million a year would mean heart attack or divorce, or I'd never see my children. Yeah, doing it the way they're currently doing it, that might be true. And that's why you're not going to get to 1 million or 2 million or 3 million or whatever your big goal is doing it the way you're doing it. So stop thinking about, oh, how can I get there doing it the way I'm doing it? You're not. Okay, and that's what we're going to learn over the next 3 days is how to not do what you're doing, actually work less and make more. When I was selling 500 to 600 homes a year, I was working far less than I was in my first year of real estate when I was failing. So we're going to do this by leveraging your business in 3 ways. You'll notice that these 3 different ways we're going to teach you to leverage yourself are in order. Okay, so the first way you're going to leverage yourself, is through marketing. I want to teach you how to generate more buyers and sellers than you possibly could generate. Now, the old paradigm might come in and say, oh, well, how's that going to happen? Or how about this? What's that going to cost? Well, here's the good news. Remember, I didn't have any money, so I had to figure out how to use marketing that didn't cost a lot of money. How many of you are in on that? Type yes into chat. I want to make money, but I don't have a lot of money. Okay, well, that's what I had to figure out. That's what Todd had to figure out. So the marketing that we teach you, what we start off are really inexpensive methods of generating leads. So that's how I start. I have no money. I figure out inexpensive ways to generate leads, which we are going to show you here today. And then I fail until it works. And when it works, I have all these buyer and seller leads coming in, and I can't handle all the business. Fortunately, now I leverage myself with technology. You'll notice number 3 is hiring people. Don't hire the people yet until you do the technology, because the technology will help you become a more efficient solo agent. So the marketing first, then we're going to incorporate the technology to make you super efficient. And then we teach you how to leverage yourself through people. If you want to have a business, eventually you're going to have people. Todd Walters, I believe you've said this many times, that you don't know of any business that doesn't have people.
Yep, that's exactly right, big dog. Never met a successful business, never done business with a super successful company that doesn't have employees. So, and as a matter of fact, the more successful the business, the more employees they have.
So right now, how many of you have some people? Type into chat, yes, I have people. Okay, how many of you have some people? Just checking how we're doing on YouTube right now. What are we at right now?
A lot.
Okay. My phone died here, so I can't figure that out. But anyway, people. When you first do this, okay, you're not thinking about hiring people. You're just like, how can I make a good living at this? And then when we show you how to make this work, you're going to realize that what's limiting you now is you. If you have a business that depends on you, it's only going to take you so far. So some of you might want to say, well, I'm good with that, right? I only want to go from 20 transactions to 40 transactions, and that's okay. But give this a chance, because what many of our students find is, even though they initially might have wanted to go from 20 transactions to 40 transactions or 50 transactions, once they get into this, they realize it's very easy to go to hundreds of transactions. By hiring the right people at the right time, doing the right things. So, are there mistakes that can be made when you're growing out your team? Of course there's mistakes. I've made them. Todd's made them. The benefits of hanging out with us is we teach you how to do this properly. Okay, so who should I hire first? What should they be doing? Who should I hire second? What should they be doing? Who should I hire third? What they should be doing? What are the major mistakes? Do I need a contract with these people? Yeah, you need an agreement. You want to make sure that people aren't going to steal your business. You want to make sure that you're using personality profiles, so you're hiring people that are strong in the areas that you're weak. Okay, so for example, if I want to hire somebody to, be a database coordinator or do my accounting or my bookkeeping, I'm not going to hire somebody like me. But if I want a great salesperson, I'm not going to hire the same personality as the bookkeeper. So I brought this DISC personality into the real estate business. I didn't create it. It was created by Dr. Marsden. But I brought this into real estate. And the reason I brought this into real estate is to help me grow my team and hire the right people. And tomorrow, Todd, we're going to be talking about how to use DISC profiling to not only hire the right people, but to understand how to sell to different buyer and seller prospects. You see, we assume that we should sell to people the way that we want to be sold to, and it's not true. We want to sell to people the way they want to be sold to. There is a science to this. Anyway, you do this, you hire the right people at the right time when your business grows, you no longer have a job. See, right now, a lot of you just have a job. When you stop, your real estate business stops, because it's not really a business, it's just a job, and it's a bad job. How many of you have a job right now? Type in the chat, I have a job, I'm tired of my job, can't go on vacation, can't grow this thing bigger than me because it all depends on me. If I get sick, it stops. I go on vacation, it stops. So we want to show you how to grow this business. So where are we at right now? Good time to have this conversation. What if everything they told you in the beginning about this business is BS? What if it's wrong? You know, that's what I was thinking. What if this is wrong? What if there's a better way to do this thing? They told you it's a numbers game. You got to work harder. You got to be patient. It takes a long time to be successful. It didn't take me a long time to be successful. I did it for a year or so, realized this sucks, and I was determined to find better ways. So you can have very sudden, dramatic success by just copying people that know what they're doing. That's it. That's what I did. I just copied people outside of real estate at the time, and I brought those concepts and methodologies into the real estate industry. So here's my promise to you. If you do this, if you implement the Craig Proctor system, you won't be cold calling anymore. You won't be sitting in open houses. You won't be chasing expireds or FSBOs. You won't be doing floor time, all the stuff that they told you to do. You don't have to worry about it anymore. You see, I'm not here to try to get you to do more. I want you to make more money, but I want you to actually do less. Every other real estate trainer, they want you to do more, right? Mm-hmm. Hey, you want to be more successful, you got to make more cold calls. You got to ask for more referrals. Okay, you got to blow more money on inexpensive, wasteful marketing. I don't want you to do more or spend more. I want you to make more by adopting a smart, proven system. So why listen to me? Because I'm doing this a long time at a very high level. I talked about earlier, if you want to become a better golfer, you better learn from somebody that knows how to play golf. You want to become a better tennis player, you should learn from somebody that's a better tennis player than you. You know, Todd, when I was a kid, I played tennis with two guys. One guy I could beat every time I go out there. He wasn't very good, but it made me feel good because I could kick his butt every time I played. But the other kid I played with, he was far better than me. You know how I became a better tennis player? By playing with the kid that was far better than me. I didn't learn anything from the other guy. In fact, you know what happened when I played tennis with the kid that wasn't very good? I ended up playing down to his level. Folks, most of the real estate trainers, think about it, do your research. They haven't successfully made millions of dollars selling real estate. There's some of them, I'm not going to name names. You may know them. They've never had a real estate license. I understand you because I've been in the trenches for 25 years. I know what it's like to have a buyer and their kid throw up in the back seat of the car. I know what it's like to be out negotiating an offer at midnight. I know what the life of a real estate agent is like. And because I know you and I know what this is about, I believe I better understand you. And if I better understand you, I believe I can better help you. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, type yes into chat, please. So most agents, even quote successful agents, are still rowing in the same boat after 15 or 20 years. Todd, I started at RE/MAX, and I was at RE/MAX my entire career. But when I go back to that RE/MAX office, I can meet some of the agents that are still there. When I was there, they're still around. And they're in the same boat. They honestly are no further ahead than they were 25 years ago. Some of them are divorced now, but financially, they're not really any further ahead. They're not any happier because they didn't change. And these are agents that were making pretty good money, $100,000 to $150,000 a year, some of them $200,000 a year. They did this for 10, 15, or 20 years, and their life really hasn't changed. How many of you know people like that, or maybe you can relate to that personally? You're in real estate, you're making pretty good money, you've been doing it for a long, long time, but it didn't change your life. The truth is, most real estate agents are in an abusive relationship with their own real estate career. And we're going to change all that. Sure, you can get paid for tolerating pain. It is a way to make money. It's just not the best way. So we're going to talk about working smarter, this new quantum leap mindset. We're going to start off, Todd, you and I, talking about the 8 universal business principles. This is kind of the foundation of the Craig Proctor system. You got to get this right first before you can go to the next level. Universal principle number 1 is prospects don't want to be sold. Hey, Todd, I'm going to bring you back on here. Stop sharing for just a second. Todd, I want you to talk about what happens when you walk into any retail store across the country.
Yeah, so let's play it out. I think that's a great way to set this thing up. Let's say I need a new pair of shoes. All right, so I need a new pair of shoes, and I'm like, okay. So I got to take time off work, all right, and I got to plan this thing out. I got to get in my car. I got to drive to the mall. The weather may not be so great. I got to find a parking place. All right. I get out of my car. I got my umbrella. Maybe it's raining. Maybe it's not. I get into the mall. I figure out what shoe store I'm going to go in. I, navigate the crowds, dodging pandemics along the way, walk into the shoe store. And as soon as I do, sales clerk comes running up to me and says, "Can I help you?" And of course, we know what most of us would say. No, thank you.
We have a script.
Yeah, exactly. No, thank you. I'm just looking. So if the sales clerk would have said something like this, like, "Hi, welcome to the store. My name is Todd and yours is," like instantly, like that's different than, "Can I help you?" All right. Or how about this? Is this your first time shopping with us? Yeah, it's first time here. Great. Welcome to the store. We have a special today for first time shoppers. You can take 10% off anything in the store. What is it that you were looking for? So you can tell when you go shopping in the retail world, whether a salesperson is trained, has skills. If that company offers training and skills, you can tell. All right. If they come up to you and say, "Can I help you?" If they're trained, they're not monitored, right? There's no monitoring. There's lack of incentives and that sort of thing. Right? They're not following the system. Like you can see this play out every day. So the whole concept here is that as you begin to build your real estate business, you want to start with systems. So think that one through. Say we're the sales clerk. We go up to the customer and say, "Hey, welcome to the store. My name is Todd, and yours is System. Instantly, I know what to predict. The customer's going to tell me their name, and then I make them feel good. Welcome to the store. Are you first time shopping with us? Been here before? Nope, I've been here before. Great. We have a special today for returning shoppers. You can take 10% off anything in the store. What is it that you're looking for? That sales clerk's going to make a sale. But that was a system that followed. You get a predictable result. And that's what systems do, Craig. You get predictable results. All right, but it's built around that concept, that universal business principle, as you just said. Nobody wants to be sold to. Okay, but we do want to buy.
So that's what we're going to do, folks. We're not going to sell to people. We're not going to chase prospects. We're going to get them to chase us. Okay, I did not like cold calling. I did not like rejection. I didn't like chasing. Are you guys with me? If you're with me, type a 10 into chat. If you're like a 10 out of 10, I do not like cold calling, door knocking, rejection, type a 10. Give me a 10 into chat, because that was my deal. I can't do this. My dad is right. Real estate is hard. I got to figure this out. I have to figure out how to not cold call. I have to figure out how to be successful selling real estate without doing all the stuff that they teach us to do. And so that's where this thing all started. Okay, so Todd, tell me, how did you handle this? Rejection, humiliation, what happened?
Well, it's frustrating, firstly, and it makes you want to contract. Like when people say, no, leave me alone, I'm just looking. Hey, I'll tell you what, let me get your number. I'll call you back. You know, those kinds of things. You get frustrated, and as this persists, you're like, yeah, maybe I wasn't cut out for this. You know what? Maybe I was wrong altogether, that I chose the wrong path. You know, like that's what happens. You start to second guess almost everything, right? I like we said earlier, Craig, when we get into this, you know, we're essentially copying. Everything we do is copying. So I looked at it like, look, I think I'm copying the wrong people. Remember, my story was the broker introduced me to Charlie. And Charlie was a great guy. There was nothing wrong with Charlie. It's just that what I was copying was what was going on around me. And what was going on around me was not, I didn't see how that was going to get me to where I wanted to go. Maybe it could be that my situation was so bad, living in my father-in-law's basement. I owe my grandmother $40,000 plus interest. You know, maybe that's why I was looking and desperate for the results. Thank God, you know, I landed on Real Estate Magazine with you holding big trophies and everything like that. I was like, well, I just need to copy that guy. He's got it all figured out. So, but that's sort of how this works. You go down one path or the other. You either continue down the path that leads, like you said, Craig, into a routine of the same, or you go down the path of connecting with people that are achieving what you most want to achieve. And that's what I like about what you're doing here, is that it puts us in a position to achieve what we most want to achieve with clarity.
Most real estate agents are salespeople, not marketers. A salesperson sells prospects what they have, but a marketer makes sure they really have what it is that prospects want. So we talked earlier about, well, what does a buyer really want? Buyer wants houses. You know, they teach us in real estate school, well, you know, Todd, when you meet with the buyer, you should be talking about representation. And hey, I'm not saying that that's not important. I'm just saying that's not the number one thing the buyer wants. You can't represent the buyer until you have the buyer. The way to get the buyer is to offer the buyer the thing they want. Now, it can't be any kind of houses, because they can get houses everywhere online. Real estate agents are giving away the information. They're all the same. So you have to discover what it is the buyers really want, offer it to them in a non-threatening way, and we're going to show you how to do it today. And all you have to do is copy. And then it's going to start to work. And then it'll work better. And then it will work even better. And then you're going to say, how the hell do I handle all this business? And then we say, this is the technology to use. And at some point, if you really want to blow this out, here is how you surround yourself with really good people. Okay. And eventually you're making a lot of money and you're not working as hard. You're saying, you know what? I really have a business now. Like, I'm making a lot of money. It doesn't depend on my presence 24/7, right? Like, if you're not in your house just exists. Your house doesn't require your presence to exist. Well, your business should be like that. A true business is something that works without your constant interference. Okay, the business serves you instead of you being a slave to it. Now, look at these really dumb ads that I ran in the beginning. Okay, so here's the deal. Say to my broker after the first couple months, cold calling sucks. He says, well, you got to advertise and promote. I didn't know anything about advertising and promoting. So, I copied the other agents, right? Made the same mistake, looked around at the other agents. I'm number one. Now, that's laughable, by the way, because I was a total loser. I wasn't selling any houses, but everyone else in the office, they were number one. So there's strength in numbers. So I had no idea how to market or advertise. I was wasting my money. Nobody was noticing me. It wasn't working. But I want to call this out that traditionally, we are all taught as real estate agents to advertise two things, ourselves and houses, and neither one of them work that well. Okay, are you guys with me on this? Give me a 10 in chat if you're with me on this, that traditionally they teach us out of the gate, they teach us to advertise two things. Advertise ourselves. I'm a great real estate agent. I'm number one. I have experience. I'm honest. I have integrity. Or we advertise the house. Okay, what's wrong? Let's start with advertising the house. What's wrong with advertising the house? Well, you guys tell me, what percentage of the time when you advertise your listing, what percentage of the time does the buyer call you, you give them the information on the property and they go, oh my God, that's the house of my dreams, and they go buy it? Let's agree, not very often. So what typically happens is the buyer says to you, oh, that property is too big, it's too small, it's in the wrong location, it's too much money or whatever, and they're about to hang up on you. But you have learned the art, the skill of call conversion, which is I better offer this buyer something that interests them or they're going to hang up on me. Why do I want to offer something that interests them? So hopefully I can get them to become a buyer, a client. Another pathetic Craig Proctor ad. Look at this. It's outstanding in his field. Don't take chances, list with number one. Again, a laughable, pathetic, embarrassing, I'm embarrassed to show you this, waste of money, but that's what I thought marketing was about. I thought that marketing was about getting attention. Duh. I thought, well, if everyone in my small town knew that I was a real estate agent, when they're ready to buy or sell, they'll call me, right? Wrong. I'll prove to you this is wrong. We falsely believe that marketing should be about creating an awareness, and that's the key. I just got to create an awareness. Oh, well, I'll prove to you that that's wrong. How many of you have had friends or relatives, people you know quite well, work with another real estate agent? Type yes into chat now. If you've had a friend, type it in, friend, relative. They didn't use you when you really needed the money. They used somebody else. So obviously that breaks the myth, right? Of, well, if people know me, they're going to do business. No. There's lots of people that know you that didn't do business with you. So marketing is not about creating an awareness. It's a lie. But what did I know? Like an idiot, I don't have any money. And I'm wasting a little bit of money I have on stupid ads like this. Look at this one here. Craig Proctor's on track to sell your home. So I'm showing these to you guys. I want you to understand, I've made all the same mistakes that you guys have made because I looked around at what all the other agents were doing and I copied it. I did what my broker told me to do. I did what my father, who'd been 20 years in the business, told me to do. And when I got sick of cold calling and door knocking, I started to experiment with advertising, but I didn't know what I was doing. So how many of you see these ads? Maybe this even applies to you right now. you're running advertisements, whether it be online or offline. It might be on Facebook. It might be on Instagram. Maybe Google, maybe postcards, direct mail. But the message is we're number one. We're the biggest. I sell lots of houses. Got a couple examples here. I had Andrea pull these up for me just the other day, Todd. Look at this dude on the left. Looking to buy or sell your home? You should call me. Or the guy on the right side. You got a realtor? Knowledge, experience, integrity, legendary client service. As if any of our competitors are saying the opposite. Not knowledgeable, inexperienced, dishonest. By simply saying the opposite, it doesn't work. You see, by the way, I have all these surveys. Many of you, I got a couple hundred of these surveys that we asked you folks to fill out. And I've been looking at the surveys. And one of the questions that I asked you in the survey was, if a seller was speaking to you and a couple of other agents, what would you say to that seller if they asked you, like, what makes you different, or why should I choose to do business with you versus the other agents? Do you have a spectacular answer? And most of the answers were, well, why you should hire me versus the other agents is because I'm honest. Don't you think the other agents are saying they're honest? I'm hardworking. I've got experience. I care. I'm going to get you the most amount of money. Folks, that's what everyone is saying. And simply because you're saying it, if everyone else is saying it, it is not very effective at setting you apart from everybody else. Yeah, this is real. I just had to show you this. I mean, seriously, no wonder the public has a dim view of real estate salespeople. So advertising agents don't really get it when they get into the business. They advertise themselves, they advertise houses. So let's look at a real ad that I ran early in my career. The town is called Newmarket, and my listing is a 2-bedroom home on a corner lot with an in-ground pool, closet organizers, garage door openers, water softener, and I have the price at $279,900. Now, if you were to ask me at the time, Todd, Craig, why are you spending money running this ad? I would say, because I want to get buyers to call me. Well, that's a poor job of attracting buyers, because unbeknownst to me, I'm actually repelling prospects from calling me. You guys know what I'm talking about here? How many of you would not respond? How many buyers will not respond because it's a 2-bedroom house and it sounds too small? Why did I include 2-bedroom? Well, because my listing has 2-bedroom. Duh. Yeah, but if you really are truly running the ad to get buyers to call you, then 2-bedroom is going to cause people not to call you. Corner lot. A lot of people don't want to live in a corner lot. In-ground pool. Maybe they want one, maybe they don't. Even the price, bad idea, because anybody under that price or above or below that price is not going to call me. So here's what I was really doing, folks. I was writing an ad trying to sell the listing I had. Does everybody get that? That's what you're doing. You're running an ad trying to sell what you have. Uh-oh. That's called salesperson. Remember the definition of a salesperson? A salesperson tries to sell what they have. A marketer offers what it is that people want. I was being the ultimate salesperson. I've got this crummy 2-bedroom listing, and what I'm promoting is the crummy listing that hardly anybody wants. 2-bedroom, I'm not calling that guy. Corner lot, in-ground pool, $279,900. That's too expensive. Or, I'm not going to look at the other things we're taught to do. This should work, right? Garage door opener, water softener, new dishwasher. I can imagine the buyers reading my ad, clamoring, running to the phone. Oh my God, we better call Proctor on this property. It's got the new dishwasher. Folks, that is not how people buy homes. So what did I know though? Now let's have a look at my change here to the right side. Okay, this is how you be a marketer. Okay, this is trying to sell what I have, this crummy 2-bedroom home. This is about offering what people want. I want you to pretend that you're a buyer in my hometown of Newmarket. Just pretend that you're looking in my area, you can't disqualify this ad. Newmarket, lovely homes. Well, I don't know. Are you looking for a crummy home? Quiet streets. Are you looking for a busy street? Great neighborhood. Are you looking for a crummy neighborhood? No. I learned how to craft advertising to cast a wide funnel. You see, over on the left, one house. That would be like fishing with one fishing line in the water. The ad on the right, I'm making a universal offer, a big funnel. I'm offering stuff that people want, and I'm making it very difficult for buyers to eliminate it. Now, if the buyer can't eliminate this property, this ad on the right, if they can't eliminate all the lovely homes in Newmarket on quiet streets in great neighborhoods, if they can't eliminate it, guess what they must do? They must respond. Over here, they got to call Bob Smith, the real estate agent. Over here, they don't have to speak to anybody. Everybody getting this? I'm offering what it is that people want, and I'm making it easy and non-threatening for them to get it. I run an ad like this, and I get 2 or 3 calls in a week. I offer what people want, and I get 40 or 50 inquiries in a week. So, just as a reminder, you can't sell the house in the ad. So since you can't do it, you should probably stop trying to do the thing that's impossible to do. Now, I know I'm going to get a little pushback, right? Because I'm speaking in absolutes, and I probably shouldn't speak in absolutes, because somebody is going to be typing into chat, hey, you know what? Back in 1972, I got an ad call, and I showed them the home, and they actually bought it. Look, it's not that bad, but it's a low percentage game. Can we agree on that? Can I get your agreement? If you're with me, type a 10 into chat, that offering something that's so narrow, like a property, knowing with your own experience that most of the people that respond disqualify the property, it's not a great game to play. So let's not play the game. I'm starting in real estate, and I notice there's this real high demand area in my town called Glenway Estates. How do I know it's in high demand? Because these listings are flying off the shelves. Now, because I'm sitting at the RE/MAX office with zero business and zero confidence, I am fantasizing, oh my God, wouldn't it be great to have some listings in this Glenway Estates neighborhood, because they sell very quickly. And then I have this epiphany. I don't need any listings in Glenway Estates to offer the list of listings there. Everybody with me? Now, some of you are going to be left behind on this point because you're going to think it's wrong. I am not advertising another agent's listing. This is not illegal. I'm offering a list of homes. Let's back up the bus. Let's go back to this ad here. Okay. This is the kind of ad most of you are running right now. You've got this house and you're laundry listing all the features of the house. And then people call you. And of course, when you tell them about your property, they don't want it, right? It's too big. It's too small. Wrong location, too much money. Are you going to let them hang up? Maybe some of you, how many of you just let them hang up? I wouldn't. I would try to convert the lead. They're calling me. They're a buyer. I want them as a client. So I learned early in my career, they hardly ever buy the property they call about, like maybe 2% of the time. 98% of the time, they tell me it's too big, too small, wrong location, or whatever. So what do I offer them? I don't know about you guys, but here's what I would say. I'd say, so Todd, this one's 2-bedroom. You need a 3-bedroom. Tell me a bit more about what you're looking for. And Todd tells me, well, I'm looking for a 3-bedroom or a 4-bedroom. I need a double car garage. I'd really like the southeast part of town, and I'd either like a swimming pool or a pool-sized lot so I can someday I can install a pool. Great. Here's what I would say to Todd, and this is what you would say to the buyer too. You would say, great, would it be okay if I emailed you daily updates of homes that match your criteria? How many would do that? Type, I would do that into chat. You're already offering a list of homes that aren't yours. The only difference is I decided to do it up front. This is what you say anyway. You offer people what it is that they want, and the thing that they want usually isn't your listing. It's something that other agents have listed on MLS. So I'm not saying any of these properties are mine. I'm just saying I know about them. How about you guys? Do you know about properties that are in high demand? As a real estate agent, do you know of high demand areas? Do you know about that? So I'm going to show you something that's really cool here. I am going to attempt to take you to our coaching site here right now. And let's see if I can pull this off without confusing myself. So there we are. I'm going to show you how our ad generator works. So our IT guy, Adrian, is amazing. And I'm not just saying that, Adrian, because you're watching this right now. But here's the automation that we have here. We have automated hotlines. We have all these landing pages set up. I am going to show you how I do this. And then you can decide, do I want to do this? But I will hold nothing back. So if we go to something called the ad generator here, okay, and we want to design, show you how easy this is for us to design marketing for you. Okay, that's not cool. What happened there? Okay, we're in. Good, because we don't, Todd, you and I do not want technical problems. Okay, so we're gonna go to ID 1050. Okay, now, Todd, is it true that I do not know Atlanta, Georgia very well? Is that the truth?
I would say that you probably don't know it as well as me.
Okay, so since you know Atlanta, Georgia better than me, would it be possible with my rear end planted in my chair in Toronto to run a really effective ad in Metro Atlanta? Todd, with your superior knowledge of the Atlanta real estate market, could you give me the name of a real high demand area?
Absolutely.
Lay it on me, brother.
All right. I'm standing in one right now, pretty high demand area. It's called Buford, B-U-F-O-R-D.
Okay, B-U-F-O-R-D. Okay, now what would be like a real high demand price range? Like I'm talking about in Burford, these homes fly off the market. They fly off the shelf under what range?
Under 400.
Okay, look at this, folks. We have ourselves an ad. Okay, now, how many of you think this is pretty cool? So it auto-populates. Now, all I have to do is pop in a picture of a typical house in Burford. So I would go to online customizations. Let's see what I've got in my files here. Maybe I've got something here that would fit the bill. Maybe that's too dangerous to get into, but let's just say I'll pick one in Glenway Estates. Okay, so I plug this in and boom, and there it is. Now, I have no idea if that's what a house in Burford looks like, but this is your Facebook ad. Folks, I literally created this ad on the Craig Proctor Coaching Ad Generator in like what, 15 seconds?
Yeah.
And so I'm asking everyone right now, what is your Burford? What is your high demand area? Please type into chat the name of your high demand neighborhood. And all you have to do is go to the ad generator, type in the name of that neighborhood and what is the high demand price range. Okay, and this will auto-populate. Now, here's the cool thing. That's your Facebook ad. Boom, there's your Google ad. There it is in print right there. Everything done for Facebook, Instagram, Google. How easy is this? Let me ask you this. From 0 to 10, 0, you think this is like super confusing, and 10, you think this is simple. Give me a 10 in chat if you think you could do this. That is how easy it is to create marketing that causes prospects to chase you. Now, notice, I don't have any listings in Burford. I'm not even saying I have any listings. You know what I'm saying here in this ad, folks? I'm saying I know of listings in Burford. I know of them. Okay, so I could create another one. Let's go back to, we'll go back to my town here. So I said Glenway Estates. Okay, and I know that anything in Glenway Estates There's no such thing in my marketplace as 400,000, but that's cool. We'll do 900,000. That's what my ad would look like on Facebook, and boom, there it is on Google. And so what we teach you is we teach you to do some really cool research. In fact, what time are we? Okay, I gotta get Boogie in here. We are going to take you online, and okay, these are the landing pages, by the way. Okay, very cool. All these landing pages, hot new listings. These are for Craig Proctor members. We have created all this. All you have to do is just plug yourself into what's been created. So maybe we want sellers, and maybe it's an area home sales report. So with Facebook, though, we're not really going to drive to the landing pages. We're going to use the landing pages for other types of marketing. So let's go back now, and I got to keep boogieing through this presentation to keep us on time. So that didn't work. So hang with me, Mr. Walters. Let's see if I know what I'm doing.
You're doing great, man. You probably got 3 monitors open.
I do.
And
I do.
Probably
I have 3 monitors. I have phone.
3 monitors. You got your cell phone. You got about 8 windows open, and it's not like we've got somebody in the back there at the sound stage running production. So, all right, but this is awesome, dude. The content is absolutely what we need to hear right now.
Okay, so let me show you an experiment I did on Facebook here, folks. Now, with Facebook, this is how we're going to roll the deal here. For those of you that are new with me, I have to gain your confidence, and I have to prove that this works. So we are going to start by generating leads inexpensively on Facebook. Now, this little test I did, I ran Facebook ads for $10 a day. That was my budget. $10 a day. I don't think that's going to break the bank. Now, here's how it works. We're going to go through a lead ad page. So we're going to offer a list of homes in high demand areas. So Bakersfield, free exclusive hot list of golf course homes for sale. Free list includes price, address, this offer expires at midnight. When they click on this, they're going to go through an internal landing page in Facebook called a lead ad page. How many of you are familiar with lead ad page? If you are, type lead ad page into chat if you know what we're talking about. When you go to the lead ad page, Facebook, you're not leaving Facebook. They know who you are. It's going to auto-populate your name and your phone number, and then we can pop up some questions. Okay, so what's your moving time frame? 0 to 3, 3 to 6. Now, this, by the way, is not even unique. We've been doing this for a long, long time, and our competitors, pathetically, are just catching up with us now. But we've been doing this now for about 5 years, generating leads with Facebook. Now, once the prospect responds here, okay, this lead is going to go automatically into your CRM. You can use a Craig Proctor CRM or whatever you're using now, and it's going to go to your phone. But here's the key. What we're going to do now is we're going to retarget this prospect. So wherever they go, they're going to see you. So by the time you reach them, they kind of know who you are and what makes you different and better, because we're using a branded, unique selling proposition type of marketing. We're not, it's not just like a picture of me, or, if you're married, spouses selling houses. We're going to show you what the messaging should look like on the retargeting. Why? Because when you reach the prospects, if they know who you are and they understand what benefit they're going to derive from working with you, they understand what makes you better and different than other agents, it's easier to convert them. Mm-hmm. So what I just mentioned here is called predisposed. We're going to get strangers to request stuff they want. Then we're going to retarget them. And when you call them back, first of all, it's super easy. So let's go back to Todd here. Todd, you want to do a quick role play?
Yeah, man.
Okay, so I'm going to be the real estate agent. Todd's going to be the prospect. And Todd, you requested a list of homes in Glenaway Estates. Here's how easy it is. Ring, ring. Now, remember, I have his number because his Facebook profile, he had to give me his correct phone number. it was captured by Facebook on the lead ad page. So you're going to have correct phone numbers. Now, the hard part is actually getting a hold of the prospects. How many of you would agree? Yeah, getting the lead online, easy breezy, getting a hold of the prospects. We teach you how to get a hold of the prospects, some techniques, including text and automation. But I don't have time to share everything right now. Let's assume that I've reached Todd on the phone.
Yep.
Ring, ring. May I speak to Todd, please?
Yeah, this is he.
Hey, Todd, it's Craig Proctor with ABC Realty. And the reason I'm calling is because I received your request for the list of homes in Glenway Estates. I just wanted to let you know I've sent that information out to you. Are you thinking about making a move in the next little while?
Yes, we are.
And if you were to move, would you be staying local or moving out of the area?
We'd like to stay in the area.
Okay. And do you own a house you're currently renting?
We're renting right now.
Okay. So I don't have to worry about his listing because he rents. And do you have a real estate agent to help you when the time is right?
We don't.
If the perfect home came on the market, are you in a position to act on it?
Yeah, we're looking around.
Okay. How many of you would like to meet with Todd? Okay. He doesn't have a real estate agent. He doesn't own a house. He's a first-time buyer. So he's a guy I want to meet with. Now, I can't say to Todd, hey, Todd, do you want to meet with me? Because I need to make some money. Right? He doesn't care about my situation. So I can't be talking about me or what I want. I have to offer the buyer and seller what it is that they want. Now, because Todd doesn't have a house to sell and he says he wants to buy and he wants to stay in the area and he doesn't have an agent, what words would come out of my mouth to cause him to want to meet with me? Now, this afternoon, we're going to talk about why you want to meet with the buyers. Because I want to get the buyer's commitment in the form of a buyer agency agreement, rather than making the mistake that many of you make, which is running out and starting to show them houses. Once you start to show them houses, it's very difficult to back up the bus and get them signed to a buyer agency agreement. Why do we want them signed to a buyer agency agreement? Because I don't want to waste my time with people that are not going to commit to me. Because I want to make a lot of money and not work as much, I can't afford to waste my time with out asking the qualifying questions, getting buyers and sellers to meet with me, asking the commitment question, getting them signed up to an agreement. Besides, none of you would work with a seller without a listing agreement signed, right? If I was to call you and say, hey, I'm thinking of selling my house, but I'm not really big on commitment. I don't want to sign a listing agreement, but I'd like you to open house it and advertise it and market it. You wouldn't do that, right? So with sellers, you have rules of engagement, right? The seller has to meet with you, sign a listing agreement, and then you spend the time. So it should be no different with buyers. So we're going to do a session after lunch on how to work with buyers. So before I can, meet with the buyer and sign the buyer to an agency agreement to guarantee that I get compensated if they buy, well, to get that meeting, I have to be able to articulate what it is the buyers want. So here's what I was taught when I first got into real estate. Todd, do you want to know about representation and, how agents, having an agent would be better for you because if you don't have an agent representing you, then all the agents are actually representing the seller. Look, you've tried that argument. It just doesn't work that well. What I want to offer buyers is what they want. So watch what I would say. So remember where we're at with this. Okay. Todd doesn't have a real estate agent. Okay. He wants to buy a house. He wants to stay local, doesn't have a realtor to help him. Doesn't own a house. But if a house came on the market that matches his criteria, he says he's in a position to act. So he's a guy that I want to meet. So I would say to Todd, Todd, would you like me to email you daily updates of all the homes that match your home buying criteria? My list includes any bank foreclosures, company-owned properties, any distress sales. It's absolutely free of charge, and you're never obligated to do anything. Would that interest you?
That sounds great.
And that's what they say, folks. If you say what I just said, in most cases, like 80% of the time, the buyer says, yes, I want that. Now, I come back with, well, great. When would be a good time for us to get together so I can take down exactly what you're looking for? Try to fight me. Try to fight me on it.
Well, I'm not really sure. I need to probably catch up with my wife on that and see what's going on.
Right. Or you might say, why do we need to meet? Why can't I just tell you over the phone what I'm looking for? These are very common objections. We teach you how to handle the common objections. So he's got to, he's trying to blow me off, right? I got to speak to my wife. I got to check my work schedule. Or the biggie is, why do we need to meet? Why can't I just tell you what we're looking for over the phone? My answer to that would be, because I want to do a good job for you. Todd, if we can spend about 15 or 20 minutes getting together, I can take down exactly what you're looking for. That way, I won't be sending you dozens of homes that don't match your criteria. And worse than that, we won't miss out on the perfect one. You said your wife's not there right now. Why don't we at least set up a tentative time to get together this afternoon, say 2 o'clock. And if that doesn't work with your wife, give me a call and we can change the time.
Sounds great, Craig.
Okay, so we teach you how to be really, really good on the phone to compel the buyers and sellers to want to meet with you. Please write this down. You cannot make the buyer meet with you, nor can you make the seller meet with you. You can't make prospects meet with you, but using the right language, you can compel buyers and sellers to want to meet with you. Now, will all the buyers and sellers using Craig Proctor language agree to meet with you? No. They won't all agree to meet with you, but you're going to become really good at it. Just like all the buyers and sellers you meet with don't sign a contract, right? All the sellers you don't meet with, they don't sign a listing agreement, but that doesn't mean you stop trying to get listings. So what have we covered so far? We've covered the psychology behind Craig Proctor marketing. Okay, no more cold calling, no more door knocking. We're going to use inexpensive modern marketing to offer buyers and sellers what it is that they really want. And then I'm going to teach you what to say. I'm going to teach you how to reach the buyers and sellers. I'm going to teach you how to qualify the buyers and sellers. The qualifying is very important, folks. I only want you spending time with buyers that are going to buy and sellers that are going to sell. I promise you this, you will not lose any more buyers doing it the Craig Proctor way, but you might lose them faster. Everybody get that? You're not going to lose any more buyers doing it my way. You might just lose them faster, which is a good thing. I want to know right from the beginning who is not going to be loyal. So I don't want to find out months and months down the road. Okay, so to prove my point, I run all these Facebook ads, which I'm going to show you now. And you can see those are the ads I ran, and this is the one I showed you. And these are the results. Not bad, right? $10 a day ad budget. Here's another neighborhood in my area, College Manor. Okay, and there's another one, Newmarket Luxury Home List. These are just high demand areas in my marketplace. Newmarket Older Homes, Summerhill Estates, Newmarket Fixer Upper Properties. Okay, I have a second house in Sarasota, Florida. So I kind of know the marketplace there. I run an ad that says Sarasota Luxury Waterfront Homes under 1.5. So this doesn't rely on what you have. Okay, it doesn't rely on the listings that you have in inventory. For example, I don't have any listings in Sarasota, Florida. This is about you offering what it is the buyers and sellers want. Now, let's go back to your old paradigm. I know what some of you are thinking. Why? Because I've been teaching this a long, long time. Well, won't I get into trouble? Won't I go to real estate jail if I run these pictures? If they're not, it's not my listing. Maybe my broker will get mad. Maybe this is illegal. Look, folks, we're going to teach you how to do this. Obviously, you're not going to use pictures that you're not allowed to use. Okay, so if you go to Google Images and I type in Sarasota Luxury Waterfront Homes, I'm not using pictures that are protected by Getty Images. I'm not using my competitors' listings. We teach you where to get the listings and how to do this so it's legal and you don't get into trouble. So don't let your old paradigm throw the baby out with the bathwater. Oh, it's just because you don't know how to do it. That's all. You need to understand how to do this properly so it makes you a lot of money and you're doing it all within the rules. So I also included a bunch of Facebook results from our members from all over Canada and the United States. This is in Florida. Check this out. They're generating leads, 36 leads in 12 days, $5 a lead. 12 leads in 5 days, $2.74. Folks, $2.74 for a qualified lead. 23 leads in 7 days, 10 leads in 14 days cost $4.70. 75 leads in 14 days, 89 cents. This will not break the bank. 5 leads in the last 14 days, some of them with homes to sell. See, these buyers also have homes to sell. So the easiest way to get listings is to get a buyer that has a house to call you. So that ad I showed you with Glenway Estates, $900,000 price range, I knew 100% of those Glenway buyers also had a house to sell. So you might look at it at first glance and say, well, Craig's doing that to get buyers. No, no, no. I'm doing it to get their listings as well. Here we are, California, San Gabriel, 33 leads in 30 days, $5 a lead. So you guys get the point. Now, with Facebook, there's many techniques. Look, we can't teach you everything you need to know this morning, but there are different ways to drive the prospects from Facebook, okay, from Google, from Instagram. We can use lead ad pages, as I mentioned. We can drive to a landing page. I showed you those Craig Proctor landing pages. They're available for all Craig Proctor members. You could even do this, an MLS link. So let me show you how quick that is. Some of you might be like, well, I don't know how to do the lead ad page or the landing page. Here's what you can do to fulfill the request. If Todd was a buyer and he called you about houses and you said, hey, Todd, I'll email you homes that match your criteria. You could do that, right? You go to MLS, you put in 4-bedroom, the price range, northeast part of town, and that list would go to Todd. Well, in this case, you're just going to email the list to you, copy the link, paste the link, and boom. That means the buyers and sellers are immediately going to get what you promise right away. Instant gratification. And then you're going to get notified on your phone. How are we doing on this anyway? Okay, this is good, man. We are doing pretty good. Check this out, folks. Right now, we have, drum roll, please, Mr. Walters. Can you drum roll?
Sure.
Okay. We have 1,133 realtors watching us on YouTube right now. 1,113. So my goal has been reached. My goal was 1,000 realtors. Hey, look, is this interesting you? Let us know. I need some love. Show me how we're doing. If you're loving it, type into chat. I love this. And let's keep rocking and rolling here as we're heading, got about another half an hour before. In 1/2 hour, we're going to do our superstar marketing panel. Okay, so you're going to meet some of the top real estate agents in the country, in both countries, Canada and the United States. These are people that are doing the things that you want to do using the Craig Proctor system. I'm going to interview them, try to pull out like the best ideas so you know exactly what they're doing. Why? So you can copy them. So Facebook Live, another cool idea too. We give you all this information, okay, as a Craig Proctor member. And what you can do is you can educate your marketplace by doing videos, like videos where it's at. So we teach you how to do Facebook Live videos, okay? And you may say, well, look, I'm not good in front of the camera. Look, none of us usually are. Some of you are lucky, but none of us are really great in front of the camera until we do it a few times. So you basically, you grab your phone, and you go onto Facebook Live, easy breezy. And we have this free report. For example, you might hold this up. This isn't really it, but we have a free report on the 7 biggest mistakes that home sellers make. So you could easily do this. Hi, my name is Craig Proctor with ABC Realty. And if you're thinking of selling your home, this awesome free report came across my desk on the 7 biggest mistakes that blank area home sellers make, your area, and how to avoid those mistakes. In fact, mistake number 1 is this, and mistake number 2 is this. If you'd like to learn about all 7 of the biggest mistakes that our area home sellers make, just text me or message me, and I'll send this out to you. Now, because it's a video, you're also going to see at the end, if you know of anybody that could benefit from my home seller information, please share this video with them. Then the next thing you're going to do is you're going to share this not only on your own Facebook page and in your news feed, but you're going to share this with other private Facebook groups. So maybe you've got a homeowner association. Okay, you can share your home seller tips, your buyer tips with other private Facebook groups that, guess what, have lots of members. So what did that cost you? Free, nothing. So we show you how to use video and do Facebook Live. This is all part of the extensive marketing. What's the goal? I want you to get people to like you. And then we're going to get them to trust you. And then they're going to hire you. Does that make sense? Give me a high five in chat if this makes sense. This is not image advertising. It's intent-based marketing. Get them to like you, get them to trust you, and get them to hire you. Also, there's other things outside of Facebook that we're going to teach you, like Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace. What do we like about Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace? The cost to run the ads on Craigslist and Facebook Marketplace is zero. So here's what some of our new Craig Proctor members do. Hey, I'm going to take all these ideas Craig has given me. I'm going to test them on Marketplace and Craigslist, where it costs me $0, find out which ads work the best, and then I'll spend money on the winners. Good idea. So we teach you how to master Craigslist. Now, Craigslist used to be really popular many, many years ago, but as many of you know, Craigslist changed their policy, and you could no longer place a live link in the Facebook ad. So how do we do this now? Well, why did they do that? First of all, they did that because Craigslist wants people to come there. They don't want to encourage people to leave. Craigslist is an online classified section. In Canada, we have something similar called Kijiji, and on Facebook Marketplace. Now, with Craigslist, now that they've removed the live link, what we can do is we can record a message. So we can have a hotline recording. You'll see at the bottom, it says a free recorded message. And that way we can offer prospects what they want and then make it easy and non-threatening for them to get it. That means the prospects can raise their hand. You've got a lead, but you get 3 times as many prospects willing to do that because they know they don't have to contact a real estate agent. Remember, the formula is offer stuff that people want, but also you have to make it easy and non-threatening for people to get it, because nobody wants to deal with the salesperson. Todd talked about earlier, walking into the retail store and the salesperson says, "Can I help you?" And we have well rehearsed our script, right? "No, thank you. I'm just looking." So we got to make it easy. Now, next, we teach you how to use Google pay-per-click. Now, here's what I like about Google pay-per-click marketing. With Google, people are actually going to Google, okay, with intention. So I'm going to Google and I'm typing in Burford Real Estate or Glenway Estates. I'm going there. It's not kind of interruption marketing. Facebook is interruption marketing. I'm going onto Facebook, see what my friends are doing, but I happen upon this ad offering a list of homes, okay? Now, the secret is we're going to use everything that works. Please write that down. Let's use everything that works. You just need someone to teach you how to do it. Now, that's not to say that you can't learn it yourself, but why waste the time and the energy to figure it out on your own when you can just copy the people that I'm going to be interviewing here in about 15 minutes? You can just copy. The guy that climbed to the top of Mount Everest, I don't know his name, Sir something. He was from Auckland, New Zealand. But many people had died trying to climb to the top of Mount Everest. People believed way back then it couldn't be done. But this guy from Auckland, New Zealand, he figures out the pathway to do it. In fact, they've named the pathway after him. So now hundreds of people have been to the top of the Mount Everest because they know the pathway. In other words, you don't have to die trying to figure out how to go to the top of Mount Everest because this guy figured it out. It's the same deal here, folks. You don't have to figure it out. There's an old saying, Todd, you don't have to be the smartest guy in the classroom. You just have to be smart enough to sit next to him. So Yeah, man, Zillow, look at the marketing. I'm going to show you all this shortly, so I won't spend too much on this. This is super agent Jonathan Leahy. You're going to meet him later today. I'm doing a second superstar panel around 5 p.m. I'm quoting Eastern time because that's where I'm sitting on the East Coast. So at 5 p.m. Eastern, we're doing our second superstar panel. Now, this guy here, Jonathan Leahy, he met me. He'll tell you he was broke. Did 3 or 4 transactions. This guy makes millions of dollars a year. This is how he advertises on Zillow. We'll show you that when we get onto the panel. But hey, what I'm going to challenge you to do today is Google yourself and then Google any of the people that I introduce you here today. You're going to see the difference. You're going to be like, wow, man. When people Google me, this is what they see. When they Google Craig's panelists, wow, what a difference. So I'm going to go back to the secret formula again. I'm going to keep trying to burn this into your brain that the most effective and least expensive method to generate leads is to offer prospects something they want and make it easy and non-threatening for them to get it. So principle number 2 is the only vote that counts is the customers. Okay, it doesn't really matter what we think. The only thing that really counts is what they think. Now, we want to pay attention to what it is that buyers and sellers really want. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to test. The great thing about Craig Proctor Marketing is everything that we do is trackable. Most agents don't do that. They guess. See what I got here? They put their future in the hands of arbitrary, subjective decisions. They guess. Look, money is serious business. Business is serious business. You don't want to guess. You don't want to do what you think works. It's so easy to put a marketing question to a vote. We are going to show you how to track every ad you run, whether it be Facebook, whether it be Google, whether it be Instagram, wherever we run our ads, you're going to know how well that message worked. And look at what else you're going to know. You're going to know what day of the week works best, what time of the day works best. You're going to be able to compare one media against another, one ad against another, one headline against another. And here's an example of good tracking here. 2 ads running, which one's the best? You're going to know with Craig Proctor Marketing. And once you know the answer, you will be amazed that one approach always substantially outpulls all the others by a tremendous margin. Okay, now before we go to the break here, can I tell you, there is no break. Yeah, a lot of people are typing in chat, well, when's the break? There are no breaks. You see, Todd, I often tell you, the other trainers, they couldn't keep up to us, could they? At the end of the day, remember the last, when we were in Orlando in February, and you and I are exhausted, bloodshot eyes, our dress shirts are untucked, and we look like we've been through a war. And I said, I mean, Todd and I, we do marathons. We go, when we do our super conferences, like we're doing this one online, but when we're doing these physical conferences, we go from 8 in the morning till 8 at night. It is a marathon. And so here's the deal, folks. You got to go to the washroom, the restroom. Just go, come back, be quick, grab a sandwich, because there will be no lunch break. We are going to just keep motoring through here because we respect your time. And I want to get as much of my information in your hands in the time that we have together. Again, I want to thank you all for knowing that this is important, okay? Important to your business, important to your livelihood. I really hope you guys are enjoying it. I really want to give this my most, and what the topic I'm getting into right now is key. It's one of the key reasons for my success was understanding that you need a compelling reason for people to do business with you. Prospects aren't going to just call you because you exist. I know that. I discovered that the hard way. I had my real estate license. I was in my little 10 by 10 room, but the phone wasn't ringing. Even though I ran my little awareness ads, I'm number one, I'm a great, nobody cared. If you want prospects to do business with you, you must answer this question. What's in it for me? It sounds kind of brutal, folks, but that's what people care about. People want to know, hey man, what's in it for me? You must have a highly specific, relevant, and meaningful consumer benefit. That's called a USP, which stands for a unique selling proposition. How many of you have heard, you've heard of USP? Okay, you've heard of USP before. How many of you have a USP? Okay, you have a USP. You've got to have a unique selling proposition because it's the thing that clearly articulates the benefit or benefits that a prospect will derive from doing business with me. Now, one of my mentors, Dan Kennedy, I said at the beginning, you know what? I didn't know anything about marketing. So I sought after the top marketers in the world. One of those guys was Dan Kennedy. I'm still one of his private clients today. Been one of his clients for 20 years. He taught me this. This is the most important question that any prospect will ever ask you as long as you're a real estate agent. If you're not going to write down anything else today, folks, write this one down. Why should I do business with you above all other options, including doing nothing or whatever I'm doing now? This is the most important question that any buyer or seller is ever going to ask you. This is it. When they're meeting with you and they're speaking to other real estate agents, you must have a spectacular answer to this most important question as to why someone should want to do business with you. What is it that sets you apart? What is it makes you so great, so different that they should choose to do business with you? So this was a big one for me. Earlier in my career, I implemented the guaranteed sale program. So this is something else that I brought into the real estate industry. Now, I'm not suggesting I invented this because in the 1970s, ERA, the franchise, had a guaranteed sale program, but it didn't go very well. It wasn't very popular. I popularized this amongst not real estate companies, but real estate agents. Okay, so I started doing this in earnest in the early 1990s. It is the ultimate promise that you can make to sellers. Hey man, if I don't sell it, I'll buy it. Now, let's go back to your old paradigm because many of you are pulling way back on me right now. I mean, you're way, way back because that old paradigm has jumped in, hasn't it? How many of you are thinking right now, my God, I could never do this? How does Craig do this? Wouldn't he get stuck owning all these homes? That's what you're thinking. I know that's what you're thinking. I don't have to ask because I've been teaching this to realtors for 25 years. Don't worry about how to do this. Just know that our top agents are doing this. And in my entire career, I made millions of dollars by protecting my sellers, and I only had to buy 2 homes. Most real estate agents, they can't really begin to tell you what makes them unique. And here's the problem. What's going on in our world is something called agent commoditization. Hell, I don't even know if that's a word, Todd, commoditization. I also don't know if Walmartization is a word, but that's what's going on. Never before in my 25 years of real estate has there been such a foolish, crazy race to the bottom, a commission-cutting Walmartization of our industry. The problem is this furthers the public's belief that we're all the same. It diminishes trust. It presents agents as desperate salespeople. So what is it that makes you different? I want you to think about this. You might want to write it down right now. Why should a prospect choose to do business with you versus all the other options? And can you articulate your unique selling proposition in 60 seconds or less? Like if you say, well, I have a unique selling proposition, but I can't explain it to you, well, then that means it doesn't exist. If you can't clearly tell me in 60 seconds or less, if I'm a buyer or I'm a seller, why I should honor you with my business, if you can't tell me, you can't communicate it, and I can't understand it, then it doesn't exist. And by the way, what you say, the words that come out of your mouth should elicit a response of, holy cow, how do you do that? That's when you know we got a good USP. So if you don't have a USP, we'll give you a couple of ideas here before we get to our panel. A lot of people are still asking, when is the lunch break? There is no lunch break, folks. There are no breaks. There are no afternoon breaks. There's no morning breaks. There's no lunch breaks. I am going straight through. I'm going straight through tonight till 6 p.m. And Todd is with me. So if I run out of breath, if I lose my voice, I will tag team Todd We are just going to give you guys the most value we possibly can. I hope you're enjoying. If you are, give me a high five, a 10 in the chat. Okay, James McDonald is monitoring the chats. So is our wonderful operator, Andrea. Andrea, how you doing? Hope everything's going well over there. We have our panelists entering into the waiting room right now. Okay, so this is what we're not going to do. Let's remind everybody what we're not going to do anymore. We're number one. We give the best service. We have the lowest prices. You're not going to do that. Okay, here's one of the first marketing campaigns. Your home sold in 120 days. First campaign I ran on a postcard. Here's a little billboard coming in and out. You can see I have been in real estate for 25 years, but I didn't always look like this. I used to be young at one point, but I'm showing you that I've been doing this for a long, long time. So it's okay that you're officially freaked out by the guaranteed sale program. And by the way, hardly any of you that are new with me will start with this. So I'm going to give you a permission slip right now. You're not going to do this in the beginning because you don't know how to do it. It freaks you out. And you have all these ideas about going broke, buying this, going to jail, and all these other negative thoughts because that's your paradigm. But eventually, as you hang out with other Craig Proctor members and you see a lot of them starting to do this and making money and doing well, you'll start to ask questions and you'll become interested. So anyway, forget how to do it right now because you're not going to do it. But I'm going to show you what it looks like when you do it. Your home sold at a price acceptable to you, guaranteed, or Craig will buy it. This is Mariana Cowan. She came, she spent a day with me. She went back to her marketplace in Halifax, Nova Scotia. That's on the east coast of Canada. She did one thing, folks, which she offered a guaranteed sale program, and she became the top agent in the country for Coldwell Banker. This is Kristen Stampini. You're going to meet Kristen Stampini from Boca Raton, Florida, on our 5 p.m. Eastern Time panel. She's going to tell you how she went from broke to being a millionaire when she moved from Michigan to Florida and knew nobody. This is Sandy Casella. Sandy is in the Greater Toronto area. Sandy, great agent, made $100,000 to $150,000 every year. She did that for 15 years, and she thought, well, that's pretty good, but I want to do better. Within a couple of years of working with me, we've got Sandy up now to $400,000. Same agent, same area, different approach. This is Ernie Van Glan. He moved from New York City to Tampa, Florida. Ernie, by the way, is an ex-New York City cop. Yep, he was there the day of 9/11. He was a first responder. When he retired from the New York City Police Department, he moved to Tampa, Florida, where he knew nobody. Ernie didn't like being retired, decided, maybe I'll tinker in real estate part-time. Well, he got involved with our system. I don't know, what's he cranking out now, Todd? $250,000 a year?
Oh, for sure. Probably. They just coming off their best, one of their best months this year. They've got over $70,000 in commission income this month alone, Ernie and Debbie. So great job, guys.
Cool. You're going to meet all these people. Some more Craig Proctor advertising. I like this one here. Every agent will promise to sell your home, but Craig guarantees it. If your home doesn't sell, Craig's willing to buy it himself. This is Sarah Reynolds. I don't know. Does Sarah know anything about selling real estate? Well, she is the #1 Keller Williams agent in the world for making money. Sarah now, when she came to us, what was that, about 10 years ago, Todd? She was her and her mother, Debbie, in the picture. When they came to our coaching about 10 years ago, they were making somewhere around $300,000 a year.
Yep.
Okay. Now they're doing $1 million a month. Now, I don't know if you can see over here these 6 big reasons to call Debbie, but remember what we talked about earlier? We have buyers. We have, this is Sarah Reynolds saying we have over 7,400 buyers in our database. Your home may be already sold. Your home will sell on average for $30,000 more. Your home will sell 3 times faster with us versus the average agent. Your home's more likely to sell. We sell more homes. We sell 214 times more homes versus the average agent on their MLS. I don't know if you were a seller or a buyer, would that be important? John Reeves is the top agent in San Diego County. You're going to meet John when we go to our panel here in about 10 minutes. John is the top agent in San Diego County. Check this out. This is the real deal, right? Whenever I took this screenshot, it was 256 sales in the last 12 months, 248 5-star reviews. Okay, but look at this. The marketing is the same. Buyers in waiting, your home will sell faster. This, folks, is Craig Proctor marketing. How many of you are scratching your head saying, I have seen this kind of marketing before. I've noticed what the top agents are doing. Yep, it's Craig Proctor marketing. Now you know what they're doing, and you can do this too if you want to be a top agent. 174 sales for John Lay. Look at the marketing on Zillow. It's exactly the same. See that? Same marketing. All you have to do is copy and paste. How many of you can copy and paste? Type into chat, copy and paste. Copy and paste. You don't have to have an original bone or thought or idea in your head. All you have to do is copy what works for the top agents. Nathan Clark, check this out, 370 sales in the last 12 months, 498 reviews on Zillow. Look at the marketing. It's the same. Jim Buttrell, one of the top agents in San Diego, like basically him and John Reeves own the place. Same marketing. Look at Jim has the buyers. We sell your home for more money. How much more? $28,000 more on average. We'll sell your home faster. We're more likely to sell your home. Why is that? Well, let's check this out. He gives us the stats here. What other people have to say. Your home sold guaranteed or we'll buy it. Rudy Kasuma. Okay, folks, pay attention to this. Boom, 1,071 5-star reviews. You're going to meet Rudy here in about 10 or 15 minutes. 1,071 reviews, 277 sales in the last 12 months. That's pretty cool. But guess what? Craig Proctor marketing. Same. See, same. Okay, John Reeves. I don't know if John's still doing this, but a lot of you think, well, print advertising is dead. I don't know. This guy, John Reeves, is a top agent for sales in all of San Diego County, and he runs a full page in the San Diego Union. Okay, a guy makes over $3 million in GCI, maybe $4 million now.
For sure.
But he got 36 calls and he got 30 appointments. I don't know, does this work? You see, many of you have an old paradigm when it comes to certain things. How many of you would think, well, print advertising is dead, that wouldn't work anymore, direct mail's dead, so you don't do it? Or maybe you have tried it, but the way you're doing it doesn't work. Like if I run a bad ad here, it's not going to work. But if I run a good ad in a good place, I'm going to get good results. This is Jonathan Lay. We looked at this before. Look, that's a copy of my ad. Every agent will promise to sell your home. He just sticks his picture and his contact information. That's some of my old stuff there. Sometimes I restate this to say, move up to any one of my listings and I'll buy your home for cash. Even have a little sign right around here that transforms my normal, ordinary, boring for sale sign into a huge lead generator. People aren't calling about the house anymore. They're calling about, hey, how does this work? How does this thing work? Will you buy my home? So what would I say? I'd say, I don't know. You mean what? I don't know what I'd buy your home for. I need to look at it. Oh, okay. Now we sit down. We agree on a price or we don't agree on a price. If we agree on a price, then we're going to have ourselves a deal. But before I buy the property, we market the house for 120 days. What's going to happen in 120 days is the house is going to sell for more money than what I'm guaranteeing the buyer, or the seller. I'm not guaranteeing the seller 100% of market value. I'm guaranteeing them a percentage of market value. Let's say I meet with the seller and they don't like my buyout price. Am I still sitting in front of a seller that wants to sell? Yes. So we can still sell their home the traditional way. This marketing gets people that want to sell their home to pick up the phone and call you. This is another great ad here from Matt Cooper. You can see many non-threatening ways to get the information. You can go to the landing page, but you can also go to this phone number or recorded information. Now, tomorrow, if we have time, I'll go through more of this guaranteed sale program, but there's other guarantees I want to talk to you about that won't seem as risky for you. So, you're hearing me for the first time. You're like, well, I could never do that, or that like sounds super risky. How about this? Could you guarantee the seller that you'll sell their home in X amount of days, or you'll deduct $1,000 off their commission? One of the easiest ways to set yourself apart from other agents is to simply be accountable. Please write that down. Being accountable is huge, because in our industry, nobody wants to be accountable. The easiest way to set yourself apart from the other agents is to simply be accountable. You've got real estate agents running around your marketplace saying to the seller, I'm going to sell your home for more money. I'm going to charge you less. I'm going to sell it faster. I'm a great agent. I'm experienced. I care about you. How do we slice and dice through that? How about this? Your home sold in X amount of days or less, or I'll pay you $1,000. That's only on closing. Okay. If the transaction doesn't close, you can't reduce your commission. The key is, let's not reduce our commission, because we're going to sell the property in 60 days. I've got leverage now to get the seller to price their house right. If Todd was my seller and he's interested in this, I say, well, there's one condition. I would give you the guarantee, Todd, if you agree to list your home at my recommended asking price. If Todd says, no, I want way more than what it's worth, guess what? He doesn't get the guarantee. But the seller usually wants the guarantee more than you and I want to give it to them. So I've got some leverage. We agree on a price, and now I market Todd's home. Now, what's the worst thing that could happen? The worst thing that could happen is I sell Todd's house in 61 days, and I have to reduce my commission by $1,000. But if I cause Todd, the stranger, to contact me, worst case, instead of making a $10,000 commission, I have to reduce it by $1,000. I'm making a $9,000 commission. Even the worst thing that can happen here is a good thing, which is a seller that didn't even know who you were. They weren't going to call you, decides to do business with you. But the leverage is, let's get them to price it right so it sells in 60 days, so we get our full commission. So here's one of our members here. Your home sold in 31 days, guaranteed. We'll pay you $5,000. We show you the certificates, how it all works. Or you can even say, if I don't get it sold in a certain amount of time, I'll sell it for free. Okay, if you're in a real hot marketplace, your home sold for at least 100% of your asking price, or I'll pay you the difference. Jim Buttrell is using this in San Diego. So we can use this to win the listing as well. Accountability is a huge thing. You can cancel your listing with me at any time if you're not satisfied. We could give a communication guarantee. If you list your home with me and I don't follow up with you on a weekly basis, then I'll deduct $200 off my commission. How about this? My honest promises guarantee. I actually am going to give you in writing everything I'm going to do for you when you list your home with me. And if I don't do everything I promise you, I'll deduct $500 off my commission. Reality-based selling price range. If you list your house at the price I recommend and I don't sell your home within $5,000 of that price, I'll reduce my commission by X amount. These are just examples that all of you could use in your listing presentation. How about this? Reality-based timetable. Now that you've agreed to list your home at my recommended price, I will get you an offer on your property within 29 days. If I fail to get you an offer within the 29 days, I'll deduct $100 off my commission for every week after that. Now, look, this is a buffet that I'm offering you. You don't have to do any of this. You certainly don't have to do all of it. I'm just giving you ideas of guarantees that you can make to buyers and sellers so they say, that agent is different than the other agents we've interviewed. How about this? Honest presentation of experience and track record. How many times are you up against other agents, and the other agents, it's frustrating because they exaggerate, they lie, they exaggerate about their experience or track record. I come in and I say, look, here's my track record on a piece of paper. I guarantee that everything that I say about me is true. In fact, if you can prove that any of the statements on my fact sheet is false, I will donate $5,000 to the charity of your choice. So we give you many, many different strategies when you're working with buyers and sellers to set yourself apart by being accountable. Okay. Other agents don't do this. What they do is they talk, nothing in writing. And they say, oh, I'm going to do a good job. I'm going to provide great service. I'm going to get you the highest price. I'm going to sell it faster than anyone else. This is how we teach you to cut through this. So by the time you're done with your listing presentation, it's a no-brainer. The buyer and seller know this is the agent I want to work with, and they're willing to pay you your full fee. Okay. And when you build massive credibility with your presentation, they're also going to take your advice on the asking price. Or if they're a buyer, they'll take your advice when it comes to what the offer price should be. You see, people listen to experts, but they don't listen to salespeople. Does that make sense to everybody? Qualified buyer's guarantee. If we ever show your home to a buyer who later tells us they can't afford it, we will pay you $500 on closing. We meet with our buyers first. We qualify our buyers. Now, I can't vouch for the other agents' buyers, but for our buyers, before we bring them through your house, they're going to be qualified. If you prove to us that we bring a buyer through that can't afford it, we'll deduct $500 on closing. So we have even performance guarantees for buyers. How about this? You're my buyer, and I say, maybe you say to me, look, I'm interviewing a couple of other agents, and I say, look, I know the other agents, they're great negotiators, but so am I. In fact, I will guarantee you in writing, if I can't negotiate at least $5,000 or whatever price you feel comfortable with off of the price of the home that you purchase using my services, if I can't negotiate at least $5,000, save you $5,000, I will deduct $1,000 off of my commission on closing. So these are just some examples of how you can use performance guarantees, but there's 3 different types of unique selling propositions. There's also unique services, like special tours of homes and our buyer and waiting program. This is Jim Buttrell's buyer and waiting program. I talked to you guys about this earlier, right? The best way to get the listing is to come in and show the seller that you have what they want, which is buyers. So look what Jim is saying here. He has a list that he shows the seller during the listing presentation. I have 2,603 home buyers looking to buy a home, and 650 of them are high quality buyers that want to buy a home right now. And if you were the seller, he would show you the buyers' names, how long they've been looking for homes. That is great demonstration. Let's have a look at some statistical USPs. So I said earlier, my goal for all of you is I want to show you how to get too many buyers and sellers. Why? Because some buyers are better than others, and some sellers are better than other sellers. I want you to have the luxury of choice, to be able to reject the people that fight you, lie with you, that won't price them right. I want you to work only with the best buyers and sellers. When you do that, here's what happens. Your stats are better than MLS. So check this out. Now that I've got the luxury to work with the best sellers in my marketplace, people that will do things my way and not fight me, price their houses property, my listings on average are selling for 98% of the asking price. The real estate board average is 96%. Days in the market. My homes are selling in average 33 days. Other agents, 68 days on the market. Of course, we're going to use all this in our listing presentation. When you list your home with Craig Proctor, almost 87% of my listings sell and close, but the average agent, 58%. Why? It's not that I'm like way better than the other agents. I've got better buyers and sellers. So my stats are superior. Now, when you combine all that into one marketing piece, this is what it looks like. This is Jim Buttrell with an awesome marketing piece. First of all, he's got his performance guarantee right here. Your home sold for at least 100% of your asking price, or I'll pay you the difference. That's USP number 1, a performance guarantee. Then he has a unique service right here. That's USP number 2, which is his buyers and waiting program, where he's telling you he's got 2,603 buyers. Then over here, he's using the 3rd type of USP, which is statistical USPs. He sells 48 homes. That's the I love the other agent there. Like, what's that? 2 homes. We sell for more money. We sell them faster. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what great marketing looks like. Okay, so every once in a while, Craig Proctor has to come up for air. Take a breath. How you doing, Mr. Walters?
Good, man. I was trying to keep up with all that. That's great stuff. But yeah, man, that's one of the big 4 things I got from you, like right out of the chute here, was the development and implementation of unique selling propositions. Absolute game changer, and allowed me to pretty much be top of mind for the prospects in the North Atlanta marketplace for many, many, many years, and dominate, absolutely dominate.
You were the dominant agent for many, many, many years. And that's the key is look, we don't want to work really hard and do it once. right? Like how many of you know real estate agents, they can do the sprint, but they can't do the marathon. So you see people come into the business and they run as fast as they can. They're doing the sprint. But like a year or two later, it's like, what happened to that agent? They're gone because they can't keep it up. To be sustainable, to be successful at a high level and do it year after year after year, it takes great marketing. It takes great systems. It takes great people. So what we're going to do now is we're going to open the floodgates and we're going to bring onto our meeting some of these top Craig Proctor members that I have been bragging about this morning. So I have no idea how that works, but let's bring them on. Maybe I bring them on. We didn't talk about this. Do I bring them on? Do you bring them on, Todd? Do we know how to bring them on?
Andrea and Adrian are working on it right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm working on it right now. I'm going to release everybody from the waiting room. Just hold on one.
They're getting released.
And they should all be joining shortly.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Andrea. There he is in the top left-hand corner. We've got the king of Scottsdale, Arizona, Mr. Jay Macklin. Jay, how are you doing this morning?
I am doing well. Just early here, for me.
Yeah, it's a bit early. Jay's like he's a better after lunch guy than morning guy. But Jay, you are one of the most successful broker owners in Phoenix, in the country for that matter. And Jay Macklin heads our broker owner coaching program. So if you're a broker owner, or you want to be a broker owner, Jay's your guy. Jay, very quickly, how did you find Craig Proctor and what has happened since?
Well, I was in the car business for 20 years. This was back in, I kind of left left in 2008, but I was got in real estate in 2006. I couldn't make it for the first 2 years because the market crashed here, as you guys know, heavily here in Phoenix. And so 2008 came and I literally realized I didn't have a system. I didn't have a way to get that steady flow of people sitting in front of me on a daily basis. So I was going to go back in the car business, right? I was just going to tail between the legs and, all right, I failed this real estate business. I'm out of here. And so my wife said, hey, before you go, we signed up for this conference, this Craig Proctor conference here at the JW Marriott in Phoenix. And I'm like, you mean the guy in the Realtor magazine? Like that guy?
Not that guy.
Not that guy. And I'm like, all right, whatever. So we'll go.
So your wife dragged you to the first conference.
She dragged me. And I'll tell you why this is.
Well, plus you had been in sales for all those years. You probably thought, well, I know everything about sales. I mean, I've been selling cars for years.
Yep.
There's nothing more to learn, right?
So I get there and I'm sitting in the fourth row and I'm one of these, right? I'm just like, kind of irritated and pissed off. And I'm like, what's this Canadian yokel going to tell me that I don't know already, right? So first up comes, I forget who it was. I think it was Brian. Anyway, so I'm like, oh yeah, rah, rah. And then anyway, then you get up and I'm like, all right, he's salt of the earth. He speaks from his heart. And I could tell that. And I'm just like, all right, I'm going to pay attention to this guy. So I think within the first 30 minutes, 40 minutes, it was like that cartoon light switch went off in my head. And I was like, okay, I'm a great agent. I don't have systems for a steady flow of people coming into my office wanting to buy and sell real estate. That's my only issue. My only issue is a sourcing lead gen conversion problem. I can convert if you sit in front of people, right? Or if I sit in front of people. So I was like, okay.
Major point. So here, okay, that's a major point. I want to make sure everybody gets it. You can sell. Like Jay Macklin, if you get to know Jay can sell. What you're saying is you just needed to get in front of more people that wanted to buy and sell. But if we throw you the ball at the 50-yard line, you're going to run through how to sell. You know what to do when you get that opportunity. And so the point I want to make is you could be the world's best salesperson. You could be Jay Macklin, the ultimate salesperson, but without a steady stream of buyers and sellers. If you got no one to sell to, you're going to starve to death, even being a great salesperson.
Yep, exactly. And so I think within, I don't know, I forget. At the end of the day, I think Lester was the guy I knew there. And so I went up to Lester and of course I said, hey, Lester, I'm done. I want to join this. And he goes, okay, go see Todd. And so I went and saw Todd. And so anyway, we signed up. And from then on, my wife kind of backed out of the program a little bit. She did her thing. And so I took and ran with it. And I mean, this is 2008. So
So how ironic is that? It was your wife that
got me into it,
forced you to go, and then you're the one that really grabbed onto this.
Yep, exactly. So literally, I get back, and this is December of 2008, and they said, "Oh, you got to call Reach Local and set up some Google pay-per-click," or whoever this company was. I'm like, "Okay, cool." So I call them. I forget what the company name is. Maybe it wasn't that one. But anyway, so I call them and I go, "Okay, hey, so I'm going to run some distress ads on Google, and this is the ad I want to run." And they're like, "Okay, it's going to be $500." And I'm like, "Great." And they're like, or $500 a month. And I'm like, "No, I literally have $500. I can't do it monthly. I have one $500, that I can spend."
Right.
They're like, "All right, well, let's give it a shot." So the first month I had like 742 leads. And I was like, "Oh my God, this is absolutely amazing." And then I realized, I'm like, holy crap, I can't call these people. Like, this is way too much. So I literally just blew out the phone on the script, and I booked, 30 or 40 appointments. And for the next 3 months, I worked those people,
right.
Got enough money in my account to be able to fund and continue to do it. And it was a bit of a grind, but you know what? It was worth it, because that was in 2009. End of 2009, the market here starts to kick back up in 2010. 2011, we hit $1 million in income, our first time ever doing it.
How did that feel?
Oh my God, it was 2 short years. I always thought I was the slow train or the slow boat to China, right? So no pun intended. But I realized that I'm not doing things. I didn't have a quantum leap, right? My first 2 years, I was incrementally growing because I knew why. I wasn't doing the script correctly. I wasn't doing the system correctly. I was in survival mode, right? I just needed to make a paycheck. I got to make a mortgage, 2 car payments.
Well, to be fair, you were in the toughest real estate market like ever during those years.
Yeah, but then I realized it was for me one of the best, because I could leverage your system with all the things that were going on. I didn't get into bank-owned properties. I got heavily into retail when short sales and all that stuff was around. And so that was 2011. 2012, I got the harebrained idea to leave my company and start my own brokerage, and only because I think we all do this, right? We look at our fees and go, "What am I paying my brokerage for?" And then I just left, and I was paying $45,000 a year with my whole team, and then I'm like, wow, I opened up my own brokerage. It cost me $90,000. So I'm like, well, that didn't make sense. And then the next year I thought, you know what? If I'm going to do this, I'm going to grow the brokerage. Like, I think I can run the Craig Proctor system within a brokerage.
What's it look like? What's your brokerage look like today?
So that was back in 2012, right? So that was 8 people. We just crossed 190 agents today, 5 offices.
190 agents.
190 agents.
Oh, that's awesome. Give Jay a high five in chat. What's the goal? Where are you going with this thing, Jay?
400. I want to go multi-state. First, I want to dominate Phoenix, Scottsdale, but 400 for the next 3 years is my goal. So I think I can get 200 more agents in the next 3 to 4 years.
So you've gone from struggling and sort of skeptical about this, got into real estate really because the car sales were so poor during the last great recession, and now you're one of the most successful brokers in the country. Now you help Craig Proctor broker owners from all over the country. What sorts of things do you teach? Like, if I was a broker owner, what would I learn from you?
Well, what's interesting is you'll learn a lot what you know from the Craig Proctor system from a team basis. We're just going to elevate it or change it into a brokerage basis. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about why would I join your brokerage, Craig, versus any other brokerage around. There's 3,400 brokerages in Phoenix, Arizona. Why would I join yours? What's the value you're going to bring versus me just wanting to look at splits and fees, right? Because that's the first thing agents do. What's the race to the bottom? Where can I get the cheapest fee, highest, best?
So it's just the same problem but different. So with real estate agents, it's the sellers are asking, so what's that? Give me the highest price and the lowest fee. With real estate agents, it's like, what's your fee? What's it going to cost to be there? So you have an outstanding, unique selling proposition. You know the answer to that. You know what to say to agents when they say, why should I work at your brokerage versus the other gazillions of brokerages in Phoenix? Okay, now what about recruiting? You have become a master at recruiting agents as well.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I would teach broker owners in this program is that outside of recruiting to your team, recruiting to a brokerage becomes a little bit different, and it's a full-time job. We always call it contact sport because that's exactly what it is. It's a full-time job. Building that value proposition, backing up your value proposition with statistical analysis showing agents who come to my brokerage are more likely to grow at a 23% rate versus the average brokerage of about 8%, right? So I'm using statistical USPs within that, but you got to build that up. And so number one is going to be recruiting, and that starts with really, really good direct response marketing. right? Putting out there, getting people to raise their hand. I was just on a phone call with a group of title investors, and they're all like, let's cold call a list of title people for escrow officers. I'm like, guys, this is not how we do this, right? Get people to raise their hand, identify that they want to make a move, and then invest in them with collateral, material, meetings, and show them why they made the right decision to raise their hand.
So it's just Craig Proctor marketing at the broker owner level. The same things that you were doing as an agent, you've taken that as a broker, you've taken that to become one of the most successful broker owners. And if you're a broker owner and you want information on being coached in the Craig Proctor Broker Owner Program, then Jay is the one that heads it, along with Todd and myself. But we've been teaching broker owners now for a long, long time how to build a better business as an owner, not just an agent. So Jay, we'll come back to you in just a minute, but I got to get through everybody here. So let's go down to the west coast of Florida to Susan Vastbinder. Suzanne, how are you doing today? Okay, Suzanne's audio is not on. We got to unmute you there, Suzanne. Still muted. I can see that. There we go.
Okay, I'm doing great. Fantastic.
Now, Suzanne, you don't want to fall off your chair there because it looks like you're about 200 feet in the air over, is that Fort Myers?
Cape Coral, actually.
Cape Coral. Okay, same question for you, Suzanne. How did you find me? What was real estate like before, and what's happening to your business now?
Well, I found you, I had just recovered from a surgery, and I realized at that point in time I did not have a business that could survive without me. And so I happened to come into one of these ads that pop up on, on your mail. And I just, I went to the half day. You were down in Naples, Florida in January of 2017, actually was. And then went to the next SuperConference. And I'm like, first day, I'm like, okay, this is what I want. And then I had to wait till Sunday.
Now, why is it when you say this is what I want? What did you like? What made you feel that way? That this is what I want?
Well, it was a system, Craig. I mean, it was it actually made sense. It was marketing. Everything else was call FISBOs, expireds, and go door knocking. And let's put it, I mean, I'm in my 50s, and my daughter's watching this right now, and I have never walked the streets of my life and don't expect to start. So, it was just not a professional way. And what I tell everybody that want to do the door knocking, I said, when's the last time your attorney, your doctor, your accountant came door knocking? And the answer is always never. So professionals do not do that.
Well, thank you for being with us. I've got some ads from some of you that I'm going to share here shortly, but I want to get through and introduce everybody. Let's next go to the king, the legend, Rudy Kasuma from California. Rudy, your mic is muted, but I'd like to say good morning to you.
Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure to be here.
So Rudy, you've got a pretty awesome story, right? You weren't born in the United States. You came here to go to university, and how did you get into real estate, and how did you find me, and what's happened?
It's a lot of stories. Yeah, so I went to school here in Wisconsin from Indonesia, and I was on the way to college, Craig, and somebody gave me a book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad. That's how I got into sales. And as I start getting into sales, I work 7 days a week, 20 hours a day, and I sell about 1 or 2 houses a month.
Okay, so let me stop there for one. When you say that you worked 7 days a week, 20 hours a day, that's not an exaggeration, right?
No, I work 7 days a week.
Like I remember when we first met, you said, Craig, I didn't even have time to eat proper meals. You would be just going through the drive-through, like the McDonald's drive-through. Yeah. That was you didn't stop. You're still on the phone and you're driving through and you're eating your cheeseburger. You were nonstop.
Yeah, showing homes, and I bring my clients. Actually, I actually enjoy it. I don't want to make it sound like it's a negative thing. I actually enjoy it. And at the beginning, you talk about the heart's desires. So my heart's desires back in 2007 is to have enough money to pay for my wedding. So it's a simple plan, right? So that drives me, right? So that's what drove me to do what I did 7 days a week. I really didn't seem like, I didn't really feel it's work. But the problem is when my wife started giving my first baby born, right? So that's when I realized that working 7 days a week, 20 hours a day is not a good plan. It's not a good long-term plan, because I remember on my first and second baby son born at UCLA hospital, I couldn't even be there because the agent called me, Craig, and they're asking about, hey, how do you open up this Supra key? So I actually have to leave the hospital, drive all the way back to, so UCLA is in West LA. I have to go back to the east. The listing was in San Gabriel, drive all the way back, open up the Supra key, and that's it. And then that's when I was intentionally looking for a way, how can we systemize this? And in my Coldwell Banker office, back then I was selling 1 or 2 houses a month, the #1 agent in that little
one or two houses a month. That made you the #1 agent at your Coldwell Banker office. Okay, then what?
So, and then but I know there's a problem. The problem is there is no time. And so I came across, I always attend all seminars. I take all kind of NAR designation, everything. Every time there's a class, I always go. I think I have more than 20 NAR designation. I really like to learn.
You love to learn, yeah.
Yeah, so, and one of the conference is your conference in Anaheim, or no, it was James McDonald in Santa Monica. I remember James McDonald. It's your conference, but James McDonald was hosting it. I was at the Santa Monica and James McDonald was sharing it. And then immediately I was one of the first guy who signed up and then went to Anaheim, seen you. And what got my attention is you pitch this idea of McDonald's. And I still remember till this day, there's a big yellow sign and you're talking about this is a franchise prototype. And that I understand. Franchise
so that resonated with you. Okay, now you were with RE/MAX up until, was it last year?
My RE/MAX franchise ends November 2019.
Okay,
correct.
And you were the #1 RE/MAX agent for commissions earned. What year was that in?
2018, 2019.
So in 2018, I just want everyone to give him some street cred here, folks. Out of all the whatever thousands of RE/MAX agents in the state of California, in 2018 and in 2019, no RE/MAX agent in the state of California made more commission income than Rudy. And you've got your own company now. And you become a broker owner, you become really, really successful. What's next for you? Like, what are your big goals?
Well, I'm just following your path. So I still remember the first day I was at that conference, you talk about the franchise prototype. So when my franchise ends, November 2019, that's when you were talking about at the beginning of this Your Home Sold Guaranteed. So for me, I really truly believe, like, I know some people think it's just a USB. I really, when on my first conference, when you talk about a franchise prototype, I really believe it's a franchise prototype. Although I was with RE/MAX before and Coldwell Banker when I first met you, it was just a brand, and the brand actually is useless. In fact, Craig, I'm sure you remember my story. When I was with RE/MAX before, my broker, every day, I think you and Todd is one of the first people. It was so hard for me to implement the system, right? It's not easy, but it's worth it. I'm telling you guys, it's not easy, but it's worth it. But so it was so hard for me trying to implement everything you taught on my first year. And
well, you've obviously done a pretty good job. How many homes will you and your team sell this year?
550,000.
550. Yeah. 550. Well, I'd say you've done a pretty good job. Okay, Rudy, we're gonna come back to you. I got to get through everybody. We'll come back to you guys in a minute. I've got some of your ads to show. Big Bad Bill Watson, Denver, Colorado, bottom left-hand corner. Billy, you and I have known each other for a long, long time. Talk about how we met and your history in real estate and what's going on now. You're on mute, my man. You got to unmute. We can't hear you. Yep. Bill, you got to unmute. Well, there he is.
Can you hear me?
I can.
All right.
Bill, how long ago did you and I meet?
So, Craig, you and I unofficially met in 1998 through fax machines and your marketing in a box. And then in 2005, I joined the conference. I think it was in Dallas, and I've been with you ever since. I started coaching with you in 2011 as one of your coaches. I've been in the business for 36 years. And I remember right before 2005, I was the VP of sales and marketing for a pretty major builder here in Colorado. And I said, I'm going back to real estate. I'm going back to my roots. And I said, I'm going to go into Craig Proctor coaching. And Ann, my wife at that time, said, well, why do you need to do that? You know everything. And I said, I don't know this. And now, of course, you know, she doesn't miss a conference. Our boys don't miss a conference. And it's the success of our company has been directly related to you and Todd and everybody as our business coach.
How many years have you been a member for now, Bill?
15.
So wouldn't some people listening to this go, well, you know, Bill must be a slow learner, like he's been in the Craig Proctor program for 15 years. Why hang with us for 15 years? Jay, how many years have you been with us?
I've been with you 12 years.
12 years. Rudy, you got to be coming up near 10 years.
I think 7, 8 years, something.
7 or 8 years. Okay. So this is the point I want to make is when we're learning and evolving every day, we have, I mean, Bill, you've met hundreds of Craig Proctor members that have been with us for 10 years or longer. Mm-hmm. So let's fast forward to today, because I know you've been in this business for a long time. You know, like your wife's comment was, Bill, why do you need to go to see Craig Proctor? Like, you've been selling real estate for 20 years. You know everything by now? But what has happened? Tell us about this transformation that's happened in your business. Even though you were a veteran, even though you thought you knew it all, you've been doing it for a long time. What was the big quantum leap for you?
Well, I think there's a lot of quantum leaps as it comes down to the program. I think one of the things is what we learn and continue to coach to, and what comes through the program is usually about a year ahead of the rest of the industry, which is absolutely huge. You know, I do want to say that I don't think I'd have the family business today that I've got, Craig, if it wasn't for you. And here's why. Both of my youngest son, Evan, when we were sitting at his graduation dinner for high school, which was about 8 or 9 years ago, said, I want to get in the real estate business. And then my other son said, I want to get in the real estate business about 3 years later. And the thing is that they've only grown up in your system, right? So they don't know, right, anything else. One of the biggest impacts, you know, we went through the downturn 2008 to about 2011, and our business actually flourished. And then we hit the pandemic. And, you know, we hit April 1 wondering, what is this going to look like?
Right.
We had 40 days where you could literally not show a house. And I just looked at the numbers this morning, and our business booked during COVID is now over 400,000 in GCI. That's actually up over last year.
You know, it's so many of our members have reported that the first half of 2020 is their best year ever, despite COVID-19. And so I want you guys to talk about it, because that's one thing that we've done a great job with, is always been innovative in the way that however we need to change our business, right? Whatever we need to do, despite what's coming at it, we figure out a way to be successful. And you've certainly done that. And this year is testament to that. I mean, you're having a great year, despite the fact that you know, really, most agents, I imagine, in your marketplace could not say that. They've suffered greatly.
The other thing I want to say, just real quick, if you can see this, because I know you want to talk to everybody else, is I see a lot of our members posting that they're going on inspection with masks on. You know, we're mandatory masks here in Colorado. So here you go. You need to get your masks corporately imaged, because now I never mind going to the grocery store and wearing a mask. I just walk really slow.
So it's your mask is a walking, talking billboard.
The walking, talking billboard.
All right, Bill, we've got some of your ads here. We're going to look at it in a minute, but let's next go to Montreal, Quebec, Canada. And Bertrand and Aggie are there. How you doing, guys? Your mic is muted. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
Or good afternoon, I guess it is now. Okay, so first of all, I love you guys because I love your energy. I love your enthusiasm and your attitude. You've got a great story I want you to share with everyone. tell us a little bit about, your early days in real estate, how you found me and what's happened.
In 2007, I became an agent, and honestly, I don't know what I was doing. It was very, very difficult. And maybe our story is a common story, but for us, it was very dramatic, right? So I was working 80 hours to make $80,000 a year. And I would brag to my friends saying I was doing 80,000, but we all know that at the end of the year, it doesn't leave 80,000, right?
So you were grossing $80,000, but when you broke it down, you were only making about $10 an hour.
About that.
Okay, so what happened?
I heard about this man that is number one everywhere, and so I have to go to the AFD seminar. And honestly, I look at everything you say in front, and I say, this guy, he knows something that I don't know. So I need to go to the next step. So right away, I registered to the event in Toronto, and then
I was freaking out because I'm saying, how are we going to pay for the $500 or whatever it costs to go to the SuperConference? And anyways, he goes, I don't care. We'll just find a way. And we went, we drove there. We brought
our Bertrand would probably say, well, we're already broke, so what's another $500, right?
Exactly.
So let's do it. Okay.
So I'm telling you, I'm not gonna go. We got in the car, my hands were like this. We drove the 7 hours. We brought our toaster to eat breakfast in the hotel room. We had no money. And then within 45 minutes of the SuperConference, I'm like, we'll sell our furniture, but for sure we're going in this system. And that changed our life. And I think when you've hit,
I love that you brought your toaster to the conference because you couldn't afford breakfast. We've had so many great stories about that. Jay, you probably remember that. I can't remember the guy's name, that big dude. He was Lester coached him. And he was on one of our panels once, and we had him telling his story, and he started to cry. Like, this guy's like, you remember that guy, Jay, was like 220 pounds. It was him and his wife. And he started crying on the panel because I asked the same question, like, what happened to you? He goes, Craig, honestly, and I've never told anyone this because it's very embarrassing. We were so broke when we came to our first conference in Phoenix. My wife and I couldn't afford food. And at night, after everyone gone to bed, we were going up and down the halls, taking food from people's carts. Yeah. So, you can't make that kind of stuff up, but I'm glad you guys are all sharing the where you were to where you are now story, because you know what, we all start, or many of us start in bad places, but yeah, that's a cool story. So you really reluctantly came. You didn't want to go. Bertrand made you go, and you bring your toaster oven. Okay. So you have this epiphany at the conference. Tell us, let's fast forward to now. So you go from like, basically, I'm broke, I'm depressed, but I have a good attitude, which you guys do. What's going on now in your business?
Well, we're almost at, we've sold 230 homes this year. Our agents are really, really important to us, and we're trying to, they're flourishing. So as soon as we see that, we just want to work harder for them. And Bertrand keeps on telling them now, because he does one-on-ones with them, and he coaches them really, really good. And he tells them, my goal is to make you guys millionaires, and they're all investing now in real estate. They're all, they're happy, they look good, they love what they do.
So not only have you changed your lives, you're changing the lives of all the people on your team, which is cool. Okay, now obviously you're in the Montreal suburbs. So your marketing, is it mostly in English or French? French. Okay, so I want to talk about that because that's important, because we have most of the people watching this that like, you just take my stuff and it's in English and it's easy. But I want you to understand that we have our information in English, in French, in Spanish. So you've had to take the extra step of translating some of it, and so I just want to say to everybody else, like, you didn't have to do that. Like Jay Macklin didn't have to translate, this into another language. Bill Watson didn't have to translate this. Rudy had to learn English. Rudy learned English and mastered it. So I just want to call out to everybody else. Rudy came from Indonesia. He didn't speak English. It wasn't his natural tongue. you came here. Bertrand, your English has improved, but when I first met you, it was a little shaky, right?
It still is, but it's getting better.
Okay, so what's your goal for this year?
2.2 million, 270 to 300 homes, and for our agents and our team to be super happy and to achieve their goal, to surpass their goals.
So at the next physical conference we do, whenever that is, you don't have to bring your toaster with you anymore.
Oh no.
Okay,
it's crazy to think that with the COVID-19, we had our best year. So your system, Craig, is it's bulletproof. It's I'm gonna resist to any market, no matter what's happening. Even if the hurt stop, like we just had now, the crisis, we did our best year ever. That's crazy. Thank you for that.
All right, let's do this. This is in no particular order, just because I'm disorganized, but let's see if we can have a look at, we'll have a look at some of your ads here. Okay, that did not work at all. Give me a minute and I'll try to figure this out. So stop sharing. And let's try this. Okay, that's good. That's a good sign. All right, everybody seeing this? And we're going to have a look, Bill. We're going to start with some of your campaigns. Okay, thank goodness that worked. Okay, now we, in Craig Proctor world, we like to refer to this as the Bill Watson postcard. So Bill, here's the front and back of it, but it's got your unique selling proposition prominent on the top of that postcard. And does everybody see how Bill's got his performance guarantee up here, right? He's got his statistics right here. And then over here, number 4, he talks about his database of buyers. So that's his unique service. So a minute ago, Bill, I was talking about how important it is that you're able to communicate your unique selling proposition. And I talked about the fact that there's actually 3 different types of USPs. There's performance guarantees, there's statisticals, USPs, and there's unique services. And you're doing all 3. And we looked at one of Jim Petrell's marketing pieces a few minutes ago. That's why this thing works so well. And it's something that you just do on a regular basis, right? You print these out, you send them out, you build a fence around it. It's just a lead generation system that happens for you over and over and over again. Your mic is muted again, Bill.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's correct. The this card is probably one of our most powerful. We've actually got 3 more produced that we're getting ready to get out. And then what we do is we save extras and use them for additional marketing to seller prospects and things like that. And now we're starting, and what we're following up with that now, Craig, is because we use Every Door Direct, we then use cold directory resources to get the phone numbers. So the postcards go out, and then also a hotline voice script drops as well. And, you know, when you talk about print advertising, I will tell you that we generate the most leads from the internet. We generate the most quality from our direct mail and print. What you've got here that's up, this is a full page HOA newsletter that we started doing a few months ago. And I will tell anybody in any markets that are in around communities that have homeowners associations that produce newsletters. This newsletter in the grayscale is only $380 a month. It drops to about 5,000 houses. And in one of the communities, it made us the top listing agent. And I mean, not just because we listed one house, we listed a boatload. And so, and I think, I can't see this one really well. This may be the one where it says 63 families served. We're starting to kind of send that message because we want people to see that we're really the team to choose during an extremely challenging real estate time. And so we're finding that to be very effective. And then we're going after Zillow with the you don't want your house price determined on an algorithm.
Hey, let's see if this works. Let's listen to some of your radio commercials.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. You have lots of options when it comes time to sell your home. Website cash offers, neighborhood specialists, even your Uncle Larry will weigh in. Well, let me tell you why I strongly recommend you call Bill Watson with the Watson Group at Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Their name is their promise. Don't risk losing precious equity or cash. And don't settle with just any agent. Work with the only agent I would trust to sell my home. Here's why. I've sat down with Bill and I've seen his unique systems, his list of ready buyers, and the fact that if Bill Watson can't sell your home at your agreed to price, he'll buy it himself and he'll back it up in writing. Do yourself a favor and call Bill Watson to sell your home guaranteed. You'll likely sell faster and for more money because Bill already has the buyers. Don't wait. Sell your home by calling Bill Watson now at 720-463-0002, 720-463-0002, or visit BillHasTheBuyers.com and start packing.
Let's check out one more.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. If you or someone you know is selling a home or has had it previously listed and it didn't sell, then do yourself a favor and call my friend and trusted realtor, Bill Watson, with the Watson Group at Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Bill Watson and his team have been successfully selling homes in Denver and surrounding areas for over 33 years, dominating these areas because of his exclusive database of ready buyers. Bill Watson has over 12,000 buyers in his buyers in waiting database. Don't risk losing precious cash and equity by letting your home sit on the market. Let Bill show you how he will sell your home faster and for top dollar, and actually guarantee your success in writing. Your home sold guaranteed at a price acceptable to you, or Bill will buy it. The Watson Group at Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Their name is their promise. So call Bill Watson at 720-463-0002. That's 720-463-0002, or visit BillHasTheBuyers.com. That's BillHasTheBuyers.com.
Awesome. All right, so you've got a bunch of them here. We can't listen to them all, but we'll listen to one more.
If Bill Watson can't sell your home at a price agreeable to you, he will buy it, guaranteed in writing. Call the Watson Group at Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty today and start packing. 720-463-0002. That's 720-463-0002.
Okay, now let's watch one of your television commercials here. See if this works. Maybe not. Okay, I'm going to try something else.
As you know, the Colorado real estate market is making it tough for buyers to find the perfect home. We, however, have solved that dilemma. Hi, I'm Bill Watson with the Watson Realty Group. As a VIP buyer, we'll provide you with these amazing services to make sure that you do not miss out on the perfect home. We'll assist you in securing the best financing program to your specific situation and have a pre-approval certificate generated to give you the best competitive advantage. We'll provide you with real-time updates of all new properties that match your home buying criteria. While the typical real estate agent will only show you homes they want you to see, we'll make sure you see homes that you want to see, including homes you can't find on the internet. When you find a home you like, we'll discuss the best strategy to get your offer accepted. Because we have a team, you will never miss out on seeing the perfect home, and we'll always be available for you to answer any questions you might have. And here are some amazing special bonuses that you will receive. Bonus number 1 is you'll receive a 1-year homeowner warranty policy on your home. The second bonus is you will get our cancellation guarantee. If we don't do everything we promised, you could just simply fire us. But I promise you'll be happy. 5 Star Professionals continues to recognize us as being outstanding real estate professionals that provide an exceptional level of customer service. And the third bonus, you'll receive our written Love Your Home Satisfaction Guarantee. If you do not love your home, we will agree to resell it, and we are not going to charge you our commission. So to discuss the purchase of your next home, give us a call at 720-463-0002.
Awesome. Give Bill Watson a virtual high five in chat for that. Awesome video. Okay, let's have a look at some of the other things that we've got here, Bill, and then we're going to move on. Signage. Talk to us about signage.
So, and Craig, just real quick, I think you'll notice in every bit of marketing we do, our USP is prominent. So, and I think that's one of the things that's really, really key is making sure your USP resonates in a big way all the way through everything, and don't be afraid to use it. Our signage, so our main sign, which is 24 inch by 30 inch, just has for sale, our logo, our phone number, your home sold guaranteed or we'll buy it. And at the bottom, we now have open house every day, call for times. So that's no longer a rider. That's an actual part of our sign. And then up on top is a rider. We copied yours in nice big yellow background with black letters that says, buy this home and we'll buy yours. And then as a secondary sign, we use from Lifestyle Media, House Talk, which has been amazing. It's really amazing at the listing appointment because, we talk about the difference between the antiquated brochure box and what we do with what it's able to do. What we've done now is instead of having printed brochures inside the house, we've created 8.5 by 12 talking house signage inside the home, where all they do is scan from their phone and they get the same brochure that they get out on the street. It's working great. And what we do is we put 2 or 3 of them throughout the house, one at the entry, one in the master bath, and sometimes and then in the family room. And the reason we put more than one in the house is because when they first walk in, they're with the agent, but sometimes they split off. And that's when maybe the husband or wife or whoever will see nobody's looking and they'll grab our brochure, and then we've got their IP address. So everything now that we're doing from that standpoint can be done from the phone and virtually. So as you know, 60% of all sales happen because of signage and salesperson contact and company reputation. That's right in our listing presentation. And everything we do makes sure that we hit on those 3 points, and our signage just simply stands out on the street. We've also gone to 24 inch by 36 inch bootleg signs. So for those of you that are in markets where new home builders are putting up directionals, we have 24 signs that go out every weekend. I've got the same company putting them out for us at major intersections around our whole market area. And I had an appraiser tell me one time, he said, look, Bill, I don't have to worry about how to get a hold of you. I see you on bus benches. I see you on bootlegs. I see your signage on the street.
Omnipresence.
Everywhere. And that's what I've learned from all of this. And we're just starting. We're just starting with making sure that when you're in our market area, you don't know anybody else but us.
Well, thank you, Bill. Let's next go to Suzanne and type your questions into chat. We'll monitor your questions.
Hey, Craig, do we have a copy of that sign? A bunch of people are asking to see an example of that sign y'all are talking about.
Yeah, it's right here. Take a picture of it. Really, seriously, just take a picture of it with your phone. Okay.
We don't see it.
Okay. Oh, you're not seeing my screen now?
It seems to be frozen.
Okay. That's not cool. All right, let me unshare. Hey, Mr. Walters, how you doing?
All right.
I'm going to go back in again and see if I can. You know what it is? It's when I run the videos, it freezes up my computer sometimes. So let's see if this works.
Share screen.
Okay. There we go. All right, we're going to go to Susan Vassbinder now. Suzanne. That's not working either. It is for, oh, there we go. Suzanne, you still with me?
Yes, I am.
All right. Tell us about your COVID-19 survival kits. I mean, you found a way to succeed despite COVID-19.
Yes, and I actually just checked this morning. I've got 21 pendings right now.
21 pendings. Now, there'd be a lot of agents in Cape Coral, Florida that would say, oh my God, it's, they blame the market. It's Nobody can make money, but you're doing very well.
Yes, I am. And this idea came actually from Debbie Rayna Hines, and I'm sure a lot of you know her. And she sent it to me, and she found this, and I'm like, oh, and within the Craig Proctor system, we're really good at copy and pasting. So I sent it out. So I sent out 10 survival kits, and on the back of it, the ingredients were, be careful when you're using it with a remote and everything like that, because everybody was, stuck at home. And out of those 10 kits I sent out, let's see here. I just randomly picked 10 past clients. So one past client referred a buyer that closed one home so far since May 20th. And we've got another one under contract, brand new construction. Another past client just listed her home, and I just got a message, I'm getting an offer on it. And she bought another duplex for me. Another past client, and these are all, everybody called me except one person. And it comes to find out the only person that didn't call me was a nurse, and she never got the package. Her kids ate the brownies, and so she never saw it. So that's why she didn't call me. But otherwise, everybody. So out of $196.90 I spent, I've got over $2 million worth of business already out of that.
That's a pretty good trade.
Yeah.
Now they featured you on Top Agent magazine. That was pretty good PR.
Yes, that was.
Tell us a little bit about the Guaranteed Sale program. When you first heard about it, you were probably, kind of freaked out like everybody else, but you've embraced it.
Oh gosh, yes. At first, I took a baby step, and I did Your Home Sold Guaranteed on my business card, and that was it. And because, then I could adapt it to whatever USP I wanted to do. If it was a great listing, Your Home Sold Guarantee in 48 hours, or, guaranteed cash offer in 48 hours, or I could do if I don't sell it in 90 days, I'd pay you $1,000 at closing. So, I was able to adapt it. And then, I was talking to Debbie, and I think Mr. Walter said, why are you taking baby steps? Just do it. So I just Nike'd it and did Your Home Sold Guarantee, or we'll buy it.
And here we are. So what's your goal for this year?
100 transactions.
100. That'll be awesome. I hope we can celebrate 100 transactions at the end of the year.
Yes. I hope so too.
Thanks, Suzanne. Let's go to this good-looking dude, Jay Macklin. By the way, Jay Macklin, one of the sharpest dressers. If real estate doesn't work out, Jay, you can go into the fashion industry for men.
Well, maybe not today, but thank you.
Yeah. But no, he's a sharp dresser. So Jay, this is you and your lovely wife, and this is one of your postcards.
What is that swear word at the top or left corner? Just kidding. Yeah. So we did we started a couple different ways. We obviously, a lot of you guys know we worked in the luxury market. And so we tested a couple different messages. And in fact, Todd and I did a quick little panel last conference about marketing to the affluent. And so we started testing different messages. And one of them was Your Home Sold Guaranteed, we'll buy it. And the other one was Your Home Sold for 100% of asking price, we'll pay you the difference. I stuck with that one, the latter, the 100% of market price or asking price, because it just worked better. And one thing I find that a lot of the members in the Proctor system, they formulate their own opinion of what will work and what won't work versus just sending it out to the marketplace and letting the marketplace tell you whether or not it works. So this is what I did on this one. So this one actually did okay, but the 100% of asking price actually worked better than this one did.
You're really good in front of the camera. Tell us about your YouTube presence.
Yeah, so I'm really starting to get more YouTube presence out there. I'm trying to really get more connectivity with people on YouTube. It was just a medium that I didn't really use much. And so I thought, well, I've been doing videos since 2010, so why not try leveraging my YouTube channel? So it's been very effective. I mean, one thing, like anything else, you got to be consistent with it. And that's one thing I'm probably not as consistent with, only because as I'm going after, helping agents grow their business, I'm also trying to provide as much value as I possibly can through that process. And I'm still just learning the ways to do it with YouTube. But I think one of the main,
you know who's a master, Jay, is Barb Schlinkler. She's going to be on tomorrow's panel, tomorrow's marketing panel, and she's did if you remember at one of the last conferences, she did an entire session on YouTube and really doing it, like you said, you got to be consistent with it, and she does a great job. So we're going to hear more if you're into YouTube. and you want to know how to master that, we'll learn more from Barb tomorrow.
Yeah,
okay, your radio show too. Tell us about your radio show.
Yeah, so we started a radio show, and it's a conservative radio show on AM. It's an AM channel, but it's got a pretty good listening base. But one of the things I used in leveraging it was more Facebook Live, and it was consumer facing based, but it had a lot of agent marketing tips and tricks in there as well. So we kind of mixed them both together, but that was a lot of fun, actually. We went to the studio and did it downtown, and to the left is one of my agents, Jerry South, and she's really good at this, and she's done an amazing job at that as well. So that's a lot of fun. It's just fun to really give people information that they wouldn't necessarily get. So.
Okay, now you are a luxury specialist, and this is, I want to go through some of the misconceptions. You've heard them all before, Jay. Here are some of the misconceptions about the Craig Proctor system. First of all, a misconception would be, well, to do the Craig Proctor system, you have to spend a lot of money on marketing, or you have to have a large team, or I want you to address this one. This won't work in the luxury market.
Yeah, I get that a lot. There's a lot of people who will say that, or will call me and ask me about, the luxury market. And I'm like, honestly, it does work. People don't think that anything with a guarantee or a unique selling proposition, it has to just be, branded marketing. No, it works in less branded marketing. I mean, everything works in the luxury market. You just got to figure out what your market is and who is the makeup of your market. And so I say this all the time. If I'm going, whether it's luxury or not, if I'm going after a millennial, I probably wouldn't do an 800 number in a newspaper. I would probably do that something, to a market that's a little higher in age. And so it's irrelevant whether it's luxury or not. The difference between luxury and non-luxury is simply the level of sophistication. So it does have to look and feel, but the message integrity does not change.
Correct. Very well said.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Jay Macklin. Next, we're going to go to Bertrand. Then we're going to go to Rudy, and then Todd's going to come back on. And Todd and I are going to finish off some of these universal business principles. So there's your team. Look at you, Bertrand and Egg. You look at this team. How many you've got now?
Sorry. We have 8 agents.
So how do you go from bringing your own toaster to the Toronto conference to convincing all these people that you're going to make their life better, and you are making their life better?
Well, by following everything that you teach us, you bring us there. So we have more than a team, we have a family, and those people, they follow us since 5 years, 4 years, 3 years. And I think they are very, very engaged. I see the picture now with our worthy cause, and those are the things that drives the agent. They love to have a positive impact in the family. And since this is our culture, it makes us very, very strong together.
Okay, so is everybody getting this? What charity is this that you're giving it to?
Okay, go ahead.
This is a charity. It's the home for kids between 15 and 22-year-old that don't have a home anymore. So this is a home where they go to transition until they find a foster home or something. They stay there for 3 months. And we went to visit this home last year, and there was no air conditioning. The house, they had mold in it because they have no money. They have no resources to find money and to feed them. So we brought them gifts for Christmas. We brought them food. We gave $10,000 last year.
You see the difference here, right? You were when you first met me really in a situation where you could use some charity, and now, right, from bringing your toaster to the conference to now being able to give away almost $11,000 to a charity. Now we're going to talk to Rudy next, and Rudy gives away tens of thousands of dollars. This is what we all want to be able to do at some point. You can do more good with money than you can without money. I remember my grandmother used to say, that money was the root of all evil. And I remember my uncle would sit at the table and say, well, give me more of that root. But the truth is the truth is you can do more good with money than you can without. And almost all of the top Craig Proctor members, I'd say all of them, have a worthy cause where when you refer business to them, they give a percentage of that referral to their worthy cause. And I want everyone to think about what your worthy cause might be. Like, what is, I'm sure, Bertrand and Eggy, you have a reason why this was close to your heart, but it might be, for some of you, it might be the Heart and Stroke Foundation. It could be diabetes. It could be cancer. It could be homeless people. I know John Reeves and Jim Buttrell, who were in the military. It's Wounded Warriors. What we want you to think of is what has touched your life. And we're going to show you either later today or tomorrow. I don't have the agenda here. We're going to talk to you about revamping your referral program. So when someone gives you a referral, instead of, giving them $50 or a bottle of wine, your message will be, for every referral I get, I'm going to give a percentage or a flat amount of every referral I get from you to this worthy cause. And you all will feel better. You'll feel much better inside about asking for referrals when it's actually benefiting something that's important to you in your life. Some of you feel kind of bad or embarrassed about asking referrals. Why? Because it seems self-serving, right? It seems self-serving. Like, even if you ask for a referral and you say, I'll give you a bottle of wine or I'll give you a gift certificate, to me, that's almost like a trade. You give me this and I'll give you something back. So we're going to talk about, why do people refer to you? Okay, and how do they know to refer people to you? When someone refers someone to you, what happens? Do you call them? What do they get in return? So this whole referral marketing is something that we're going to get into in more detail. But you guys are doing a great job, and it must feel good to be able to give back to something important in the community.
Yeah, and it's very powerful with the customer, because the story behind this picture, there was one lady, because that was a customer event, right? We gave the check, and the lady, she started to cry. She's a customer, and she said, I didn't know I participated to do this, because I explained that every transaction we make, we give each agent, they give a part of the check, the commission check. And she was crying and saying, oh my God, I didn't know I was helping. So since then, she's a real good publicity for us.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, guys, for being on the panel here today. We're going to finish the panel with Rudy, and then Todd's coming back on here, and we'll continue on. But Rudy, thanks for sending these updated photos in of your for sale signs. Look at that big bold sign rider on top of it. Buy this home, I'll buy your home for cash. And then that proud your home sold guaranteed realty logo at the bottom. Great job. I mean, you've got this unique selling proposition, your home sold guaranteed, branded on all of your marketing. You've done a really great job. And I'd like to listen to your radio commercial now. So let's listen in.
You drive most. I'm Angel Martinez.
Can you guys hear that?
You want to sell your house fast and you'd like a guarantee? Well, call Rudy Kasuma. Rudy will sit down with you. You'll agree on a price and a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, he'll buy your home. Guaranteed. If your house doesn't sell, Rudy will buy it as is for a price acceptable to you. He has the buyers already. He has 7,900 ready to go home buyers. But if it doesn't sell, Rudy will buy it himself. Go to rudyhasthebuyers.com, rudyhasthebuyers.com, or call 855-RUDY-SELLS. 855-RUDY-SELLS.
Go Rudy. Hey, go Rudy. Awesome marketing, Rudy. This is a sales letter I believe you sent to expired listings, correct?
We can see your screen. This is the billboards. This is the billboards.
Okay, I'm hung up here.
You're looking at the billboards.
Okay, just bear with me here. I got to get this working. Sometimes it hangs up on me. Okay. What do you see now?
Yeah.
Yep, expired.
Okay, how do you use it?
So this is for expired letters, Greg. So it goes to all the homeowners who previously tried to sell their home and failed. because the agents don't have the buyers.
Look at this marketing, folks. Good news about your home. Your home sold at your price, or I'll buy it for cash. Look at the guarantees here. We guarantee in writing to sell your home within 60 days. He's got testimonials here. He sells his listings on average for 3.7% more than the other real estate agents. You're 8.5% more likely to sell your home with Rudy. His listings sell faster. They sell in 24.2 days versus the real estate board average of 66 days. All right. Finally, Rudy, I want you to tell us about your worthy cause. You give a lot of money away. How much and to who?
So this year, 100,000, Craig, to Children's Hospital. And can you see this, Craig?
I can.
So I'm not sure if this is important, Craig, because your business is designed for others, like for the people in your team and for your community. Now, during this coronavirus, I'm not sure if you guys know, do you know that people outside America, like outside United States and Canada, people literally are dying and commit suicide because when coronavirus hits, Craig, in other places, they couldn't work, right? Now here in North America, when we cannot work, the government gives us money. Now outside America, in places like what you're looking at here, India, Indonesia, well, the government barely able to sustain themselves. So what happened is that when people have not been working for so long, for like literally 3
Right, they can't afford to stay home. They have to go to work because there's no government support.
Correct. And they cannot work because everybody shut down. So therefore, there is no money, then they cannot eat. So what happened is that people are committing suicide. They actually literally hang themselves. So what happened with the reason I'm so proud about what you do here at this organization, because of the business here, it allows us to help. Like these are literally, we are building, not only we are helping families, Craig, because now we are teaching them how to grow their own, by the way, these are families in India, 300 families in India that literally, but anyway, so we are teaching them how to grow their own farm using sack, and then, so that way they can just eat, right? So, but without the business, without a real business, if you have a real estate job, having a job or a small team, in our opinion, it's selfish because it's all about you. What we are here in the next 3 days is to make sure your business grows so big that it's no longer about you, because the people around you, your community, the planet Earth needs you. Like these people, this is going on right now. You know how many people are committing suicide right now because of coronavirus?
You know, you get to this point where you live in abundance, and at first, all of you or most of you have shared this story of, at first it was about survival, right? It was about you guys getting by, and then doing well, and then living in abundance, and then being able to give back to your community, or as Rudy says, to the world, which is very gratifying. I want to thank all of you for being on my panel here today. It is a little past 1:30, so we got to keep this thing moving. I'm going to throw this over to Todd. Todd's up next. I'm just going to grab a sandwich, and I will be back here shortly. But I hope everyone's having a great time. If you are having a good time, if you're with us and you're enjoying this, throw a 10 into the chat, please. Give us a 10. Right now, I see we have 1,067 watching on YouTube. That's pretty cool. I think we peaked at about 1,130, but I've been watching this all day long. It's a good measuring stick, but we reached our goal of over 1,000. Mr. Walters, you're chomping at the bit here to get back. I'll throw it over to you, and I'll be back here shortly, guys. Thanks again. Awesome panel, guys.
All right, give Craig a big round of applause right here.
Thank you.
Good job, Mr. Proctor. That's been great. These panels are absolutely a big highlight here. We have a lot of requests for that. So I want to thank all those guys for jumping in. I'm going to flip it over to my screen. Let's do that right now. You guys ready to rock and roll? Let's give Craig a little chance to catch some breath here. And we're going to absolutely, let me blow this up for you guys, and we're going to continue on. Since we were hitting on pretty good pace there, lead generation, as we were rolling. I think we should continue on a little bit more in terms of generating business. You guys say? You guys good for that? All right, cool. Let's do it. So if you're new around these parts, then you probably are learning now that we put a lot of energy into, Craig's put a lot of energy into over the years of getting really, really good at generating leads. Okay, it's sort of the first box, or the first two boxes of the quantum leap system. So if you look at these boxes right here, essentially everything that we do breaks down into 6 boxes. Here's 2 of the 6. Okay, and when you combine these 2, it's what we call the ARPS, the automatic reverse prospecting system. Now look at, we know that you can go and you can buy leads. You can give your money to Zillow. You can give your money to a lead generation company like Commissions Inc., KV Core. You can absolutely do that. You can go and give your money to whatever lead generation company you want to do that. Okay. And we're not telling you not to do that. But what we are prescribing to you is that if you want to be in complete control of your own business, okay, then you want to adopt more of a direct response marketing posture and begin to own your own lead generation pipeline. And that's the essence of the quantum leap system, okay, on the automatic reverse prospecting side. So if you take a look at that diagram right there, let's kind of set it up this way. Let's imagine that your real estate business is sitting on something. Like, think about it. If it's not sitting on something of solid foundation, it's likely that any storm, so to speak, can come right along and just wash it right out from under you. Okay. Let's say that you're building your business on one, like I'm going to buy leads from Zillow. Okay. I'm going to buy leads from Zillow. That's my marketing strategy. Well, look at, firstly, buying leads from a lead generation company is not marketing. Okay. As a matter of fact, that's the very definition of abdication of marketing. Okay. So if it were me and I were you, I would be immediately starting to figure out how I can own my own pipeline. And then I'm going to set my business right on top of that thing. And then if a little storm comes around, you know, it's not going to take me out. Zillow changes the rules frequently, as you guys know. What's some other places? Let's say you give your money to Commissions Inc. or KV Core, somebody like that. Those are solid companies, no question about it. All right, but they could change the rules as well. Okay, and so everybody understands this for sure. So if we're going to build the marketing systems on something, put our business on something, it better be something solid, like a solid foundation. So I'd like for you to think in terms of threes or multiples, never one. Okay, one works amazingly well in marriage, but not so great in marketing. One ad, or in business altogether. One ad, one system, one employee. It's not gonna work. Okay, to scale. All right. So what we want to do is we want to think in terms of multiples. So if you're going to produce something, produce it in threes. How about that? Okay, it's a simple philosophy. So if you look at this three-legged stool, I want you to imagine that your business is sitting on it. You're sitting on this three-legged stool. It's pretty solid. Like, you can pick your legs up. You know, the stool stays there, right? You got it. You can get up, walk away, go to Hawaii for a couple of months, come back, and that thing is still sitting there, right? But if you kick one leg out or two legs out and it's just one, what happens when you're sitting on it, right? You've got to work really hard with your own body, your own work to hold it up. And if you get up and want to go to Hawaii for 2 months, it just falls over really fast, right? You got to come back and you got to pick it back up and then hold it up again. Got it? It's not a business. So we're going to need to build things on rock solid foundations. Okay. And that's why I think when Craig was running through the universal business principles earlier, it makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Okay. So we're going to look at 3 legs on this stool right now in rapid fire session. Okay. USP marketing systems, database marketing systems, and direct marketing. Okay. And I'm going to give you examples of every single one of these. But I want you to imagine this. Imagine that the top of the stool can be either one of these 3 legs. So, for example, the seat of the stool could be USP marketing systems, and USP marketing systems would have three legs, right? Statistical USPs, unique consumer programs, performance guarantees. See what I just did there? Same thing with database marketing, same thing with direct marketing systems. Okay, so that's how it works. So once you build a unique selling proposition marketing pillar, that pillar turns into three as well. And that's how this thing scales up. And that's why we do really, really well at helping ambitious real estate agents like you turn that business into one. Okay, all right, so universal business principle number 3 that Craig talked about earlier was that you need a unique selling proposition. Like, you got to have a reason why people do business with you over and above anybody else or any other option. Okay. So like, why would you get involved in this system over and above others? Well, number one, it's a system, which means you get predictable results. All right. Another one. Number 2, the people that are actually helping you have been there, done that, and helped hundreds, thousands of others. Okay. Number 3, we have levels based on your ambition. Okay, how ambitious are you? We've got you covered. Okay, and that's how it works. Okay, that's unique selling proposition. Here's another one. If you look at the business card on, from the Remax gentleman, all right, you'll see that it doesn't even say that he sells real estate. Okay, and you guys see it? The business card that's got my picture on it. Given the absence of personal connection, who would you call to talk to about selling your house? Right. So if I ask you the question of, hey, the Remax gentleman on the right, okay, hardworking guy, why would you list your home? Why would you list your home with him over and above anybody else or any other option? We're not making fun of Seth there on any level. He's a hardworking real estate agent. Quite the contrary. Who do you think is working harder to sell houses? The card that pretty much promotes Remax, or the card that promotes the very thing that customers want? Right, exactly. Now, we're not going to stop there. So every business card, for example, has 2 sides. Okay, you can call it a front and a back if you want. It's just 2 sides. So I want you to think about your business broken down into different prospects. You've got seller prospects that you want. You've got buyer prospects that you want, right? If you've got more business than you can get to, you want other agents. And then what happens when you get a client? It's no longer a buyer prospect or a seller prospect. It's a lifetime customer. And all 4 of those, sellers, buyers, lifetime customers, and real estate agents that you might want to recruit to your real estate sales team, that's different marketing messages. Okay, so this is what I love about the simplicity of just like business cards. It allows us to make the case here for how you can avoid trying to be all things to all people and strategically target the prospect that you want. So if you look at this card, for example, you'll see on one side, it's got that big, bold brand, your home sold, guaranteed or I'll buy it. That's a performance guarantee. You look at the other side, it's got a unique consumer program. I'm the agent with the buyers, got over 4,000 buyers in my database. Your home may already be sold. All right, so you see how that works. Now, who would that marketing message be delivered to most consistently? Right, seller prospects. Okay, now let's flip it over. Okay, all right, so buyers, what do buyers want? Right, you got it, man. They want houses. Okay, do they just want any house? Oh, Todd, what do you have? Oh, well, I've got, well, it'll do. Yeah, just whatever you have, I'll take it. No, buyers want a $1 million home for $500,000. Okay. Sellers want to sell their $500,000 home for $1 million. In other words, people want something special, exclusive, rare, novel. So if you want people, then what must you be? Ooh, that's pretty good. Write that one down. Buyers and sellers, people, they want something special. They want something exclusive. They want something novel. Now, when they're done making their purchase, you may very well think, well, it's just another house. But for them, it was special, exclusive, and novel. But every prospect starts down the path of, I want something special, exclusive, novel, rare. So if you want people, which is what we want, right? As real estate professionals, we want more people. So what must we be? Right, you got it. Exclusive, rare, uncommon, novel. And the way to tell the marketplace that is with unique selling propositions. Okay, you guys got it? And Craig just went through that superstar panel there, and you guys got to see some very good, special, uncommon, rare stuff, which is why those guys' businesses are scaling. Okay, so the more exclusive you can be, the better for you. I can assure you that. All right, the more you're like everyone else, okay, like set there, the harder you will have to work. That I can guarantee you. Okay, so what can you do to position yourself as more exclusive? Well, with buyers, I'm the agent with the deals. That's right. I've got access to the top 10 best buys matching your home buying criteria right now. Give me a call. I'll make it happen. All right, what about for lifetime customers? Once you have a client, a buyer or a seller, what do we want the client to do? Okay, well, we want them to come back and buy more real estate. Okay, awesome, got it. We want them to send us referrals a lot. Like what would happen if you got at least one referral a year from every single client for life? What would that do to your business? Oh, dude, that's a game changer, all right? Okay, so what else do we want from our lifetime customers? We want them to come back to us as a resource. Hey, you need a landscaper? You need a roofer? You need somebody to come clean your house? I'm a resource. Okay. What else do we want from lifetime customers? Right. 5-star reviews. You got it. Now, who wrote the rule that said you can only get one 5-star review from a customer? Like when you sold them their house or you helped them buy a house. Dude, every time they come back around and you use you as a resource, that's another shot at a 5-star review. I help them. Okay. Help them get what they want. They invest in real estate with me. I help them get what they want. So now everything is scaling. All right, when you do it this way, that's why I love what Craig was just talking about, our calls marketing systems. Okay, one of the things that we do, as you guys know, especially platinum members, you guys know this, we drill down hard on joint ventures and relationships with great nonprofits in the world, and we cross promote. Okay, and that is a unique selling proposition. The fact that those guys like Bertrand there and Bill and Rudy, you can see the passion. Okay, those guys give, Suzanne, all them, they give a lot of their treasure and time to various worthy causes in the local community and sometimes globally. That's a unique selling proposition. All right, now how about this? How many of you need help right now? Like you're busy, all right, and you need help. Okay, well, if you're not telling the world that you need help, how would they know? So it's the same thing, it's marketing. So the fact that you're busy and need help is a unique selling proposition. All right, I'll give you guys a classic example on that right now. Okay, the panel that you just looked at, Rudy, Bertrand, and RG there, Bill, Suzanne, all of those guys, okay, Jay especially. Look, they're telling the world right now that they need help. And the more they tell the world they need help, the more business they get. So they get the help they need and they get more business because people want to do business with people that are busy. Amazon. Okay. Is it a big secret right now that Amazon is looking for 100,000 people? No. All right. No. In other words, Amazon's business went up during the pandemic. They were like the news promoted them. Did the news say go buy stuff from Amazon? No, they said Amazon's hiring 100,000 people. Amazon and Walmart hiring like crazy. I go down to Walmart right in the middle of the pandemic when people say don't go outside. You go down to Walmart, you can't get into place. You see what I'm talking about? This place has got busier, all right, because they're telling the world they need help. It's a unique selling proposition. So is this making sense to you guys? So firstly, there is no rule that says you must have only one unique selling proposition. Au contraire. If you noticed from those Zillow profiles that we looked at a little while ago, there were 6 secret ingredients to those unique, to their brand, essentially. And then we get to just tell that story in all kinds of ways. So given the scope of a business card, okay, like this right here, how much can I put on it? Okay, well, it's got 2 sides. I can probably put 2 messages on there pretty easy. Okay. But if it's a direct mail to say like an expired listing, like Rudy was just talking about, I can probably include all 6 of those little super awesome trade secrets in one mailing. Got it? So the media that you're using, okay, whether it's online or offline, can dictate how broad and how wide you can go with your message. Okay, but that first leg on the stool, absolutely unique selling proposition. My favorite unique selling proposition of all time is your home sold, guaranteed, or I'll buy it. Okay, now when I talk to real estate agents, coaching members, newer platinum members, and especially those that aren't connected with our system at all, they get a little nervous when we mention that. Okay, and I certainly understand it. Okay, but it wasn't that I wanted to run around Metro Atlanta and telling everybody in the marketplace, hey, you got a home to sell? Come on over. Give me a call. I'll guarantee that your home will sell. If it doesn't sell, I'll buy it. It wasn't that I wanted to do that. So I want everybody to really get this. It's what the customers wanted. So the sellers in the marketplace, homeowners, they like that message above others. So much so that when I put it into the marketplace, all right, I got more calls than any other real estate agent selling resale homes over the course of probably a solid decade, selling 400 to 500 houses a year, okay, earning $1 million in commissions before my first daughter was born, okay? She's 24 now. So you guys see how this works, is that first is great, all right? But look, if this is what the public wants, then at some point we have to start moving in the direction of what they want. Rare, exclusive, uncommon, novel. These are the things that they want. So what would make it easier for me to take a message like that and getting out into the marketplace? Okay, so that's one principle there. All right, let's look at another one. Look down here where it says how we can get information to the prospect. So with a message like this, your home sold guaranteed or I'll buy it, okay, that's a very, very strong, unique selling proposition, probably the number one ever invented by humans, brought to the agent level by Craig Proctor himself. Okay, so that's a bold statement, right? But it also says, hey, if you want to sell your home right now, if you're thinking about moving right now, you should call me. Okay, well, what happens if I'm not quite ready to do that, but I'm really, really interested in the offer? That's why you widen the funnel up with additional information for free that details everything without having to talk to the agent. Okay, so when you do that, you widen the funnel up even further. So what's exclusive to our system is that. Okay, there are agents in the marketplace, they'll throw that out there, your home sold or I'll buy it, call me and start packing. I've seen that. Okay, I know how that works. Okay, they get some leads. Okay, but when you go wide with the funnel by giving people the opportunity to get information without having to talk to you, you generate more. And what would you rather have? Less or more? Right. So there is a principle. You've got to make it fun and easy for prospects to do business with you. And so that's part of it. So every single one of these messages, if you want to scale this thing out into the marketplace, those are principles when it comes to USP marketing. The USP is so good, so narrow, that if we don't offer people additional information or ways to get additional information, like a free report without having to talk to us, okay, you narrow your focus. So we want to go wide. Greg did a good job earlier talking about that when he was showing you some of the ads. Now, if we're going to say your home sold guaranteed or I'll buy it, why not tell the buyers, if you're not happy with your home, we'll buy it back. Okay, it's essentially the same program. We just say the words differently. Okay. So these are examples of unique selling propositions. Now let me bring it all together by using Bill's postcard here. So if you look at Bill's postcard, you'll see all 6 ingredients, okay? You'll see, firstly, risk reversal or risk removal, okay? And that's that performance guarantee right there in the top in the headline, okay? Then you'll see 3 statistical USPs. Remember I told you 3 legs on the stool. The unique selling prop or USP marketing could be its own stool, and it would have performance guarantees, statistical USPs, and unique consumer programs. And Bill here has all three. Okay. You can see it right there. Performance guarantee, statistical USPs, and right there, I'm the agent with the buyers. I've got a database of buyers in waiting, unique consumer program. Your home may already be sold, free search and match of your home's criteria to my database of buyers in waiting. Here's what you do now. You guys see that? So right here, Mr. Watson, Bill here, you can see classic, Quantum Leap system, Craig Proctor system marketing, all three of those unique selling propositions in one place. Now, that's a postcard, but think it through. I could take each one of these individual messages and broadcast it to the marketplace in its own ad. This is an example of putting them all in one place. Okay, so it's the same thing on the sign. Okay, like what's going to get more sign calls? A sign like this, or just one little single little traditional little real estate for sale sign? I remember when Craig introduced me to his for sale sign marketing system. And Craig, you said it is a unique selling proposition. Because when you drive around and look at everybody else's for sale signs, number one, you can barely read them. You drive by them like really fast. Was that a for sale sign, or was that like an election vote for, this guy for commissioner new sign? Like, it's a good question, right? Some of them I can't even read. So by doing a bit more in front of the house in that little patch of real estate there in the grass, you can generate a lot more calls. That's a unique selling proposition. Okay. And what do you guys like better? Sign calls? Or maybe somebody calling you on an ad? Like, yeah, we would rather have, we love sign calls. We know those people want to buy. So what can you do to increase calls from your for sale signs? And we turn them right into a unique selling proposition. So you can see this right here. We've got risk reversal or risk removal with the guaranteed sale program, trade up program, buy this home, I'll buy yours. You guys can see that. Okay. We've got the everyday open house. Okay, you like that? That's a unique consumer program. Okay, it's right there on the side. Okay, and then we give people an easy way to get more information without having to talk to an agent if they want with House Talk. So that's some pretty good examples of just that one leg on USP. All right, so let's take a look at the other leg, database marketing. Okay, now we have the number one database marketing systems ever developed by human beings. Go out on a limb and say that. Okay, I've met, I'm a student of the Craig Proctor system, and being that, I've met thousands of real estate agents in my tenure here over the last 25 years. Okay. And I can assure you that our database marketing, in other words, marketing to your databases, number one, it's easy, it's inexpensive, and you've already generated these leads. You guys got it? When you have people in your database, you already have them, like they've already been generated. So it only makes sense to go back to my database and remarket to them with additional offers. Could be past clients or lifetime customers, as we refer to them, or leads that you've already generated. Okay. So, but the purpose is to leverage what we already have, work through those people to reach even more. So let's look at it this way. Let's say that you've got a database that's got 1,000 people in it. Okay. Well, each one of those people has their own database. They have a social media platform. They have cell phone contacts. Okay. It's likely that every single person in your database has a cell phone and has dozens to hundreds of contacts in their cell phone. So everyone is a walking, talking, what do you want to call this? Database themselves. We've got access to more people through them. So that's the other reason that you want to do this. So what most real estate agents is they call past clients. Okay. They send mass marketing newsletters, okay, that don't really make any offers. And they really do it to, quote, stay in touch. Okay. Some people send pies, send recipes, general market updates. Okay. All of this stuff is pretty much the opposite of being exclusive. And it's a little boring. Number one rule of marketing, never be boring. Okay. So in the Quantum Leap system here, here's what we're going to do with Craig's system. Number one, we're going to define our databases. Okay, so for example, I've got my cell phone contacts right here. Got my cell phone, got a few hundred there. Let's see what else I got. My social media platforms, got over 6,000 or 7,000 on Facebook. Got LinkedIn, thousands there. What else we got? Instagram. All right, my wife, she's got her own databases. Okay, so this thing's adding up really big in a hurry. Plus my CRM. Oh my goodness, how many you got there? So when you think about it, it's like, oh my God, I'm sitting on a lot of opportunity here. All right, cool. Now what? Well, what are we going to offer them? Okay, well, the cool thing about what we have here is an endless supply of content. Okay, exclusive content, as a matter of fact. Okay, so if we have the content and you have the databases, we just need to marry the two. Okay, and then you create your marketing calendar, your content calendar. Okay, how often am I going to market to my databases and what am I going to offer them? Okay, and then you just execute that strategy. And I can assure you, you can go and invent these things like Thomas Edison. You can go and invent the light bulb, or you can just copy it like Westinghouse did. Okay, and it's much easier to succeed that way. Okay, and you're looking at a guy who's pretty much just a pretty good copier. So for example, this would be an example of database marketing using MarketWatch. Okay, MarketWatch, Craig, we have 12 editions of these, and each one of these is packed full of information, okay, content. So I can take the whole thing, deliver it to my database, okay, or I can break it down into chunks, and I can pick, say, Tuesdays and Thursdays were always my favorite days to deliver a piece of information to my databases.
You know, okay, Todd, we all know that follow-up is important. Let me ask you this. Let's do a little survey here, and you can type your answer into chat. Out of 100% of buyer and seller prospects that you speak to on an average day, out of 100% of prospects you speak to, what percentage of the buyers and sellers are ready to act right now? You know, like they're saying, come on over and list my house, or I want to buy a house right now, versus what percentage of buyers and sellers are a couple weeks or a couple months out? I think you'll agree the majority of people we speak to in this business are not quite ready yet. If they were all ready to act, if every buyer you talk to said, I want to buy a house today, or every seller that you talk to said, come on over and list my house today, you wouldn't need an elaborate follow-up system. But the truth is the opposite, right? Like 80 to 90% of the prospects that we speak to are not ready yet. Some of them are never going to be ready. Some of them are never going to do business with you, no matter what. They have a friend or relative in the business, but many of them require follow-up. So I don't think that's news to any of us that we require an awesome follow-up system. So let's look at all the different ways that we can follow up with a prospect. First of all, you need to have a contact management system. You need to have a CRM. I'm assuming everyone with us here knows that, and you all have a CRM. And people often ask me, Todd, well, what's the best CRM? Well, look, the best CRM is the one that you're actually going to use, the one that you understand. So if you're getting involved with the Craig Proctor system now, you don't have to worry about switching your CRM. If you've got one that you like, we can have all of our leads go into whatever CRM that you currently have now, or we can refer you to companies that will take care of that for you. Now, once the lead goes into the CRM, which is the first step, please write this down. If the lead doesn't get into your CRM, doesn't get into your contact management system, it doesn't exist. Okay, if the new lead doesn't go into your CRM, it doesn't exist. So that's the first step. Then what we want to do is we want to automate the marketing. You know, in the beginning, you don't need automated marketing. You don't need automated follow-up. Why? Because, you know, you don't have very many prospects, to be honest. You know, when I started at this and I had 5 buyers, it wasn't a real challenge to keep in touch with 5 people. But as your marketing starts to work, as you get involved with the Craig Proctor system, 5 prospects quickly goes to 50, quickly goes to 500, quickly goes to 5,000. You're going to need automation to help you keep in touch with the future prospects, which are the majority of people that we deal with every day. The majority of people, I'll repeat it again, in the real estate business, the majority of people we talk to on any given day are not quite ready yet. So that poses a problem for us. How do we follow up with people that aren't quite ready yet? How many of you have had buyers and sellers slip through the cracks? I'll give you an example. Well, Todd, you know this story. One of the things that I did at my office is I had my assistant, Cindy, my administrator, she would cross-reference all of the new listings into our CRM. So as the hot sheets come out every day, Cindy would type the addresses. These are for new listings. She'd type the addresses into our CRM. And what we found is that there were a lot of sellers that had contacted us first. They had fallen into our quote marketing net, and we did a very poor job of following up with them. And they had listed with another agent. Not always. Sometimes I would look into the notes and I would say, well, I think we did everything we possibly could. And you know what? We still lost the business. But there were many cases where the lead came in and either we didn't reach them, or even worse than that, we did reach the buyer or seller. And has this ever happened to you guys before? You reach the buyer or seller and they don't lie. They tell you the truth. They're very upfront and vocal with their moving intentions, with their motivations. They tell you where they're going to move to and why they're going to move and when. They tell you where, why, and when. And still we lose the business because we make the mistake of either not properly following up or following up too late. So we have built this system out to help you, not just generate leads. Like if we just teach you how to generate leads without the follow-up part of it, then how does that really help you, right? You generate leads, but you're not converting the leads. So this is a total system. We teach you not only lead generation, but we teach you the follow-up systems and we teach you the presentations. I believe later today, if we have time, we're going to get through the buyer presentation. We've got a very sophisticated listing presentation. All of these systems work together so you have a very profitable business. A piece of this isn't going to solve your problem. So if we teach you how to be a massive lead generator, but you don't know how to reach the prospects and nurture the leads and convert the leads, then what was it all for, right? So we're going to follow up using the following tools. We're going to follow up with emails. We're going to follow up with text messages. We're going to follow up with voice broadcasting. For those of you that are coaching members, you know that right from the Craig Proctor coaching site, you can send out voice broadcast messages. So you record the message once and you could send that message out to all your buyers, all your sellers. So for example, if I get a new listing, I could do a just listed message, or I sell a property, I could do a just sold, and I can communicate that to whatever streets or neighborhoods I want right from the system. Well, we can do the same thing with our clients. So for example, I could record a voice blast message that says something like this. It's generic, right? Because it's going to go out to dozens or hundreds of my buyers at the same time. But that message might say, hi, this is Craig Proctor with ABC Realty. I've been emailing you information on homes that match your criteria. And if there's properties that you'd like more information on, I'd like to see, please call me. Or if we're not sending you the right types of homes and you'd like to change your criteria, please contact me. And then whatever contact you want. Call me, text me, whatever that call to action is going to be. But that's an example of us recording right there. There's the hotlines.
Yeah, it's pretty like this is so easy. Like I could do it. So I just clicked on the hotlines button, and yeah, we're providing everyone with two hotlines, one branded, one less branded. And let's say I want to manage my unbranded hotline. Okay. All of the mailboxes come pre-recorded with all of our ads, but this is what you were referring to right here, Craig, voice broadcasting. So I can upload my list of numbers to call, record the message, click a button, and everybody gets that voice message.
Does everyone see how cool that is? So not only do you record the message once and you can broadcast it to whoever in your database, your past clients, the buyers you're working with, sellers that you're following up with, but you can also send a text message. So if you move over to the right side there, you can also send them a text message. So how am I going to use this technology? Well, I'm going to use voice broadcasting and broadcast text messaging when I'm following up with all my different databases. So who's in your database? Well, you've got your existing sellers, right? Those that you have listed. You have buyers that you've got signed to a buyer contract. You've got buyer prospects you're following up with. They're not signed to a buyer agency agreement yet. You've got sellers that are not signed to a listing agreement. You've got your past clients. You've got your sphere of influence. You've got all these different databases. So we're going to teach you how to break out all of these different groups and automate the marketing. So it's easy. How many of you would agree? Type into chat if you're with me on this, okay? If you're with me on the importance of follow-up, how many of you see the value in automating this, having very strong follow-up, far more than any of your competitors? That's where we're really going to beat our competitors, is not just with lead generation, it's solid follow-up. Todd showed you a few minutes ago a newsletter that can be emailed them, a newsletter that can be sent in the mail. So they've got a hard copy of it. They're getting our information by email. They're getting information by text. They're getting information on the phone with your voice broadcasting. You can imagine how powerful this is. And it's not just the capability to deliver the message, which is amazing. As Todd hit on a few minutes ago, it's the content. You see, when you're a Craig Proctor System member, not only do you get licensed to the technology, and by the way, all the technology that we're talking about here is included if you're a Craig Proctor member. It's included. We're not like other coaching things where they try to sell you a bunch of stuff later. We include what you need to be successful. And you have a license for the intellectual property. So the messages that go out can't just be ordinary messages, or that wouldn't work. We could have this amazing technology. You could have an amazing ability to text message or voice broadcast, but if you don't have the right language, okay, if your message isn't important to buyers and sellers, it will fall on deaf ears. So we provide, most importantly, the content. And then we coach you on how to use it all. We coach you on how to use the intellectual property, the content. We teach you and coach you on how to use the technology. We keep you accountable. We answer all your questions. And the important thing to understand about being successful is you don't have to do it by yourself. I've talked about the mentors that I've had in my life, and I've invested, hundreds of thousands of dollars in education and in learning and investing in marketing and my education of marketing and technology. And you don't have to go it alone. You see, this is the important thing to understand. Everything that you want to do in real estate is already successfully been done by people like me and Todd and thousands of Craig Proctor members before you. All you have to do is just be open to learning. The tools are there. The information is there. There's people here that will answer your questions and guide you through it to save you time and help you avoid mistakes. I just can't imagine wanting to, try to do this on my own. The complexity of this business is rising. It's, really never a good time to go it alone. And right now might be the worst time to go it alone in your real estate career. So Todd, in about 5 minutes, I'm going to come back in about 5. And what I want to do is, when I come back, is I want to continue on with the 8 universal business principles. And what I want to get into is in the importance of selecting your target market. How many of you would agree that some who's are better than other who's? Some pieces of your market are better than others. Some types of buyers will be better than other types of buyers. Some types of sellers or neighborhoods or price ranges will be better. I'm going to show you how to use technology to interface with your MLS to figure this out. So you can now make really good decisions in your real estate business. So Todd, I'll be back in 5, and I'll let you wrap up, and then we'll continue on.
Sounds good, buddy. I'll set that up for us right now. So if we're looking at the screen here, you guys will see that we're back onto our diagram, which I believe really does a good job of illustrating what your business sits on. This concept of owning your own pipeline, solid. So we looked at some USP marketing systems. We looked at some database marketing systems. Now, direct marketing, we've talked about a lot today already. All right, but direct marketing is what we're getting ready to get into. Once you identify your ideal customer, okay, then
then you're going to be able to deliver them what they most want. Like I wouldn't want to get first-time buyers talking about move-up buyer stuff or vice versa, right? So that's going to set that up really nice. So you're going to see a myriad of property ads, hot list ads, information-driven ads, and then we take those ads and we go directly to the customers wherever they are, okay? And there are plenty of places to do this free. You can do it paid on Facebook, paid on Google, and we're going to look at some of these ads in depth here in a little bit. This would be, like we looked at earlier, just an ad on Facebook. It's not a Facebook ad, it's an ad on Facebook. And you can see quite clearly what the ad does. Okay, we're leveraging a property and some terms, like $350,000 or trade, to generate leads. Here's another one. We're taking a property, throwing it on Facebook, losing the address, okay, going with the better headline, and we're using terms to attract more prospects. Okay, here's another one. Okay, does the same thing. A property, we lose the address, we replace it with an interesting headline, and we use some terms, $330,000 or trade. Buy this home, I'll buy yours. And terms, whether it's financing or circumstantial like trade programs, will increase lead response. So I want to encourage you to do that. Here's a hot list ad. Okay, hot list of homes selling Kennesaw with something really rare. Finished basements under a certain price range. This is an information-based ad. Okay, we're taking info and we're making it available to the public. If you'd like to know what the homes are selling for in your area, here's a good way to do it. Okay, all right, this is a direct ad where we just, hey, we'll just buy your house. We'll make you a cash offer. Guaranteed cash offer on your home within 24 hours. Okay, let's see. I've been running that ad, guaranteed cash offer on your home, for almost 30 years. Okay, so not anything new. As a matter of fact, I would say that's a staple of the most successful Craig Proctor peeps. Okay, all right, everyone wants to know what they can sell their house for or what it's worth. That's a fantastic ad. Okay, and one of my favorite is to avoid mistakes ads. Okay, this is an information-based ad taken directly to prospects on Facebook. All right, so this young lady right here was an agent at our business. All right, when she joined our company, I gave her this ad to run in the newspaper. Go directly to the prospects in the Noonan area, run this ad. You won't have a problem getting listings. All right, and she goes, in the newspaper? I'm like, yes, in the newspaper, because there's a newspaper in that town that a lot of people read. All right, some other towns don't have newspapers. This one did. I was like, you want to be where people are. Okay, so she generates 61 seller leads. All right, 61 seller leads in 3 days off of one ad. And that's right out of the ad generator on the coaching site that you guys saw. How many of you guys have ever had 61 seller leads in 3 days? Wouldn't that be a nice problem to have? As you can see, Ernie was saying, this is my problem now, Todd. We got too many leads. What are we going to do with them? Oh my God, I better stop running the ad. and I certainly understand that. That's a great problem to have. All right. So Craig mentioned this earlier, obscurity. So as all this is going on, all this marketing is hitting the marketplace. You're generating leads from less branded marketing. We're turning back around and marketing to them with branded marketing. Okay, all of it is designed to escape obscurity. So as you get more involved with us, okay, in this system, you'll become a master at dominating the marketplace because everyone will know you. Like, you won't be able to go places, Craig. You would go down to the grocery store and they would say, you're Craig Proctor. I see you everywhere, right? Same thing with me. I get that. That's all cool and all. Makes you feel pretty good, like you're something special. But the idea is to get more prospects. Like, you want people. It doesn't do any good for people to say, oh, I know you. I see you everywhere, if your business is not growing, right? So we have to combine the being everywhere with really great offers. And what you're looking at right here is what we refer to as our primary way to escape obscurity, is to leverage the internet combined with offline marketing. So if you look at this web marketing blitz here that many of you should have seen before if you're a member, all right? So for, let's say for platinum level members, we're absolutely going to start walking around this whole, hub and spoke model. Okay, we're going to leverage SEO. Okay, that was the main reason for me with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty,
It was to dominate SEO and allow the agents to do the same. That was quite genius. And then when we get into social media, okay, what are we going to do on social media? There's free and there's paid with every one of those. Okay. Then we have remarketing on social. Okay. When we generate leads, we're going to go back to them and remarket to them. Going to talk about that a little bit more longer, a little later today on remarketing. Okay. Then websites and landing pages. Landing pages are the primary place that you drive traffic, okay, online. Not to your main website, but to individual landing pages. A website's great and all, but really a website is a collection of all your cool landing pages, okay? And as you saw, we give you the landing pages, all the content right there in the ad generator. So it makes it easy to make sure we get the landing pages right? YouTube is really not a social media platform. It's its own thing. As you know, Google owns YouTube. So how many of you have been on YouTube looking at videos? As soon as you start watching the video, an ad pops up. Okay. Now, some of the times you watch the ad. A lot of times you click away, it gets to 5 seconds, click, I'm off. But many times you've seen ads that's like, hey, I'm interested in that. Okay. So, yeah, you're going to learn how to run these in-stream ads, especially from the brand and remarketing side, so that more people come to know who you are. And as we said earlier, it's hard to get people to do business with you if they don't know who you are. They hit they're on Google looking for a house. They land on your website. What's really cool is now later they're on somebody else's website and they're seeing your ads through those tags. Okay, and that's the hub and spoke model of being able to move away from, there's just not enough people to know who we are, all right, and enter the world with a lot less obscurity. So these are the things that hopefully throughout today that we've been through so far, you're starting to piece this together, and you see all of this essentially as media channels. So as we dive into target marketing or figuring out who our ideal prospect is, all right, you're going to be able to take the right message into every single one of these places, wherever it is out there, online or offline, and you're going to have a better message and you'll generate a lot more leads. So Craig, you want me to flip it over to your computer there, big dog?
Yeah, man, flip it over and let's rock and roll. Everybody having a good time? Let us know in chat. Let us know how we're doing. If you're enjoying this, I see we're still over 1,000. What do we got here right now? Latest update is 1,025. So we better ramp it up here. Make sure everybody stays excited. Okay, so we're on my screen right now. Do you see that? No, you don't.
Yeah, it's a landing page.
Yeah, that's not what I want though. So we'll do something else here, my man. Okay, how about right there? Do you see that?
See PowerPoint slides?
Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, so we're going to pick it up where we left off. Again, if you're enjoying this, let us know. Give us some love, show us some love. Let's make this interactive. What we're going to talk about is target marketing. But hey, before I get into target marketing, I want to just pick up on something I didn't show you earlier this morning. This was a great marketing piece by Jim Buttrell, top San Diego agent Jim Buttrell, and it had all three different types of USPs. Remember, I showed you this earlier. It's got his performance guarantee. It's got right down here, performance guarantee, your home sold for at least 100% of the asking price, will pay the difference. It's got a unique service, which is the second type of unique selling proposition, offering unique services that your competitors don't offer, and then having unique statistics that separate you from all the other agents. So Jim has this printout or screenshot rather of all the buyers he's working with. Well, I found mine and I wanted to show you this. So this is what I did many, many, many years ago. And this in the day wasn't online. It wasn't a screenshot, but and you can still do it because I like the power of actually printing out my buyers. So imagine this. I had 11 pages of buyers. So this was stapled in the top left-hand corner. And imagine there's 11 pages here. And Todd, you're my seller. And I say to you, hey, Todd, should you decide to list with me, I've got 327 buyers in my database that are looking for a home in the northeast part of town in your price range. And these are the buyers' names. Okay, which one of my agents, these are my actual last names of my buyer agents on my team, how many weeks we've been sending this buyer information, how many pictures of homes or homes we've sent them, and in the last 2 weeks and in total. So I like this. It was a great prop because I imagine I give this to the seller and the seller's leafing through all these pages and they're like, wow, this guy's got a lot of buyers. So we want to teach you, first of all, how to get the buyers. So, it's not a lie. So you actually have qualified buyers. And then once we teach you how to grow a good database of buyers, I want to show you how to leverage off of that list of buyers to get the listings. Everybody follow that? So first we show you how to get the buyers, then we show you how to leverage off your list of buyers to get listings. And so that's how I started doing this. I had an actual printout. This was one of my props in my briefcase. And when I got to this part of my listing presentation, what I'm communicating to the seller is I'm the agent with all the buyers. So the seller's looking through these, they're impressed. And I would say, I'll repeat the language again so you make sure you get it. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, should you decide to list your home with me, the very first thing that I would do is I would email the details, pictures and details of your home out to the 327 buyers I have in my database that are looking for a home in your area and price range. Now, sometimes I get a hit right away. Sometimes I get multiple hits, meaning we get multiple offers, more than one person interested at once, which is good, right? Supply and demand. Now, it sounds kind of crazy, but it's almost like I've been looking for a buyer for your home before you and I even met today. Pause. I'll let that sink in. And Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I understand that you've interviewed a couple of other agents. Did the other agents you meet with, did they talk to you about how many buyers they currently have for your home? Pause. What's the seller thinking now? The seller's thinking, well, if the other agents had buyers like Craig, they probably would mention that, right? All the other agents we're talking about is in their listing presentation is how great they are, or what they would begin to do, what they would start to do to try to find a buyer for my house if I listed with them. So this really is just a little piece of the powerful techniques we want to show you once you get these leads, how to follow up with them, how to reach them, how to get the appointment, how to make sure that they don't cancel, that they keep the appointment. There's so many steps to this, but that's the good news I want everyone to know is this is an entire system. We're not offering you, just a lead generation system or just a conversion system. It's a complete package from how to get the leads to how to reach the leads, to what to say during the meetings, to how do I grow a very large business, but still have a life? How can I actually have a business where I can go on vacation and my income continues to grow and I can do the things that I want to do and even give back to charity like so many Craig Proctor members? This is Marnie Bennett. For those Canadians with us here, Marnie Bennett is in Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. And when Marnie started with us, I believe that she was the #1 Keller Williams agent in the world shortly after, like a couple of years into beginning with us. At first, like many of us, she struggled. You can see she's using the same kind of marketing. Here's her performance guarantee. Your home sold in 29 days or I'll buy it. Don't get stuck owning 2 homes. Then she's got 3 big reasons to call Marnie to sell her home. Now, Marnie, I don't know, what does Marnie do in volume, Todd?
She called me a few days ago.
Uh-huh.
And she is on her best year ever, says she's going to do probably over 600 closings this year. And probably will break $10 million in gross revenue. So quite the business.
Okay, look, I don't know if other coaches and trainers have members like us, like, we've mentioned Sarah Reynolds, $1 million a month, Marnie Bennett, $10 million this year. Of course, we like to brag about our top members because we're very proud of them. But you'll notice that they just copy exactly what made me successful and what made Todd successful and all the other top members. You can see she's got 3 big reasons to call Marnie. Number 1, Number one reason, we do more for you because we sell more houses. We have sold 3,337 homes in the last 5 years. Reason number two, we sell our listings for more money. So on average, Marnie and her team sell their listings for 101% of the seller's asking price, but the board average, the real estate board average is 98%. So on average, Marnie's homes sell for 3% more. And we have more buyers. So here she is talking about, we have 597 buyers in our database looking to buy a home here in Ottawa. Okay, this is Jonathan Leahy's Zillow page. And you can see the same thing here on the Zillow pages. If I have time, Todd, remind me, and what I'll do is I'll Google some of our top members. Remember earlier I said to everybody, hey, I'm going to give you some names to Google. Google the Craig Proctor top members and then Google yourself. And you'll see a difference, right? So this is Jonathan Leahy's Zillow page. You can see his 6 big reasons to call the Leahy real estate team. We have the buyers. We have over 10,000 buyers. Your home will sell for $27,000 more. Anyway, there's 6 big reasons here. And you'll see this over and over again. The Craig Proctor members are consistently, the messaging is exactly the same. And so my advice for you is just do what they're doing. If you want to be successful, we'll show you example after example after example of agents who, just like you, maybe were struggling in the beginning, or some of you that are with us today are actually very successful. However, you're giving your life up to it. You know what I mean? You're actually making pretty good money, hundreds of thousands of dollars. The problem you have is you're working 7 days a week to do it. And you realize that you're already giving up all the time that you have. So you can't trade any more of your time for money. And there's got to be a better way. How many of you feel right now there's got to be a better way? And maybe this Craig Proctor system is the better way. We'd love to hear from you on chat. Again, let's keep this interactive. Type in your questions and your comments. Don't let skepticism get in the way of a very promising and lucrative real estate career. Folks, this is the real deal. Everything you want to do in real estate has been done already, and we're so happy that you're here with us today. Universal principle number 4 is a biggie. If you try to be all things to all people, you'll dilute your effectiveness. When I ask most real estate agents, hey, who do you want to target? Most real estate agents, Todd, they kind of give me a blank look and they say, well, what do you mean, who do I want to target? I'm looking for anybody that wants to buy or sell a house. But who you're targeting with your marketing efforts is really important. I said earlier that some buyers are better than other buyers and some sellers are better than others. So I want you to think right now about who is your best who, understanding that in your marketplace, some who's are better than others. So what I want to show you right now is how we're going to use technology to interface with your MLS. Every single Craig Proctor member gets this amazing technology included. It's not an extra fee. It's included in coaching. Remember, earlier we said you get the intellectual property, which is the ads, the scripts, the presentations, but you also get the technology, including the hotlines, including the websites, including the software that I'm going to show you here in a minute, and so much more. So to begin with, some of you may prefer working with buyers and some of you may prefer working with sellers. Please type into chat what your preference is. Would you prefer to work with buyers or sellers? Or maybe you're 50-50. Many of you are like, well, I work with both. 50% of my business is buyers, 50% is sellers. But as you can see, this breaks down as well, right? If you want to work with buyers, do you want to work with first-time buyers, move-up buyers, luxury home buyers? Please understand, you have that power. You have that choice to call out to the very specific type of buyer or seller or geographical neighborhood. We want to show you exactly how to do this. Because before you spend your first dollar on marketing and advertising, doesn't it make sense that you should know who you're talking to? Does that make sense? How can I design marketing? How can I design a message if I'm not really sure who my ideal target market is? The answer is you couldn't possibly effectively match your message with your target market unless you understand what is going to be the most profitable target market for you. So to be successful as a marketer, I want to share with you the Craig Proctor triple M formula, triple M. You have to have the right message. Obviously, if you've got a weak message, then it doesn't matter who receives it because that message is not effective. But that message needs to be aimed at the right marketplace, the target market. That might be, when I say target market, it might be a certain geographical area like Glenway Estates. Your target could be a type of buyer, like a first-time buyer. That's not a geographical area. First-time buyer is a category or special type of buyer. A move-up buyer is a special type of prospect, right? Or it might be a special, you might be calling out to a special group like investors. So if I'm offering fixer-uppers, I might be attracting deal seekers or investors. And then the third M in my triple M formula is the medium. The medium is how we're going to deliver the message to your marketplace. So Facebook is a medium. Google is a medium. The newspaper is a medium. Direct mail is a medium. We have all these different radio, television. These are all different media. Now, the media that we use is going to be based on the type of prospect we're after. So if I want to target first-time buyers, obviously I'm not going to use the newspaper or print media. However, my father's 81 years old. If I wanted to target somebody like my dad, he's not on Facebook. Okay, you might reach him with direct mail. So different types of media are going to be applicable depending on our target market. The point I want to make is the first decision that needs to be made with your marketing is your marketplace. It's your target market. That's the first thing we should be starting with. Before you run your first ad, in reality, we need to understand what is our best opportunity. And I'm going to give you some examples of some mistakes that I made earlier in my career because I didn't understand what I'm about to show you. Now, isn't this the truth? The world's greatest marketing message is no better than the world's worst marketing message if it's shouted at deaf ears. So if you can't get your message delivered to the right people, then it doesn't matter whether it's a good message or it's a bad message. So who are the right people? Who are the best buyers and sellers? And how do we check that? How do we hone in on them? I've got a slide here on Coca-Cola. The good news for Coca-Cola is everyone in the world is their customer. But that's also the bad news for Coca-Cola because it costs gazillions of dollars to try to talk to everyone in the world. As small independent business people, as real estate agents, we obviously don't have the resources that Coca-Cola has. That means we can't squander thousands of dollars on just anybody in the marketplace. We can, but it's not the best way to do it. We want to be smart. We want to use our limited resources in the best way possible. So, big fish in a small pond. That's what we really want to do here. We want to be, we have got a small budget, but we want to be a big fish. We want to be dominant to that piece of the market, to whatever we decide is our best piece of the market. We want to have that omnipresence. We want to be the realtor of choice. So I am going to take you online now. I am going to try to take you online now. And we are going to go to a software. Can you see that, Todd?
Yeah, man. Well, I can see your PowerPoint slides.
Okay, well, that's not what I want. So hang on here. Let me back up the bus and let me try this again. So I want that. And then I want to go here.
Yeah, while you're making that transition, I've had agents, come to me and say, Todd, I really want to sell, more higher end homes. I'm like, okay, well, what's a higher end home? If I could just get people over $2 million, that would be better for me. I'm like, awesome, man. So are those homes selling? Well, no, not really. And I'm like, well, why would you want to target a price range where there's little activity? So so you got to think this through a little bit more strategically than just like, oh, well, man, if I could just get higher end houses.
Right. Well, you're back to, well, what I want is, but the focus should be what is moving in your marketplace. So if, if I had a lady, for example, in Florida, that when I asked her about target market, she says, oh, I live in this luxury condo and that's going to be my target market for no other reason then that's the building that she lives in. Well, when we did the research, we found out that there weren't enough luxury waterfront condos selling in that building for her to even make a living, even if she got 100% of the market share, which is unlikely, right? So we have to use science and logic to make good decisions. And that's what I want to demonstrate to you today. This program for me was a game changer because it allowed me to see what was really going on in my marketplace, to drill down deep so I could make good decisions. I believe that everyone here, if you have the right information, you could make better decisions in your business. So the first thing that I want to show everybody is this demo site is set up for me in Toronto. So GTA stands for Greater Toronto Area. But for every Craig Proctor member, this would be set up on your MLS. So this would interface with your MLS. So if I quickly go to filter, I can go to all the different cities in the Toronto area. And by alphabetical order, it tells me all the different cities are in the Toronto area, how many homes sold, what the average days in the market are, average sale price, medium sales price, and this is list to sales ratio. So for example, in this place, Ajax, houses are selling unbelievable. They're selling for over 100% of the asking price. In this area here, they're selling for 98% of the asking price. Over here is 97%. Now, one of the things that you want to do is you want to pick a target area that's not too small, but not too big. So for example, Georgina Islands, that would not be a great target market, right, Todd? Only 12 properties sold. This is set for the last 12 months. So one house a month sells.
Mm-hmm.
That would not be a great target market if I want to sell more than 12 houses a year. And if I want to sell 12, it would mean I'd have to get 100% market share. Well, that's probably not going to happen. This area, Brampton, has almost 8,000 sales. That target market might be too big, meaning I don't have the resources to penetrate such a large market. So if we take a look at my market here, in Newmarket or Aurora, look, it's nice. It's like 1,000, 1,500. That's doable. With the limited resources that I have, I can make a dent in this marketplace. I can make a difference. So I'm looking at the prices that houses sell for. I'm looking at the days on the market, and I could decide anywhere in Toronto that I want to work, I could make that decision. By the way, this also tracks the number of agents that are selling houses all over Toronto. Let's just check this out because I want to show everybody that most agents are not doing well at all. If we take a look at the GTA and we go performance by agent, this is shocking, actually. Look at this. There's almost 33,000 agents in Toronto. 10,000 of the agents sold one house last year. 5,900 sold two houses. Now, if we look at this, you can see that 90.45% of the agents sold 10 homes or less. If we flip that around, what that means is only 10% of the agents sold more than 10 houses a year. Okay, so many agents in Toronto and in your marketplace are just not doing it well at all. Then we take a look at the Craig Proctor members. Okay, and look at this, 588, 542. So you can use this information, by the way, when we break this down to neighborhoods, which we're going to do here in a minute, to find out where there's very little competition, because I might want to choose a target market where there's not a lot of competition. I'm not up against top realtors. So the next thing I can do here is, so I can choose my city. So let's say that I choose my city, which I did, is Newmarket. Now, all the information is about Newmarket. Now, I can go to any neighborhood inside of the town of Newmarket. Here are all the different neighborhoods that I could target. So again, it tells me the name of the neighborhood, how many homes sold in the last 12 months or any time frame I choose. It tells me the days on the market, the average price, the list to sales ratio, what percentage of the asking price they're selling. And this is the number of homes that sold for over 100% of the asking price. So here's my story. So when I get into real estate, the first listing that I got was I was doing an open house, and a Japanese couple came through the open house. They didn't speak any English at all. Unfortunately, their teenage daughter that was with them did speak English, and so she was my translator. So this couple had been transferred by Honda Canada to the Toronto area. They've got a big plant in Elliston, Ontario. And so the company was buying a house for them. And that's how I got my first listing. I'm pretty sure that the reason they listed with me is that they did not know that I didn't know what I was doing. Now, that first listing I got was in an area called Central Newmarket. Now, like a dummy, because I get my first listing in Central Newmarket, what do you think becomes my target market or my farm area? Central Newmarket. Yeah, Todd. Not because like I'd done any diligent research, right? Not because Central Newmarket was like the best place. It's just, how many of you have made that mistake before? Your target market is just maybe the neighborhood where you live in, or it might be the neighborhood that's close to the office, or like me, it might just be the neighborhood where you got your first listing. So check this out. It wasn't a terrible target market. Look at 200 homes sold. So in the last 12 months in this area, 200 homes have sold, 199. Days in the market are 27, and the average price is 655. Okay, so look, that's not terrible. However, when I get this information, I realize that not 5 minutes away, there's another neighborhood called Stonehaven Estates. Okay, now check this out, folks. Stonehaven Estates. How many of you would agree 207 is bigger than 199? Almost the same, but slightly more homes in a year in the same given time, slightly more sales in Stonehaven Estates. The days in the market, slightly less. 25 is less than 27, but look at the price.
Yeah.
All I had to do was switch my target market from Central Newmarket to Stonehaven Estates, and I got a 25% raise. I made 25% more commission without having to sell any more houses. How many of you get this? Type it into chat, type it in, love it, get it. Okay, now, how many of you are maybe making the mistake that I made, right? Just throwing a dart at the wall, that's going to be my target market. So we can do better, and I want to give you the tools so you can go in and make the right decisions. So check this out now. Here's another thing I can do. For all of Newmarket, I can click on highest turnover streets, and it will tell me in the town of Newmarket, in order of which streets had the highest amount of sales. This blew me away, and this is true for almost every city, almost every community. 30.1% of all the sales in the town of Newmarket are done on 9.9% of the streets. Does everybody get this? Let's flip it around. That means that I could ignore 90% of the streets in the town of Newmarket and still get to 30% of the sales. So now I know who to target by street and by neighborhood, so I can make really good decisions. When I was sending out direct mail before I had this information, I was wasting a lot of money sending direct mail to streets that hardly had any sales. Meanwhile, a couple of minutes away, there are streets that have all kinds of sales, and I'm not there. So I'm able to know, I can do this, by the way, I can do this by zip code. I can do this by city. I can do this by street. It's an amazing tool that we give all Craig Proctor coaching members. I can go in just for agents in Newmarket, in any neighborhood, and look at who my competition is. So there are 1,714 homes sold in the town of Newmarket in the last 12 months. Look at this. One transaction. 1,323 agents sold only one house. The top agent sold 54. In the whole town, the top agent sold 54 homes. The second top agent sold 35. Third top agent sold 28. Folks, there's not a lot of competition out there. when you've got the Craig Proctor tools, you will be at the top of the sales chart. Now, I want to show you how we're going to use this technology to impress the buyers and sellers. Okay, this is very important. Let me ask you this. Hey, what if all of this is true? What if you get involved with the Craig Proctor system and I can help you make a lot more money, okay? And just like all these other people you've met, I help you make a lot more money. And now you've got some money that you want to invest. So maybe right now, you don't have a financial planner. So Craig Proctor helps you make all this money. You want to invest some money in the stock market. So you interview a couple of financial planners. And the first guy you meet doesn't seem to really know what's going on. That's your feeling. Doesn't seem to know what's going on with the Dow Jones and the S&P and the NASDAQ. But the next lady you meet with, she seems to really have her pulse on on what's going on in the marketplace. Like your feeling, your perception is this lady really knows the stock market. She really understands investment. Here's the question. Who would you trust your hard-earned money with? Obviously the person that's the expert. I want to show you how you can create that same perception amongst your buyers and sellers. So let's say that I'm going to a listing appointment tonight. And the listing appointment, let's say the listing appointment is going to be in Glenway Estates. So we're going to go to all the different communities in Newmarket. And if I click on Glenway Estates, now all the information is about Glenway Estates. So check this out. You're my seller and you want to know, obviously, what's going on with average price. So we can graph this out. So rather than just bringing, information from MLS, which you can if you want, but this is far better because now I can show the seller, hey, in your neighborhood, Glenway Estates, in the last year, home prices are up 9.1%. Well, maybe the seller says, well, I want to know what's been going on for the last 2 years. Fine. So we can do that. In the last 2 years, home prices are up 5.5%. We could go back 4 years if we want. What's been happening with home prices over the last 4 years? Well, they're down 10%. So the market doesn't always go up. Now, in this situation, let's say I get to the seller's house and they say, hey, my best friend sold his house. It's the exact same model as mine. He sold it 4 years ago. And he sold it for, over $1 million. Well, the market's down 10% in the last 4 years. So I can use this as leverage to get the right price. I'll say, unfortunately, your neighbor's house had sold for over $1 million today would sell for $954,000. Okay, so I'm going to help my buyers and sellers make the right decisions. Let's go back to the last 12 months here. Now, what other information are we going to impress the seller with? Well, let's look at days on the market. This is how long it takes to sell homes in Glenway Estates. Now, we can fine tune this as well because we could look at maybe my seller's got a 4-bedroom home. So now we're going to click on 4 bedrooms. And now all the information will be about homes in the town of Newmarket in the neighborhood of Glenway Estates. This is information on days in the market for 4-bedroom homes only. Okay, so days in the market are down, 8 days in the market compared to at the peak here, 41. What else can we show our seller? Let's have a look at list to sales ratio. Okay, so last month, homes on average in your neighborhood sold for 99.4% of the asking price. Okay, that's really good. What else does my seller want to know about? Maybe my seller wants to know about the number of 4-bedroom homes that have sold in his neighborhood in the last year. You can see last month, only 5 4-bedroom homes in the neighborhood of Glenway Estates sold. What else might we want to know? Maybe we want to know what percentage of the homes sold for over 100% of the asking price. And you can see that last month, June of 2020, that's good news, right? 60% of the homes, 4-bedroom homes in the town of Newmarket, in the neighborhood of Glenway Estates, 60% of them sold for full asking price or more. How many of you think this software is pretty cool? Okay, give me a high five in the chat if it's cool, if you like this. If you were armed with this, would you be able to help more buyers and sellers make the right decisions? But most importantly, you could help yourself make the right decisions because you would have great information. Hey, Todd, every once in a while, when you were in real estate, you would have buyers come from out of town, right? And they don't know anything about Atlanta, and it's kind of exhausting, right? I would get the same thing up here. Newmarket's a bedroom community of Toronto, so I would have people come up from Toronto, and they've never been to my town in their life before. So it's exhausting. Like, oh my God, these guys don't know anything about the area. But here's what we can do with this software program. I can let's clear this search. And we're going to go to the town of Newmarket, okay? So they've never been to my town in their life before. So we go to the town of Newmarket, and we're going to go to visual marketing. And when I meet with these buyers at the office, before I even take them out and we're looking at properties, we can zoom in on all the homes that have sold in the area. Okay, hang on. I am doing all of Toronto here, so that'll take a long time. So let me do this right. I got to go to city, right there, city. And then I want to pick Newmarket right there. And if I don't click this, it doesn't work. So, all right, now we're going to go to Google it, and we're going to go to visual marketing. So Todd, you imagine you're coming to my town. You've never been to Newmarket, Ontario in your entire life, but check this out. Before you and I even leave my office, or we could do this virtually like we're doing right now with Zoom, I could give you a really good education on what's happening in the town of Newmarket. So Todd, you tell me you're a luxury buyer, right? All the homes that are coded red are luxury homes, right? $1 million and up. All the homes that are coded green are under 800,000. Yeah, believe it or not, if you are an $800,000 buyer in my neck of the woods, you're a first-time buyer. All the homes that are colored blue are move-up homes. Okay, so from 810 to just over $1 million. So, Todd, we've determined that you're a luxury home buyer. So we don't have to worry about all the homes that are blue or green, do we? So I can say this. I can say, hey, Todd, let's check out this neighborhood. It tells me what it's asking for, the address, and boom. Let's have a look at this neighborhood. Now, understand, I might be doing this virtually with Todd, just like I'm doing with you folks. Everyone here right now, you're looking at a neighborhood called Stonehaven Estates in the town of Newmarket, and I can walk you up and down. We could check out this neighborhood, and you could tell me whether this is a neighborhood you might be interested in. And let's say that you said, no, Craig, I would not be interested in that area. Okay, that's cool. That saves us a lot of time. You say, maybe I want to get something a little bit older, something in a more mature area. So we go over here, we check this out, and I say, what about something like this? Would this be like more of an area you want? Mature trees, older homes, maybe you want like a ranch type bungalow. And you might say, hey, yeah, that's more what I want. So the point is we can narrow this down when we're working with buyers and sellers. Now let's do the opposite. Let's do this. Let's go back to reality. That's cool. I don't know if you could hear that, but it actually sings back to reality. Okay, now we're going to go, this is for sellers. We're going to go to home sold. So Todd, you own a house in Newmarket, and I'm going over to your house tonight, and I'm able to zoom in on your neighborhood, and we can look from a bird's eye view, like 10,000 feet. We can look at all the homes that sold in any neighborhood, any street. And so let's say that you're over here in this part of town, okay? And you're on, let's do this. You're on Kirby Crescent. There's 2 houses that sold. You live right here, but there's 2 homes on Kirby that have sold in the last year. I click on this. It tells me the address of the house, what it sold for, and we can look at it. Hey, Todd, is that like yours? You go, no, mine's bigger. It's different. No problemo. We can go look at the other houses. So you can see that this program very easily helps you make awesome decisions in your business. It'll help you target exactly who is the most productive type of buyer or seller, the best neighborhoods to target. It's really, really helpful. And again, all Craig Proctor coaching members, all of them get the technology that helps all of our members become successful. So that would be set up for you on your local real estate board. So let's keep moving along here. That was the reality program. And let's see what's next. Okay, so there it is. Let me just exit out of here. See if there's anything else before we leave this that I forgot to share with you.
That's just a great, whether you're working with buyers, like a part of your buyer presentation, or sitting down with sellers, listing presentation. It's just a unique selling proposition. The fact that you're able to position yourself, that you've got access to information, and you're knowledgeable. So it's quite simple. I'm going to
try something I haven't tried here before. So I'm going to go to city, Todd. Okay. Yeah. And then I'm going to go to the neighborhood, or it's just community. And then I'm going to go to highest turnover streets. Let me just see. Okay. How cool is this? So in the town of Newmarket, okay. So now I can go to community, which is Glenway Estates. So in that neighborhood, just in that neighborhood, I know that 31.7% of all the sales in the neighborhood of Glenway Estates sold on 16% of the streets. I can get to almost a third of the market by only focusing on 16% of the streets. I don't have to be bothered with the other 84% of the streets. If I just focus my efforts on these 16 streets, 16% of streets, and it tells you, like this street here, 7 sales, road circle, 7 sales. I know exactly who to focus on, and I can do this by zip code.
You can do more often. Yeah, instead of having to go with, more marketing to a larger audience less often. Like you said, would you call it big fish in a small pond?
You want to be a big fish in a small pond. Okay, I'm going to try to share this up again. I got to try to figure this out. Okay, let's see if this works. Do you see my screen now? Yeah, awesome. Okay, so let me pick it up here. We are now going to go to marketing mistake number 5. Let's see if that works. Okay, that did not work. Hang on a second. Hang with me, Mr. Walters. Okay, that worked. Okay, good. I like it when it works. All right, now we're going to go to marketing mistake number 5. There was 8 of them, remember?
Mm-hmm.
And okay, that is not working again. So I am doing something wrong here. Bear with me. Okay, this is going to work. I'm pretty confident this is going to work. Let's see. Okay, now we're going to go to number 5. Yeah, it worked. Okay. You know what freaked me out? It actually was working, but it had a picture of reality and I thought I was still on it. Duh. Okay. Universal principle number 5. Well, this makes sense, right? You must make it easy and fun for prospects to do business with you. Nobody's going to argue with that. However, some of you are actually making it difficult for prospects to do business with you. I can speak from experience. I made that mistake. You see, if you make it difficult, if you don't make it easy, if you don't make it fun, prospects aren't going to stick around. And it surprises me that most real estate agents never put themselves in their prospects' shoes. For example, when you run your ads, do you make it easy and non-threatening for prospects to get a hold of you? I mean, do you give them your cell number or office number? It's like, okay, I got to call the scary salesperson. Or do you drive your prospects to automation? Remember, universal principle number 1 is prospects don't want to be sold. I don't want to be sold. You don't want to be sold. So let's give prospects what they want. Let's make it easy. Offer them valuable information, but we're going to drive them to lead ad pages, to landing pages. We're going to drive them to automated hotlines. We're going to let automation answer, sift, and sort the prospects so we get more of them. When you automate your prospects, when you automate the ability for prospects to get what they want 24/7, you will generate 3 times as many leads. Does everybody hear that? When you make it inviting, easy, informative, non-threatening, and educational, inspiring, and fun to do business with you, you will loft your business above your competitors. Okay, so when I got myself out of the way, when I moved out of the way and I drove my prospects to landing pages, to lead ad pages, to to hotlines, to automation, instead of forcing them to talk to a real estate salesperson, I generated 3 times as many leads. Now, there will be a place where they're going to be contacting you. In fact, if you look at our marketing, we always give prospects the choice of, hey, if you want to talk to me and you're ready to speak to a salesperson, yeah, go for it. There's my direct number. But if you're not including a non-threatening way for prospects to get information, that means you're losing out on all the prospects that are not quite ready to speak to a real estate salesperson. How many prospects right now have seen your marketing, but they're not quite ready to speak to a real estate agent? They might be a week out or a month out or 2 months out, but they're not quite ready. So we want to capture all the prospects that are ready to buy and sell today, but we also want to have a mechanism in place to make it easy and non-threatening for all the buyers and sellers that aren't quite ready yet to contact an agent to raise their hand. Anyway, this is pretty obvious, right? You can't service too much. Todd, do you ever have any complaints about too much service?
No.
Ever educate your clients too much? Inform them too much? Do you ever follow up? Your prospects ever say, man, you're following up too much? No. We're all guilty of not doing enough of this. You can't service too much. You can't educate too much. You can't inform too much. You can't follow up and follow through too much. And you can't make calling you or coming into your business too desirable. Now, during COVID-19, we were, depending on what part of the country you were in, we were faced with this situation where, well, 2 things were happening. How many of you are with me on this? The buyers and sellers didn't want to meet with you. And some of you didn't want to meet with the buyers and sellers, right? You're like, I don't want to get sick. I don't want to bring this home to my family. So we had to become very good at doing the listing and buyer presentation virtually. Okay, so that's got some challenges. How do I duplicate what I would do in person, like what I'm doing right now, right? What I'm used to doing for the last 25 years, I'm used to doing physical conferences, right? You know, you come to a resort, a hotel, and, we do this face-to-face. So we are doing this virtually. We were supposed to be in Orlando, Florida, actually Celebration, all right outside of Orlando. We are supposed to be at the Omni Resort. As I speak right now, we were supposed to be doing this conference live in Orlando, Florida. And so we've got to improvise, right? We've got to be innovative. I am trying, let me know how I'm doing. I'm trying here to give you the same or maybe a better experience, but we got to do it virtually. Well, that's the position all of you were in when COVID-19 hit. You know, especially if you've been in this business for a long time, right? You're used to meeting with buyers and sellers in person. And, you have that down. But now, if they won't meet with you because they're afraid, or you don't want to meet with them because you're afraid, and I totally get it. I mean, I've basically been locked in my house here. I go out too often. But business must continue. Now, you've heard the Craig Proctor members talk about how they're actually having a better 2020. They're doing better in the first half of 2020 than they've ever done before because they know how to still generate. And one thing with a lot of people sitting at home, right, is the lead generation, Facebook, Google, our marketing is actually working better. More people are seeing it. A lot of people aren't working. So our marketing is working well. Now we teach you how to get them on a webinar. And we're going to do this virtual presentation for buyers and sellers. At the end of the presentation, you want the buyers to say, yes, I would like you to represent me. And we are going to send them electronically the buyer contract or the listing contract, and we're going to get that signed. And we're going to virtually show homes as much as we possibly can. Okay. Some of your sellers, for example, how many of you had sellers that said, you know what, I'm going to take my house off the market? If the seller didn't absolutely have to sell, how many of you had sellers, type into chat, during COVID-19, you've had sellers say, you know what, I'm not real comfortable with having strangers come through my house. So let's just hold the showings or take the house off the market. Or how many of you have buyers that were like ready to buy, but when COVID-19 hit, they're like, you know what? I don't really feel comfortable going into strangers' houses. So we can use technology to do virtual showings. And I'm so proud of our members because they figure it out, right? They're doing virtual open houses. They're doing virtual showings. And some of what we've developed here, folks, is better. It's better. Some of what we developed will stick with us long after COVID-19 is over. Some of the innovations. So for example, getting the buyer to meet with you, let's say on a Zoom meeting, okay? Previewing that buyer, getting to meet them, getting a commitment from them, educating them, like I just showed you on reality, how we just looked at my area without actually meeting. These are all good ideas. So even when things get back to normal, a lot of what we've learned, a lot of what we were forced to do to survive are just better ways to do it. How many of you are with me with that? Type in amen into chat if you're with me on that. So virtual open houses, okay? So there's software now where you can actually walk the buyer through the house. Now, understand, a lot of you are like, okay, Craig, I get it. I've got, my iPhone and I can walk through the house and I could do like, Facebook Live and
FaceTime.
FaceTime, sorry. I could do FaceTime with and I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you're not in the house either. You're not in the house, they're not in the house, but the tour happens anyway. So there's a lot of great technology that we are embracing with the overall idea is even after COVID-19, we are going to be like way more efficient. Now, sometimes what happens is we don't change until we're forced to change, right? I talked about that comfort zone earlier today. We're kind of getting by. We're used to doing it a certain way. So COVID-19 comes along and we're forced to figure out how to do a lot of it virtually and be more efficient. A lot of that innovation probably, maybe it would have happened, but it wouldn't have happened so quickly, so drastically had we not been faced with COVID-19. Let me give you a couple of innovations here. When we get back to doing traditional open houses, if you can't do them right now, check out this. Where do buyers come from? Look at this. Only 1% of buyers that bought said they bought because of an open house. Now, I want you to think about that. If you weren't a real estate agent or before you got into real estate, you might have thought, well, these open houses must be really effective because all over the country, real estate agents, on the weekends are doing these open houses. So they must work really well. Well, not really. Only 1% of buyers that bought said they bought from an open house. So open houses are generally something that helps you and I, the agent, more than the seller. How many of you would agree that in all the years you've been selling real estate, it's not very often we are doing an open house and a stranger knocks on the door and says, oh my God, this is the perfect house for me, and they buy it. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying the real reason you're doing it, a couple reasons. You're doing an open house maybe because it's something you promised the seller to get the listing. I get it, right? They're interviewing you, they're interviewing 2 or 3 other agents, and all the other agents are promising open houses. Maybe you don't even really think they're effective, but you know what? Everyone else is offering them, so I got to offer the seller an open house. Or maybe you didn't offer the seller the open house. Maybe it was the seller's idea. Maybe the seller's like, hey, Todd, the house isn't selling. I want you to do an open house. Maybe some of you like open houses. Maybe you think it's a good idea. But for me, what I found is the definition of an open house. It was somewhere where I would go and nobody else would, generally. Generally, it wasn't highly effective. So I'm sitting in this open house like I was every Saturday and Sunday because that's what I think works. And I've got lots of time on my hands, Todd, because I'm just sitting there by myself. And I get this idea. What if I shortened the time period for the open houses? I'll tell you how I came up with this idea. I'm at this open house And when I'm doing open houses, if a buyer comes along at say 1 o'clock and they kind of like the house, and then 3 hours later, my only other buyers, my second group of buyers come through the house a couple hours later. If the second group of buyers kind of like the house, and I dare say to the second group of buyers, oh, well, there's actually buyers earlier this afternoon that like the home, they don't believe it. They think it's like a line from a salesperson. So what I've done here is I'm forcing on purpose all the buyers to come to each house at exactly the same time. I created a tour or an event. It's something different, right? We want to be different. We want to set ourselves apart from the other real estate agents. So that's what I'm doing here. We call it the Craig Proctor Sunday Tour of Homes. You can see at first I had 6 houses on the tour. This one's in Newmarket. And this one here, when I really got this going, was in the town of Aurora. So I've got 12 houses open. Let's look a little closer at this. You'll notice each house is open for a specific 10-minute window, right? The first house, I don't know if you can see it. It says it's open from 1 to 1:10. Then there's 15 minutes travel time. And the next house is open from 1:25 to 1:35. Why 15 minutes between the houses? Well, personally, that's how long it takes for me to get from one side of town to the other side of town. And there's only me. I don't have a team at this point, right? It's just Craig. Now, some people ask, well, like, is there a bus? No, there's no bus. And the buyers are not obligated to look at all 6 homes. They can just show up to whatever homes they want. So when I get to house number 1, I might have 5 or 10 buyers waiting outside the house wanting to look at it. Well, how cool is that? I open the door, 5 or 10 buyers come through. And if you are one of those buyers that kind of like the house and you see there's, 8 or 9 or 10 other buyers that also seem to like it, psychologically, that works, right? I'm creating demand. Now, I also would ask my sellers to be present during the tour. In other words, I didn't kick them out. When you're doing a 3 or 4 hour traditional open house, normally we kick them out. We shoo the seller out. No. I want the seller to be there so I can show off my marketing savvy. So this is part of my listing presentation, when I explain, hey, you know what? I'm not going to do a traditional open house. Why? Because they don't work that well. Look, see this here? Only 1% of homes last year sold as a result of an open house. Instead, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I would like to have you on my tour of homes. It sets me apart from the other agents, and we're bringing a bunch of buyers to your house at exactly the same time. It creates competition, or what I call the auction effect. So the seller likes that. I don't get kicked out of my house, and I'm showing off my marketing savvy every week. Now, after a couple weeks, if the house doesn't sell and my seller has witnessed me bring 5 or 10 buyers through their home every weekend, it's easy for me to get what? Please type into chat, price reduction. Because I can say to my seller at that point, I'm sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, but obviously the buyers, they're not interested in your home at that price. As you've noticed over the last 4 weeks, I brought 40 buyers through your property. So I am able to pacify or placate 6 of my sellers. They're all happy with me. Let's say on average, I meet 5 buyers, just 5 unattached buyers. It means they don't have an agent at each one of these houses. 5 buyers, 6 houses on each tour, 5 times 6. Is that 60? Yeah, that's 60 buyers. Hold on though. I have 2 tours. Eventually, I hire my first licensed agent. Her name is Lindy. This tour is working so well. I'm in Newmarket doing one. She's down in Aurora doing another. Okay, so here's another question some of you will have. Well, that's great, Craig, because you had 12 listings, but I don't have 12 listings. Well, guess what? Neither did I. There's no real estate law that says these have to be your listings. Here's what I did. I was at RE/MAX. I just went to the top agents in the office and I said, could I open house your listing on Sunday? They're like, okay, sure. Added exposure. So you can borrow the listings. They don't have to be yours to get your tour started. So just a cool little story there on my reinvention. This is my reinvention. I reinvented the normal, ordinary, boring open house, and I created a little event, and I kept doing them every single week. It was an organized way for buyers in my community to see 6, or like this week, 12 homes every Sunday on the Craig Proctor Sunday Tour of Homes. If you're going to do this, make sure you make the open period very tight. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, because on purpose, You want all the buyers, a whole bunch of them, to come to the same property at exactly the same time. Then your job as a real estate agent is really easy. It's like open the door and let the crowd in.
Yeah, what do you say about this myth, Craig, that you got to have it open? You just have to for 2 or 3 hours so you can get more buyers there. If you do it in like 15 minutes.
Why don't we just get all the buyers to come at the same time?
Yeah.
Like all the buyers that would come over 3 hours, just get them to come at the same time. If 10 minutes sounds too short for you, then make it 15 minutes. Here are flyers that we'd hand out through the neighborhood. We had special signage. You know, we got the guaranteed sale. Move up to this home. We'll buy your home for cash. Craig Proctor's Sunday tour of homes. They could turn their radio to 1610. They could hear all the information. So look, we're just giving you examples. You know, Todd and I have been at this for 25 years. I wish that we could keep your attention for a whole week, because we honestly could go for a whole week talking to you about innovations and things that we've done. But we're limited by time. So we kind of just got to cherry pick some of the concepts and methodologies. See, what I'm trying to share with you here are these 8 universal principles. So the principle we just talked about is you got to make it easy, fun, and desirable if you want people to favor you with their business versus the competitors. So I'm going to argue my open house did that. It was a reinvention of the traditional open house. Did I make it more fun? Well, it was more fun for the seller. They didn't get kicked out for 4 hours. It was more fun for the buyers. When the buyers got there, instead of just walking in, it's like the buyer and a real estate agent, and they feel like, okay, there's just a salesperson here. The buyers like it too, because when they get to each house, there's 10 or 15 other buyers there. You know, safety in numbers. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the buyers liked it, the sellers liked it. Of course, I liked it because I can meet 50 or 60 buyers in one weekend instead of sitting at an open house for 3 or 4 hours waiting for a few buyers to come in. So, hey, just an idea. If you like the idea, take it and run with it. Universal principle number 6. The only way for you to transform your job into a business is to work on it rather than in it. Okay, so the book that I read that was the big game changer, and I don't know why I don't have a picture of this book, was written by Michael Gerber. Michael Gerber's book, The E-Myth, dare I Google that thing, but Michael Gerber's book, The E-Myth, standing for the entrepreneurial myth, is a game changer. I want you to read that book. One of the famous quotes in his book is, if your business depends on you, you don't have a business, you have a job. And I'm going to submit to many of you that are watching this today, you may think you have a business. Why? Well, you've got a business card, right, with your name on it. You've got signs on people's front lawns with your name on it, right? So you tell people, I'm in the real estate business, but the truth is you got a job. And it's a bad job because you're on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week until you can leverage yourself out. So I'm going to repeat it again. If what you do depends largely on you, it's a job. You call it a business, but in reality, it's a job. So if all you do is do, you'll never gain the perspective of how to do better. Okay, so let's see how we're doing on the good old YouTube streaming here. Okay, not bad. We're still over 1,031. Now I'm going to compliment you guys because here's the thing. The average realtor, okay, the average realtor does not have persistence and they don't have concentration. You know, Todd, they said that Napoleon, you know, like little Napoleon, they said that he had a great concentration. He had a great ability to concentrate. And most agents do not. In this business, they're constantly distracted. And, you know, like I don't mean to shame anybody on here, but if you have been kind of half watching this, but, you know, you're looking at your phone and you're reading your emails and your text messages, like it's hard to really keep real estate agents' attention because you're distracted, right? You get an ad call, you get a sign call, there's this, there's that, that's going on. So what's important is not to do that. The only leverage you've got is the power of thought, okay? To not only be physically here, but to be mentally here. It's so vitally important. This was the game changer, Todd, for you and I, is not the working in it. What is working in it, folks? Getting the keys cut, Yeah, I used to think I was the only one that could get a key cut. I used to think I was the only one that could take a picture of a house or make feature sheets. Nonsense. We need to delegate the $10 an hour work so we can focus on working on it. What you're doing right now, attending this conference online, this is a great example of working on your business, okay? Perfecting what it is that you do. Now, I know that most of you are like addicted to being the technician, right? You're busy being busy. And so the pain of sitting here and not running out and doing things, it's hard for some of you. But remember what Gerber says, if your business depends on you, you don't have a business. If all you do day in and day out is churn out job after job after job, you're never going to find a better way to do these jobs. And you're never going to attract significant new business to your doorstep. So I want you to be here, mentally, physically, but mentally as well. Try to concentrate on the task at hand as we give you great ideas and we help you build systems and we help you understand exactly what it takes to go from where you are, perhaps having a job or having a great business. Now, many of you already have a business, but you want to have a better business, right? You're at 100 transactions, but you want to go to 200 transactions, but you don't want to work 7 days a week. You want to work 5 days a week, or you want to work 4 days a week. That brings us to principle number 7, because this is how we're going to do it. Leverage. Game changer, folks. We've all heard this word been thrown around, but it is. It's the deal. You must understand and use the powerful concept of leverage. Love this definition here. Leverage is the power to maximize your results with the least amount of energy, time, money, and risk. That might be a good one to write down, folks. Just saying, that's a good one. You might want to write that down. Type in the chat if you like that definition. Leverage is the power to maximize your results with the least amount of energy, time, money, and risk. The problem is while you work hard, you're working only within the limits of yourself, right? If there's only you, when you're at a time, that's it. And doing things the old way, folks, eventually you're all going to run out of time. There's a limit to what you can do. And if you look around at what everyone else is doing, you may be convinced that it is the thing to do. You see everyone around you at your office working hard 7 days a week, busy, doing it. They're all crazy too. And you might be convinced it's just the nature of the business, but it's not. It doesn't have to be the nature of the business. If you're the smartest one in your office right now, we just need to move you into a better crowd here, folks.
Yeah.
They say that, right? If you're the smartest person in your classroom, you're not in the right classroom. So you guys are in the right classroom here. Remember, I leverage myself through marketing, through technology, and through people. This is what we're going to start with right here, marketing. Then we're going to move to technology. It's included with the Craig Proctor system, the marketing, the technology, and then we're going to leverage it out with people. You know why the people thing is important? I want everyone to think about eventually, at one point, you're going to be tired of doing this. What is your exit strategy? For most agents, here's their exit strategy, Todd. They work and they work and they work until they get so burnt out and tired, they just walk away from it. So they spent 5 or 10 or 15 years or longer building their goodwill with their database, with their clients, and then they just walk away from it. They have nothing to sell. They really have nothing to show for it. Why? Because it's a job. But what if that wasn't true? What if we could make this thing work eventually, more or less, without you? So if it worked really more or less without you, here's what would happen. You would have a high income, but it wouldn't be personally taxing. Okay, like it wouldn't be a drag. And if you were making good money and you were doing only the parts of the job that you really liked, and it wasn't taxing on you, you didn't have to work 24/7, then it wouldn't be something you'd be itching to get out of. You like that word, itching? That's Todd, that is like, I think I probably got that from you. That must be like a Georgia
That's the way we
I'd be itching to get out of this, right? I think you are finally rubbing off on me here, my man. Most agents are, quote, itching to get out of their business. How many agents have you talked to, Todd, when we first meet them, like, yeah, man, I can't wait to get out of this. I can't wait. I'm tired of this life as a real estate agent, and I just want to make some money and get out of it. It doesn't have to be that way. If we could reinvent this for you, in this business called real estate actually served your life, made your life better, it wouldn't be something that you were trying to run away from, right? It would be something that you could continue to do. That's why I was able to be the top RE/MAX agent in the world over and over and over again, because I could be married, I could have 3 kids, I could do my seminars and my coaching business, and I could still sell 500 to 600 homes a year because it wasn't so taxing on me. I made selling 500 homes a year easy. And these people that you meet in the Craig Proctor system, you see the numbers, 300 homes, 500 homes, 1,000 homes. Rudy doesn't have a job. He has a business. Sarah Reynolds doesn't have a job. She has a business. Finally, number 8. Yes, folks, we are at number 8. 8 out of 8 on the universal principle list. Without a system, you will reinvent the wheel every time. Effective systems, however, will save you time and money and help you achieve consistent and predictable results. What is a system, you ask? Well, a system is a regular, orderly way of doing something. Okay, how many of you have chaos as your system? Okay, yeah, that might be your system, right? Your system might be chaos. A system is also duplicatable. A system is duplicatable. If your business is not duplicatable, you don't have a business, you have a job. Okay, so let's talk about McDonald's restaurants. McDonald's restaurants has amazing systems. The systems are so amazing that teenagers can run the systems. You guys with me? McDonald's restaurants serves more food to more people in the world every single day, and the place is run by teenagers, not a professional manager in the place. They grow their managers from within. They don't hire outside. They grow all their management team from within. How do they do that, Todd? How do they serve more food to more people in the world every day? Now, here's the other thing you need to know. People that work at McDonald's, they don't stay at McDonald's, right? McDonald's has a 300% annual turnover. Does everybody know what I'm saying? So the guy that makes the French fries, there's going to be 3 or 4 of them every year. So the system is so duplicatable, it's not people dependent, it's systems dependable. Any teenager will do. When this teenager leaves, we're going to get another teenager in there. Is your business systemized that way so it's easy to plug people in, and if somebody leaves, it's not a game changer? How many of you have somebody that's really, really important in your business right now, and my God, if they left you, it would be a problem, right? Her name is Mary, let's say. And Mary does everything for you. And if Mary leaves, you would be in a mess of trouble. So we want to have a business that's systems dependent, not people dependent. So here's what I've offered up for all of you are my systems. This is my life's work, folks. You know what? I might as well give it all to you, right? Real estate's been really, really good for me. I get to help you now, which is really cool. People ask, well, why do you do this? Because I like it. You know, all those years I was in real estate, Todd, 25 years, I sold 10,000 houses, #1 for RE/MAX. That's great. And I had a lot of referrals and clients and advocates. However, I didn't often get a client, I don't think ever, say to me, Craig Proctor, you changed my life. The sellers would say, you know, you got me a great result. Here's my cousin, Vinny. I'm going to refer my uncle to you. But I didn't have people say, Craig Proctor, you changed my life. That's the great joy I get in the coaching and mentoring part of my life, my new life now, is I get to help you guys. I hope you know how much it means to me that we have over 1,000 real estate agents that would hang out with Todd and I today and for the next few days. And we will give this all we have to you guys, but it's awesome to hear the stories, to have people come up to Todd and I and say, hey, you guys really have changed my life, not just my business, but my life. My marriage is better. I got more times with my kids. I get to go to the gym, whatever it is for you. That's the deal. And these systems are going to get you there, folks. I'm going to share with you over the 3 days a very effective system for attracting the buyers and sellers that you want. We're going to drill down on who is your ideal target market, what do they want, and what are the best ways to attract them, to get them to raise their hands, to get them chasing you. I want you to understand that you are now going to be in the position of being the rejecter, no longer the rejected. I want to create a steady stream for you. I want you to have slightly more buyers and sellers than you could possibly ever work with. So you can pick and choose. You can use the Craig Proctor universal callback script and in 3 or 4 minutes decide, okay, is this a buyer or seller I want to meet with and do business with? Or I'll let that one go to the competition. You can't work with them all when you've got great marketing. Next, we got to convert them. That's a system. Okay, it can't be random. What do you do when the leads come in? Okay, what do you do? What do you say? There is a best way. Sure, you can figure it out by yourself, but you don't have to. You can copy our conversion systems. We'll show you how to reach them, what to say on the phone, and then how to compel the best buyers and sellers to have an appointment with you, a consultation for a listing or a buyer contract. How do we convert these buyers? It's a presentation. How do we convert the sellers? Look, I've done thousands and thousands of listing presentations. There is a skill to this. How many of you would agree that there is a best way to do this, right? There's probably a best listing presentation, a best buyer presentation. There's some words that come out of your mouth are better than others, right? You've already discovered that. And what I've spent years like studying like a mad scientist is what are the right things that need to be said to buyers and sellers, and what is the perfect order? Yeah, I kind of OCD'd over this for years, right? Meeting with buyers and sellers. I don't know about you guys, but if I would leave a listing appointment and I didn't get it, how many of you do this? On the way home, I'm driving on the way home and I'm replaying this listing presentation in my brain. And what could I have done differently? If I didn't get it, I would analyze what did I say that I shouldn't have said? What did I omit? Usually it was an omission. How many of you are with me on this? You're on the way home from the listing appointment, you didn't get it, and then you remember, that's something great that I forgot to share with the seller. So that's why we have to have a system. It can't be random because you won't remember it all. So we have a PowerPoint presentation for your listing. How easy is that? It's got video, it's got PowerPoints. It reminds you exactly what to say and in the perfect order to say it so you get the desired result, which is the seller saying yes. The listing presentation has to be so good that the seller not only says, hey, I want to pick you versus the other couple of agents, but they're willing to pay you more money. That's the deal, right? All of you have had sellers say, hey, Todd, I'd like to list my home with you, but the other agent quoted a lower commission. Will you match it? We don't want a commission match, right? And it's not fair because you're going to offer more service. You're going to offer more benefits. You're going to offer a better product. So we have to be able to the listing presentation has to be so good that number one, they choose you over all the other agents. And number two, they're going to pay your fee. And number three, they're going to list the house at the right price because you've got massive credibility. The reason you've got massive expert-like credibility is because of the awesome presentation. That's the job of the presentation. Okay, now you've got all these sellers signed up to listing contracts. You got all these buyers signed up. What happens now? Well, you better be prepared for this. I wasn't. All of a sudden, I figured the rest of this out. And, I'm carrying 20 listings, 30 listings, 40 listings. We have to have an awesome system to provide this new flood of buyer and seller client superior service. Sure, I get it. If you've got one listing, it's easy to service one seller, especially if that seller is your mother. I laugh about that, Todd, but we do meet agents from time to time. They say, well, my listing presentation's really great. I convert 100% of the sellers I meet with. And then we realized that this realtor sold 3 homes last year. One was his mother's, one was his Uncle George, and one was his sister's. It's like, yeah, if you're selling to your mom, you don't need an awesome listing presentation. I'm going to repeat this again. If you want to be really successful as a real estate agent, you have to learn how to work with strangers. Okay, you have to learn how to work with strangers. I know there's a lot of buyer referral only programs. Sure, we love referrals, but it's only going to take you so far. If you want to have a large growing business, you have to learn how to do business with strangers. You have to learn how to attract them. You can't just limit your world, your business, to people you know. And then that brings us, speaking of referrals, to the final system, is how do I provide such an awesome experience to my buyers and sellers that I turn them into lifetime clients? So they come back to me over and over again, and they become walking, talking billboards that they refer clients to me. And that brings us to our referral systems. Now, do we have the referral system? Is that on the agenda today or tomorrow, Todd?
We've got it on the agenda for tomorrow. We can take a quick peek at it if you want.
Well, I'll tell you what, you guys are really going to like the referral part of it. I think we got to move on here shortly, so we probably should save that for tomorrow. But let's talk about what's going to happen for the rest of the day. I want to talk to you guys about what's going to happen the rest of today. Is that okay if I do that?
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about what's going to happen the rest of today, and I'm also going to talk to you about what we're going to cover tomorrow. Okay. So every day, first of all, starts at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, so if you're in California, you're getting up early because it's 7 a.m. Tomorrow we start at. Now, we're going to go till 6 p.m. and the best stuff that we have, we always save to the end of the day. Okay, because we know you guys get tired and things, so we always save the very best Craig Proctor content for the rest for the end of the day. Because that's how we keep you enthused and we keep you excited. So what we're going to do here shortly is we're going to be doing some breakout rooms. And you might be thinking, well, how are we going to break people out when we're, when we're on YouTube? So we're going to explain how that works. Some of you are going to stay and hang with me, and some of you are going to go with Todd. Now, before we do that, do we have James McDonald here for a minute? We'll have James come back on here. I saw you sneak in here, James.
I'm here.
How you doing?
I'm excellent.
Good. Now, you've been monitoring the chat questions. I'm just going to shut my camera off and just go for a 2-minute break before we go into our next session. But maybe you can share with everybody what's been happening in the chat and what's been going on while Todd and I have been doing this.
Well, everybody knows what's been going on in the chat because they've been chatting. And as always, as I have been for the last 25 years, hinging on every word that you've been sharing with the group here, Craig. But there is in the comments obviously some amazing optimism, which is always great to see, and it's great to kind of train your brain to ask the right questions and think that way. And there's also some healthy skepticism. But what is really great about being able to have the live chat is all of our members who are using the system, whether they've been using it for 6 months or 6 years or 20 years, they're all contributing their comments, they're contributing their experience, they're contributing their success story, and they're doing it in massive numbers. So what that does is it addresses your very real, concern or thought or paradigm. But so many successful agents can't be wrong. Like you can't be making this up. And so what it begins to do is sort of change your paradigm and say, okay, well, maybe they're right. And maybe I just need to learn and understand more of how this works. And that brings me, to the next observation in following the chats all day here today, is that a lot of you are concerned that, I'm not technical, or I'm just more of a people person, so my focus is on helping people and I don't understand all this technology stuff and all of this marketing stuff. And, that's normal. That the idea is you don't have to understand how to run a printing press in order to run print ads. You don't have to understand how to create an online platform in order to run ads online. So some of you, what you might just need is a little help and guidance. That's really what you need, is you need help and guidance in understanding what it is we're doing with your business and what you're doing in your business. But we don't need to understand all the intricate technical details necessarily. So how about this? If we focus enough on getting all of the technical areas in place, it'll allow you to do more of what you're really good at, which is spending time with people, spending time with prospects and clients. You do those two things, you're making a whole lot more money, and that we can scale up. So a lot of the other stuff can simply be left up to us. But overall, I'm going to say this. The feedback in the chat has been awesome. And the more you contribute, the more you'll get out of this. So I hope it continues over the course of the next couple of days here, Craig and Todd. And you guys, I will say on everyone's behalf, you guys are doing an awesome job.
Well, thanks. I mean, I do pay you to say that, James, but I
would offer you a raise if I could.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Todd, you're going to do a breakout session with coaching and platinum members, and I'm going to continue on with everyone else. So if you're not in coaching or the platinum level, you're going to stay with me. And I'm going to go through some fundamental things and show you how all this works. So Todd, if you are a Craig Proctor coaching member or a Craig Proctor Platinum member, how is this going to work?
Simply, you're going to go to the coaching site. It's craigproctorcoaching.com. Everyone knows the site. Everyone has their user ID and password. You go there often. And that's what we're going to do. So just a couple of minutes, we're going to.
Can you tell me why I want to go there? What is this session titled?
Absolutely, my man. So we decided that we would wrap up our day with coaching and platinum members with everything having to do with remarketing. Like most coaching platinum level members, especially, doing really well at generating leads. That's not the problem. That's the first thing that goes away when you get involved here. So. As we're generating all these prospects, the big issue becomes follow-up, and the money is in follow-up. So remarketing is follow-up, follow-up is remarketing. We touched on this a little bit earlier. So we're going to be looking at remarketing ads, where they appear, what they look like, how branded they are, what the USP messages are, and you're going to see them in this breakout here starting in just a couple minutes. So what we're going to do is we're going to split the room up here. All of the coaching and platinum members are going to go to craigproctorcoaching.com, and you're going to log right into the coaching site. It's going to take me probably just a couple of minutes to kick that off. And then just right there on the coaching site, you guys are going to see exactly what to do. The window is going to play. We're going to pick it up right there with everybody, and it's going to be a pretty good session. We're going to go for a while there, so be prepared. And but I can't think of a better way for them to wrap up the day. That's what we're getting a lot of feedback on, Craig, is I got so many leads. I need help with the follow-up, like how's it work, especially with the branded remarketing. So by demand, that's what we're doing.
Okay, cool stuff. All right, so if you're in coaching right now, you're going to go with Todd. You're in the Platinum program. You're going to go to the coaching website, the coaching members only website. Everybody else, you're going to hang with me, and we're going to get into some great stuff. So
I'm going to head over there I'm going to head there right now, Craig. I'll meet everybody there.
All right. Thank you, Todd. Thank you. I got a few questions for everybody here. All right. So it's just me now. It's just me and you. So obviously, if you're still listening to me right now, that means you're not a Craig Proctor coaching member. And we've had a lot of you type in the chat, like, what is this whole coaching thing about? How does it work? So would it be okay if I spent some time sharing an opportunity with you on how you guys can be involved? Okay, because I'd like to explain how it all works. and see if this makes sense to you. So if that's okay, I'm going to do a little presentation on how this will all work and how to get started with the Craig Proctor system. I assume, since you're still here with us, that this is making sense to you. And so we're going to go over to my presentation here, and let's make sure that this is working. And right now I know it's not. So let's do this. Okay, there we go. I did it. Okay. By the way, for those of you that hang out until the end of the day, I am going to do a draw for an iPad. Okay, but you have to stay to play. Okay, so I've got everyone's name here. I'm going to draw a name at the end, but you've got to stay to play. Okay, so if I call your name out and you're not able to type in the chat, hey, I'm here, then you're disqualified, and I pick the next name out of the hat. So I'm rewarding you for your full attention and to hang with here to the end. And we'll be done here about 6 p.m. But if it's okay for me to spend some time sharing with you how all this works and how being a Craig Proctor coaching member would benefit you, that's what I would like to do now. I talked to you about your heart's desire, and I hope you've given that some thought, about what you'd really like to do with your life, and how your real estate business could be a tool to help you get there. Right now, your real estate business might be in the way of you reaching your heart's desire, but what if we could work together and I could help you create a business that actually helped you do the things that you really want to do, whatever you want to call it, your buckets list. But I know there's things that are important to you. Maybe it's sending your kids to the best schools. Maybe it's buying the house of your dreams. Maybe it's doing something nice for your parents or somebody in your family. Maybe for you, it's just having more time in your life. I don't know, to go to the gym, to go on vacation, to explore the world. Most people, they're like extras in their own movie. When the music stops, nobody will even notice. They're not really truly living life. And I spoke earlier about the sins of omission. I was talking to a preacher who gives last rites when people are on their deathbeds. And he said that it's not what people don't do. It's not what people do in their lives that they regret. It's the sins of omission. It's what they don't do. All the things that they wanted to do that they don't do. Okay. All the dreams that didn't happen. The vacation they didn't go on. The thing that they wanted to do that they didn't do. So that would be my biggest gift to you, is if you could walk up to me or call me or email me 3 months from now or 6 months from now and say, Craig, you know what? This really made a difference in my life. So let's work on making that happen, to close the gap between where you are right now and where you'd like to be. I really love this quote from Oscar Wilde. He says, selfishness is not living as one wishes to live. Selfishness is asking others to live as one wishes to live. So there's a lot of people that are not really making decisions for themselves. They're letting other people decide what their life should look like. They're worried about what their husband thinks or their wife thinks or what their kids think. And again, you're not an extra in someone else's movie. Okay. Only you can decide if this is right for you. Only you can decide what you want your real estate business and what you want your life to look like. You can't live your life for other people. I mentioned McDonald's a few minutes ago. And why is it that McDonald's, run by teenagers, why are they so successful? In fact, why is it that franchises succeed 80% of the time, but most small businesses fail? And the difference is systems. Franchises have systems. They have proven systems. All you have to do is copy the system and you will succeed. Most small businesses don't have that. You've met Craig Proctor Coaching and Platinum members here today, who many of them started in bad spots. Okay, perhaps you listened to some of their stories. You thought, well, gee, maybe I thought I had it bad, but you know, these guys are bringing their own toaster to the conference, or someone else is eating the food left out in the hallway at the hotel. I'm very proud of the fact that I've been able to help people who are struggling, but I've also helped real estate agents that are already doing well do even better. But the truth is most real estate agents are in an abusive relationship with their own real estate career. And doing more of what you're doing is simply inviting more abuse. You know, many of you, how many of you you paid for real estate coaching in the past? Okay, you paid for it before. You've had, you've had Mike Ferry, you've had Brian Buffini, you've had Tom Ferry, you've had these coaches before. And basically the idea, what most coaches tell you to do is you got to do more. If you want to make more money, you got to make more cold calls. You got to ask for more referrals. You got to spend more money on advertising and marketing that isn't productive. I want you to do less, because you have tried to do this by all these old school techniques that they push on us, right? You may have high tolerance for pain, but it's just not the best way to do it. You can make a living, and you have, right? You've made a living doing what they've told us to do. But obviously you've attended this conference because you know there's more. There's something about this system, something about my message that resonated with you, something that attracted you. And that's why you're here with me today. Really what I want to explain to you is the shortcut that's possible by having both a system and coaching. Now, there's lots of people that offer coaching. What is coaching? Many of you perceive coaching to be, well, coaching is advice. Yeah, coaching can be advice, or coaching's accountability. Yeah, coaching can be accountability. But what we want to coach you on is a system. And that's what nobody else has. We actually have a system that we coach you on. Craig Proctor members do it a certain way. We have a system for generating the leads, a system for reaching the leads, a system for the presentations. These are all proven systems. What we coach you on is the system and the technology that's included, which causes you a major shortcut to success. Who can blame anybody for wanting to take a massive shortcut to success? So let's have a look at the link between education and success. There's three great determinants of income. In other words, there's three ways to kind of get rich. One way is you're born rich, okay? One way is maybe your family has money. Maybe you inherited money. Well, I believe you're all born rich, but some of you are actually born rich. You're born into great wealth. But for most of us, that's not true. So we have two other options, education and skills. Okay, there's two other ways to create wealth and do well. It's education and skills. Let's have a look at income and educational verification. So if we take a look at a bachelor's degree, you go to university for college for 3 or 4 years, you get out today, and on average, you make $68,000. How much money would you invest in a 4-year degree to make $68,000? A master's degree, $78,000. A PhD, $96,000. A professional degree, like a professional engineer, $100,000. I ask you, what is a Craig Proctor degree worth to you? Do you see what you have as a business that's worth investing in? If you think it's a job, well, you're not going to invest in a job. But if you see this as a business and you value education, I ask you again, what is a Craig Proctor degree worth? A dentist goes to school for 8 years. They invest hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars into their education. Then they get out and they've got to buy all this expensive equipment. They've got to buy or lease a building. They have to hire staff so they can make a couple $100,000. In real estate, we don't even have any inventory. It's all on MLS. A pediatrician makes $143,000, an internist 160, OBGYN 184,000, an anesthesiologist. I mean, these people are going to school for 7 or 8 years or longer, 190,000. Surgeon 190. What is a Craig Proctor degree worth? You see, the people that you met here today, they make more money than most pediatricians, internists, most of the people on this list. So the real question here is, do you want to have a job, or would you prefer to have financial freedom? You see, in life, sometimes it's hard to make a decision. How many of you would agree that sometimes it's hard to make a decision? But you want to know what's even harder than making a decision? Is sticking with the decision, is keeping the decision. You can make a decision, and many of you have, but the hard part is sticking with the decision, because you will fall off the program, folks. And you know it's true. You'll fall off the diet, you'll fall off the workout program 100% eventually. Without a mentor and without a system and a roadmap to follow, you fall off the program. So that's why we've developed this, and we're good at it. We've been doing it for 25 years. We've developed the success system. Okay, we've developed this roadmap. Okay, you're not the first to climb Mount Everest. All you have to do is follow the path. What you need is a mentor. Now, who your mentor is vitally important. Okay, because whoever your mentor is, you need to trust your mentor. Okay, you need to know that your mentor's been there before and that they've got your back. Okay, now I know many of you have spent or wasted money on coaching and things that really didn't help you, and you don't really feel that the mentor had your back. I want to help you surround yourself with like-minded people, with people that are successfully doing the thing that you're doing. So it's not just me, it's being involved in the Craig Proctor world, where you're with thousands and thousands of top producing agents from all over the world. So honestly, how much have you invested in your career? Some of you have only taken the mandatory courses, right? You take what you have to take. But how much have you really invested in your career? Even if you opened a restaurant, right? You would have to invest money in the building, leasing it or buying it. You'd have to buy tables and chairs. You'd have to buy equipment, and you'd have to buy staff. You'd have to pay for help, right? But many real estate agents would say, well, Craig, you know what? When I make the money, then I'll invest in my business. But you couldn't say that if you owned a restaurant. You couldn't say to your customers, oh, I'm sorry, there's no tables or chairs. We don't have any equipment to make your lunch or dinner. But when I make some money with this restaurant, then I'll buy tables and chairs. So the best time to invest in your business was in the beginning. The next best time was yesterday. And the next best time is right now, if you're serious about making a go of this and having the life that you really want. Next, I want to talk to you about the influence of technology. James McDonald addressed a concern that many of you have, which is, you know what, I got into real estate because I'm a people person and I want to sell and I want to be in front of buyers and sellers. And now we have this digital divide. The digital divide is the chasm separating the haves and have-nots in digital technology. But as James said, you don't have to understand how all the technology works to benefit from the technology. When I get in my car and I stick the key in the ignition and I turn the key and the car starts, I don't know how that works. I don't care how it works. We have taken care of the technology for you. We understand what you want. You want leads going to your CRM. You want leads going to your phone. You don't have to worry about how the websites are created or how the reality system works or how the hotlines works or the voice broadcasting. We take care of that for you. Now, it didn't used to always be that way. We used to, in the beginning, just offer coaching. And if you wanted websites and hotlines and all this technology, we would refer you out to vendors. But it was too important. We had to internalize it. Plus, the vendors that we'd refer you to started trying to sell you guys all kinds of things that you don't need. So we decided, you know what, we need to internalize this. This is an integral part of the Craig Proctor system. We need to provide the technology. We need to provide the intellectual property and the coaching on how to use it all. So during COVID-19, a lot of you may have it beaten into your head that it's going to be really difficult to do well in today's real estate market. But let me repeat this again. The people that you heard from today, they're all doing better in 2020. In the first half of 2020, they did better. They sold more homes than in the first half of 2019. Okay, we want to show you how it's possible to break through any preconceived barriers that you have in your mind about what is possible. I would like an opportunity to prove to you that there's a very hidden business waiting for you that doesn't expose you to untold amount of rejection, stress, drudgery, and it doesn't require you being a stranger to your family. What we're talking about here, folks, is a major change. And I know change can be uncomfortable, but here's the way I look at it. If you're going to change anyway, why don't we really go for it? Why don't we go for a big change? Why don't we go for a big leap? Remember, we only get one bite at the apple. What's the worst thing that can happen? Well, I guess you do this and it doesn't work, right? But you're right back where you are. But if you don't give yourself a chance on change, if you don't, when you see something you like, if you don't go for it, you could regret it for the rest of your life. How many of you can relate to that? There's something in the past that you really wanted to do, but that old paradigm pulled you back and you didn't do it, and you've regretted it ever since. You know, we don't want now to be one of those moments, because realtors who delay or refuse change, who hold on to what is familiar, will end up as relics in their own business. Let's take a look at what's happened in other industries over the last 30 years. Look what happened to the airline industry, the auto industry, the steel industry, the securities industry. All of these industries radically changed, but these traditional organizations, they didn't change, right? These organizations that once dominated their industries ignored the advancements of innovations and new technology. They didn't even attempt to change. I believe it's never a good time to go it alone, but right now might be the worst time ever, because the complexity of the real estate business is rising. And you want to make sure that you connect yourself with the most constructive influences and protect yourself from the most toxic. Now, sometimes you can't protect yourself from everybody with a negative attitude, right? Sometimes they're related to you. But what I'm suggesting is you can counter any of those negative influences by hanging around with people that are doing the thing that you want to do, people that have a positive outlook on the business and they're successfully doing the thing that you want to do. So you want to be sure to connect yourself with the most constructive influences and protect yourself from the most toxic. Now, here are the three benefits, or the three sides of the triangle in the Craig Proctor coaching organization. So first of all, let's discuss the intellectual systems. Okay, this is the automated reverse prospecting system that I brought into the real estate industry and that I perfected over the last 20 odd years. This is the content. This is the content for all of the ads, whether they be online or offline. This is the presentations. This is the scripts. These are the contracts that you'll use when you're recruiting and hiring and managing your team. Then we have the proprietary technology systems, the landing pages, the recorded hotlines, the ad generator system that I showed you earlier, where we went in and generated the ad, the reality MLS interface. All of the technology is included for Craig Proctor System members. And then you get me and your private one-on-one coach, all of our coaching staff, coaching you on how to use the intellectual property and the technology. Now, if we did any two of these without all three, it wouldn't work very well. And I know, because we've tried this. We tried, as I mentioned, just offering coaching. But if you don't have all the intellectual property and you don't have the technology, it's not going to work very well. So I'm going to show you how all this works and the value that you get. And I hope that you'll join me and that we can work together. So I coach you for an entire year. And the way I do this is I do 3 webinars every week with you. These are live webinars. And I value the 3 webinars conservatively, I mean, super conservatively. If you hang with me for an entire year, for 12 months, and you get to talk to me on 3 webinars for a whole year, I value that at $6,000. These are the topics I take you through. So on every call, I take you through what you need to know in the order you need to know it in. So strategically designing your business, selecting your target market, all these topics. We get into great depth. These are 90-minute webinars, and I take you through all these different topics. You know, we have a tendency to overestimate what we can do in a weekend, right? So we're going to spend the weekend together, but we also have a tendency to underestimate what you and I can accomplish working together in an entire year. So we're going to cover all those topics, you and I, 3 times a week. In addition, and by the way, all the webinars are recorded. So I get it. You know, you're not going to be able to make every webinar for an entire year, but you can watch them at your own convenience because everything is recorded and it's sent to you after the webinar is done. In addition to getting me as your coach, you're also going to be assigned your own one-on-one coach. I'd like to refer to your one-on-one coach as an entrepreneur mentor, because what's different about the Craig Proctor coaches is they successfully use the Craig Proctor system. In other words, they successfully sell real estate doing the thing that you want to do. Unlike other coaching organizations where they just hire coaches off the street that aren't even real estate agents, all of our coaches successfully sell real estate, making hundreds of thousands of dollars doing the thing that they're going to teach you to do. I assigned a value of $3,500 of having your own Craig Proctor personal one-on-one entrepreneur mentor working with you for the next year. Here's how I'm going to teach you the system. Every Monday, you're going to be able to get your questions answered on my helpline webinar. Okay, so you're going to get your questions answered, and you're going to hear me answer the questions from other Craig Proctor members. I assigned a value of $2,500 every single week, live webinars, 90 minutes long, me personally answering any of your questions, helping with any challenges that you have. Every Thursday, we're going to role play and work on following up the leads. Okay, on Fridays, we're going to talk about lead generation, but let's go back to Thursday. Thursday, we're going to talk to you about how to do an excellent job following up and following through with the leads. So part of this is going to be role playing with you. I've developed the scripts that we're going to work on, and we're going to role play with myself and James McDonald. These are live 90-minute webinars every single Thursday. So we're going to ask for volunteers, okay? And you're going to role play with us, and we're going to analyze your follow-up system, because as we said earlier, just simply generating the leads without having an awesome follow-up system would be a waste of time. I assigned a value for our role play conversion webinars at $3,000. Remember, that's for an entire year. All of these, again, are recorded. If you miss one, you really can't miss one because they're recorded. You can watch them at your own convenience. If you have a team, you can have your team watch these. In coaching, you only pay once for you and your team. A lot of you ask that. Well, from a husband and wife, no, it's only one investment. If you've got a team, it's one investment. You're the rainmaker, you're the team leader, but we'll train your entire team, not just you. You know, sometimes they'll listen more to what we have to say than you as the team leader. So you've got the benefit of us training you and your team. Every Friday, we concentrate on one thing, lead generation. We're going to demonstrate to you every Friday the most effective lead generation strategies in the country. Also, you're going to be able to send your ads to us, and I'm going to critique your ads every Friday. I will critique them. I'll show you, hey, this is what I like. This is what I don't like. Here's how we can make it better. And you'll see me critiquing the ads for other Craig Proctor members as well. So we're going to help you maximize every penny that you invest in marketing and advertising. Now, let's say that you didn't join Craig Proctor Coaching. Could I argue that over the next year, you could waste $3,000 on marketing and advertising. You could spend that money and not get a return. Or you could have me working with you, tapping into all the Craig Proctor marketing, you and I working together on your marketing and advertising, critiquing it every week, and making sure that you maximize your investment in marketing and advertising. Now, you also, as a Craig Proctor member, get access 24/7 to craigproctorcoaching.com. Folks, this is my life's work right here. We'll take you to Craig Proctor Coaching here in a minute, but that's my life's work. That's where you're going to find the buyer presentation, the listing presentation. You're going to find all the tools that you need. In fact, maybe I'll go there right now, but the value, very conservatively, if you didn't even have me as a coach, if I just gave you access to my coaching site, the value of being able to download the buyer presentation, the listing presentation, the scripts, the dialogues, the charts, the checklists, easily worth $5,000 to anybody who accesses this site and uses the information. Now, I think I will take you to the coaching site here, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to be successful with the Craig Proctor system. So we're going to stop sharing here, and then we're going to go. It's a miracle if it works, but I think it might. So we're going to, there it is, the Craig Proctor site. Do you guys all see that? Perfect. We do. I did it. Okay, so let's pretend for a minute you're a Craig Proctor member, which means you're going to have your own passcode. So when you log in, it would tell you the schedule for all the events and all the webinars. Okay, so first I got to log in, and it will know it's me. So it'll say, welcome Craig Proctor, or your name. Okay, right now, do you see Todd is streaming? He's streaming his content on the coaching site. So that's where everybody else is while you guys are with me. Okay, so these are all the upcoming events and upcoming webinars. Great. So as a coaching member, look at all the webinars that you're entitled to attend. Again, all of these are recorded for you. So we're going to go back to the dashboard, and I want to show you all the cool things that we have here for you. So if you want to run Facebook ads, well, you can click on this and you're going to see all the Facebook ads. We have videos here. We show you how to do everything yourself, or we'll do it for you. So you can either run your Facebook ads, or we have a company that we work with that will run the ads for you. They charge a fee for that, but it's like getting your keys cut and taking pictures of the house. It's probably not a rainmaker activity. If you want to learn how to run your own Facebook ads, all the videos are there. You can learn how to do it, or you can hire a company, or I don't know, get your teenage son or daughter to run the ads. So you get to copy all of my Facebook ads. We do the same thing for direct mail. You can copy all the direct mail. The same thing for Google, for classified ads, whatever you want. I'm going to take you to the ad generator here in a minute, but let's say that you want to download the Craig Proctor buyer presentation or the listing presentation. This is how you're going to do it. Okay, if you've got a PowerPoint or a Mac, this is how you're going to download the Craig Proctor buyer and listing presentations. And this is where you're going to go to find the best Google ads. Okay, this is the outside sales agent training course, the inside sales agent training course. Now, when it comes to follow-up, I'm going to show you how that works. And by the way, tomorrow we're going to look at the DISC personality test. You don't know what this means right now. Many of you, some of you do, because you have experience with the test. But before you hire people, you're going to be able to send a test out to them, and they're going to be able to score the test, and you're going to know their personality type before you even meet with a new recruit, whether it be an inside sales agent or an outside sales agent. So you're going to know what personality type would be, we'll tell you what personality type would be the best person to hire for an outside sales agent or an inside sales agent or an administrative role. And by the way, you get all my team system manual. It's all here. When you go to the file library, this is really cool. Whatever you're looking for inside the Craig Proctor coaching site. When you go to the file library, all you have to do is type in what you're looking for. So let's say that I'm looking for like a tour of homes. I just type in tour and I search, and anything to do with open houses or tour of homes will immediately come up, and then you can just download it. So it makes it really, really easy to find anything in the site. So the ad clinic happens every Friday, and you can upload your ads. I'll give you an example of what they look like. So here's the ads from July 17th that were submitted. So agents send us their ads. They tell us, you know, the results they're getting. I critique them. So we've got all types of different ads here. We've got direct mail. We've got Facebook. We got postcards. So when you log on here, you're going to be able to see the history of all the ads that have been submitted here and my comments on those. That's on the ad clinic. Okay, under resources, so we've got the marketing manual. For those of you that have a team, my wife created this. My wife and I have been married for over 20 years. She worked in my real estate business, and she created this awesome marketing manual. And she created, this is the marketing manual, and she created, she also created the team system manual. So when you're recruiting, hiring, and training, it's just a valuable resource, because you're going to have everything that you need. The contracts, you'll know who to hire first, second, third, and so on. This is the business profile that we're going to have you fill out in the beginning, so I get to know a lot about you. We're going to ask you all these different questions, and we're going to use this to help assign the right Craig Proctor coach with you. Okay, if we go back to, let's go back to the dashboard here for 1 second. I want to show you some of the other tools that we have. We looked at the recorded hotlines earlier. You're going to be assigned both a branded hotline and a less branded. The less branded won't have your name on it. The main greeting will say, "Hi, thanks for calling the real estate information line. Please enter the 4-digit ID number for the information you're looking for." Your branded one, you're going to record that. So it would say, you know, "Hi, my name is Craig Proctor with ABC Realty." So we show you how to get the automated marketing set up. So the leads are coming in to your smartphone, and leads are coming in 24/7, right? So let's see what else we can show you here. Are you guys digging this? You guys, you see this, how it's all laid out here for you? We've got our message center. We've got our ad generator. This is what I showed you earlier. So let me have one more look at this. This is how cool this is. So you're going to decide, do I want a Facebook ad, a Google ad? You're just going to toggle what you want to design, and it will be designed for you. Okay. So do I want a branded ad? Do I want a less branded ad? Do I want to target only sellers? If I click that, only the seller ads are up. If I click buyers, only the buyer ads are up. Maybe you want both. Okay, so we're going to click on both, and let's look at some of the campaigns that are here. So let's just look at a Facebook ad for home sellers. Boom, that's it. You're simply going to type in the name of your area. So you're in Austin, Texas, and boom, this is ready to go for you. You can change the image if you want, but it's so easy for you to create your Facebook ad, your Google ad, your classified ad, your editorial ad. It'll even populate Austin into the headline. We really couldn't have made it any easier for you to copy successful Craig Proctor campaigns. Okay, it's really that easy. That's what we tried to do. We tried to make it super easy for you to run Craig Proctor marketing in your marketplace. Okay, so what kind of ad do you want to run? Facebook, and whatever ad you run, by the way, it will create the other ads for you. So this is my Facebook ad, but here it is on Google. Here it is in classified. Here's my editorial. Again, I just type in the name of my area. So my area is Toronto, and the ad has been created. So really, it's next to impossible not to get your ads looking and working the right way because we've removed discretion at the operating level. Okay, that's a really nice way of saying you really can't mess this thing up. Let's go under business resources here. I talked about my team system manual. For those of you that have a team or you want to grow a team, this is the document I was referring to earlier that my wife created. Folks, this alone is worth thousands and thousands of dollars to you. Okay, so it's all electronic, but under leveraging yourself with people, you just click on what you're looking for. Okay, so I explained the whole idea behind growing your team. I explained the mistakes, but if you know how to hire them, how to train them, all the contracts are here, everything that you're looking for on growing your team. So I want a contract for an outside sales agent. I click on that, boom, there's the contract. Do you know how much money I spent and time I spent with lawyers designing all these contracts? All you have to do is copy them. Now, you probably want to take this to your lawyer just because I'm in Canada, you might be in the US, have them massage it, but everything is right there as far as how to recruit, hire, train. I show you all the ads to run to recruit them. I show you how to manage them. If you have a team, you want to grow a team, that is a very valuable asset. So I literally could spend all weekend talking to you about the tools that you have access to when you're a Craig Proctor member at craigproctorcoaching.com. But we don't have days to talk about this. So I'm going to go back to my PowerPoint presentation here again. And here we go. I got a little cheat monitor here to make sure that you're seeing what I'm seeing. So anyway, that was craigproctorcoaching.com. If you think that's cool, type cool into chat. Hope you enjoyed that. Now, you're going to have unlimited access to your coach. You're going to have their phone number. In fact, you're going to have my phone number. You're going to have our email address. You're going to be able to contact us in between your scheduled one-on-one consultations. Having that kind of access, I easily assign $2,000. Am I right or wrong for a whole year having access to us? Now, the type of training that we're providing you for here today, we do training for our members on a constant, consistent basis. We do special boot camps and webinars for coaching members that are higher level than like what you're getting right now, because like you guys aren't even members yet. And I think hopefully everyone's getting their money's worth and you like this. Well, imagine when you're a Craig Proctor member. Okay, so we're going to train you constantly by webinar and by conferences. I assigned a value of $1,000 to that. Now, when we get back to doing physical conferences again, we have a bunch scheduled. Now, I don't know if this thing's going to happen in Anaheim, but it's scheduled for September 23rd to the 25th. I'll tell you though, if we can't do this physically at the hotel in Anaheim, we will do it virtually, just like we're doing right now. I'm supposed to be in Orlando right now, right? This is supposed to be happening live in Orlando while we're doing it online. And if we have to do that again in November, I mean, hopefully by November we're back to normal. But if not, we're going to do the November conference online, and then we're going to be doing one in Toronto, Canada as well. So all this training that you get, these conventions and the online events are easily worth $1,500. They're all included. So the point I want to make here is we don't nickel and dime you trying to sell you websites and technology and events. When you're members, you're all in. Now, if I added all that up together, it's $27,500. Okay, that's what it would add up to. And we've even included some more bonuses for you to get you started. You're not going to pay $27,000, but that's easily what this is worth. And I have thousands of people that would swear that it's a great investment and it's helped them make hundreds, if not millions of dollars. I'm also going to include $4,000 of what I refer to as grab and use bonus items. What do I mean by that? You're going to get the customized coaching version of the listing presentation. Okay, so you're going to get the listing presentation, but we're going to customize it for you as a coaching member. I assigned a value of $1,500 to that. Then we're going to do the same thing for your buyer presentation. What we're going to be talking about is you not running out and showing houses to buyers without first getting the buyer to meet with you and then having such a compelling presentation that the buyer wants to sign the buyer agency agreement. You know, a lot of agents say, well, how do you make them sign it? Well, the truth is you can't make them sign it. Can't make anybody do anything. But using the right language in this presentation, you can compel the buyers to want to sign the buyer agency agreement. By the way, folks, when you're working with buyers, you know what you're selling them, right? You're selling them on free. Basically, here's how it works. We're going to get you pre-qualified for financing free of charge. You all do that. We're going to email you every day all the homes that match your home buying criteria free of charge. You all do that. And you get me and my specialized knowledge. When you want to look at properties, I'm going to run you around and show you properties. When you see one you like, I'm going to present that offer, negotiate that offer on your best behalf, including all the terms, not just the price, but possession date, what's included. And you get all my services for free. All I ask in return is for your loyalty. Does that sound fair? And I'm looking them right in the eyes at this point. Now, if they say, well, no, that doesn't sound fair, that's probably a buyer I don't want to spend a whole bunch of time with. How many of you could do this? If I teach you this presentation, right? I'm going to get you the best financing. I'm going to run around and I'm going to show you I'm going to email you every day all the homes that match your criteria. That's free. I'm going to show you properties and I'm going to negotiate that offer when you see one you like on your best behalf. And none of my services cost you a penny. All I ask in return is for your loyalty. Does that sound fair? How many of you can say, does that sound fair? Of course it's a fair request. It's reasonable. Now you pull out the buyer agency agreement. Here's my buyer agency agreement. And I say, now this, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, just reiterates what you and I have agreed to verbally. What are they going to do? Now, not sign it? You've just said to them, I'm going to do this for you and this for you and this for you and this for you. And all my services are free. All I ask in return is for your loyalty. Does that sound fair? If they say, yeah, that sounds fair, I shake their hands, I pull out the buyer agency agreement and I get it signed. Now, if they won't sign the buyer agency, if they won't commit to you for free, then I don't know about you, but I'd like to know that on the onset. I said earlier, you won't lose any more buyers you doing it the Craig Proctor way. You might just lose them faster, which is a good thing. So this whole buyer presentation that I'm going to teach you, easily, no brainer, worth $1,500. Now, we get objections. Well, guess what? I've been doing this for 25 years. I've heard all the objections. You're going to be able to listen to me actually making calls, recorded calls, real calls, not fake calls, me actually calling real buyers and sellers. I recorded them for years. You can listen to me, handle these objections, listen to exactly what I say. I'll give you examples of, okay, here's this objection. Okay, so maybe the objection is I get an ad call or a sign call and the buyer says, oh, I only want to work with the listing agent. You're going to hear how I handle these. Easily, that's worth $1,000. Now, as I mentioned, all the technology, it's free. Heck, I could sell the technology for $5,000. You understand the technology you're getting, right? It's my life's work. It took me, like the hotlines you can get anywhere. Hotlines is voicemail, right? You want to know where the value is? It's the recordings on the hotlines, right? It's me using these hotlines for years, understanding what needs to be said so people don't hang up. So the maximum number of people that are driven into your automation actually raise their hand and leave a message. That's where the value is. A hotline you can get anywhere. A landing page, a website, you can get anywhere. But does the website do its job of converting the prospects? So I showed you the websites, like there's, I don't know, like 40 different landing pages that I spent 10 years on, and they're all duplicatable for you. We set this up for you. So like in the first week of being a Craig Proctor member, your landing pages, they're all up and going. Your Facebook ads, they're being run. Your reality system interfaced with your MLS, so you can do that research, up and going. All this technology is not just included, we're doing it for you. We're getting it up and going. Easily, no brainer. That's easily worth $5,000. Okay, the website I talked about, that would cost you thousands of dollars. That is for system members only, by the way. Nobody gets the Craig Proctor technology except for Craig Proctor members. So I guess we broke it down here for you. The reality program, a couple $1,000s for that. And if I add it all up now, $36,500. Anyway, I'm just making my point. This is my life's work. Easily, I could help any one of you in the next year make at least $36,000. In fact, if you and I work together for the next year and you can't make an additional $36,500, either I need to kick your butt or you need to kick my butt, because that's just a few transactions. You're not going to pay anywhere near $36,500. May I make you my ultimate offer? Okay, I want to help as many people as I can. I'm going to make you the ultimate offer. You can get started with the Craig Proctor system for $1,995. Some of you are like, well, what's the catch? There is no catch. $1,995. Now, that would serve as your down payment on the program. Then you've got two choices. Okay, you can do $1,995 and then pay $997 a month, or you could do you could pay it in full. And if you pay it in full, you can save $3,000. But I'll tell you what I'll do. If you're one of the first 50 to respond, I will drop the pay in full installment by $1,000. So for the first 50 of you to respond, I will drop the price for the entire year to $8,995. Now, that's if you pay in full. Now, if you don't have $8,995, then you can do the monthly route. The monthly route, again, is $2,000, $1,995, and then it's $997. Let's call it $1,000 a month. Now, what I'd like Andrea to do, our wonderful operator, she's going to drop the link into chat. But before you do that, Andrea, I want to show everybody what that's going to look like. So in the chat, Andrea is going to drop in our website. And if you want to take advantage of our offer, it looks something like this. You're going to fill in your name. You're going to fill in your billing address. Okay. And you're going to fill in your credit card information. And then it's going to ask you to pick your payment option. So you can see here, there's two options. Option A is monthly, $1,995 now, plus 11 monthly payments. Or you can save $4,000 by paying in full. And the way that's going to work for option B is, again, you're only going to pay $1,995 now. And then within the next 48 hours, you're going to pay the balance of $7,000. You know, I'm conscious of the fact that some of you can't put $89.95 on your credit card. So even with the pay in full, we're going to split it into two payments. Either option is $1,995 monthly or the pay in full. But the pay in full, you're getting obviously the best deal because you're saving $4,000 over the year. So when you enter this information and you hit the sign up button, so you enter your name, your address, your credit card information, and you choose whether you want to do the monthly option or the pay in full option, then you're going to click the sign up button. When you click up the sign up button, it's going to say, welcome to Craig Proctor Coaching, right? It's processed, you're in, you've successfully made the $1,995 down payment, and you've reserved your spot. That means you're one of the first 50. Now, the next step is you're going to sign our terms of service agreement. You're going to click on this green button here, and it's going to take you to DocuSign. You're going to enter your name and your email address, and then the DocuSign will come up, and it'll just tell you where to initial. That's your terms of agreement. And we need to get that back within 24 hours. If we don't get your terms of service agreement back, then we just refund your money and you're not in the program. Okay, so that's the steps to it. Now, Andrea is going to drop that link into the chat, and you can see at the bottom, it says coachingoffer.com. So if you just want to go online, you can go to coachingoffer.com. May I remind everyone that this is a business expense. So what that means is it's 100% tax deductible. So the $8,995 is tax deductible. For most of you, what this means is that you working with me have to sell one more house, right? For most of you, your average commission, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. So we got to sell one more house. Let's get that taken care of really quickly. So your coaching is paid for and the rest of the year is just like pure profit. And remember, whatever I teach you today, you're going to retain and remember for the rest of your life. So factor in, how many years am I going to be a real estate agent? Well, I'm going to do this for at least another 10 years. Well, if you took $89.95 and divided it by 10 years, it's like $895 a year because you're going to keep that knowledge. But it's 100% tax deductible. So I don't know, if you're in California and you're in Canada, your tax rate, like mine's probably 50%. So your effective cost is half of $9,000. So it's about $4,500 after tax. This is really super affordable, folks, is the point I'm making. Now, we're going to get started on Tuesday. We're going to do an orientation. In fact, tomorrow afternoon, we'll get you some resources, get you started. Tomorrow afternoon, you know, we're going to 6 o'clock. But James McDonald and I are going to do a quick orientation with you so you guys can get started right away. It's about speed of implementation, right? On Tuesday, I'm going to organize a webinar for all brand new Craig Proctor members, Tuesday, July 28th. And so that's how it works. And this is my promise to you. So see if this works for you. My promise to you is this: your income will go up. Your struggle to make money will evaporate. You'll make more money and you'll work less. You'll have more time and energy for your family, your social life, and your pastimes. In other words, you'll make more money, but you'll get your life back. What is it worth to get your life back? What is it worth to truly get up every day and love what you're doing? To have your family proud of your career instead of your real estate career being an annoyance. And for many of us, that's what's happened, right? I get it, right? You're at the dinner table, your phone is constantly going off. Your family sees this as a big distraction, as an annoyance. You see, I'm not only interested in helping you make more money, I want to help you make your life better. I'm at this stage in my career, I've been doing this for so long, that I'm really at this stage in my career where just helping people make money or doing ordinary things is not of interest. I want to help you have a better life here in real estate. You rising up out of the muck of typical, normal, boring real estate. I want you to look at today, okay? July 24th is a big day in your life. That this is a transformative experience. I want you to look back at the decision that you're making right now truly as a life-changing decision. So that's what lights my fire, and that's what really interests me. Now, some of you are stuck. Some of you are stuck in like where you are right now, and so I get that, right? It's easy to think about your current situation and focus on that. So if things aren't going very well right now, that's what you're focused on, that things aren't going very well. And I'm going to ask you to focus on what you really want. Does this make sense? If you keep focusing on what you've got, guess what you're going to attract? You're going to keep getting more of what you've already got. You got to take a chance on you, folks. You've got to take the chance on you. If you don't invest in you, nobody else is going to invest in you. If things aren't working for you right now and you want to get to that next level, it's okay to ask for some help. And all you need to do is go to coachingoffer.com, fill out that agreement, and we'll get you started with this right away. But focus on what you really want. Don't let your present situation dictate your future. Wherever you are right now, whether it be not so good or whether like things aren't bad, let's really focus on what it is that you want. We can't get stuck in that present situation. Some of you are struggling. I totally get this. This COVID-19 came out of the blue. That's not your fault. It's not your fault that when you got into real estate, that your broker or all the people around you said, go do this, go do that. I made that mistake, right? It's not our fault that we're told to do things that, are counterproductive. But we know that now. So now that we know that there's a better way, we've got to let go of the past and we've got to jump into the future with both feet. Dude, I've got a picture of this guy in a prison, and I talked about paradigms and how important, like my understanding of paradigms, it's really been a game changer for me to understand that, the reason we do what we do, or the reason we don't do some of the things that we really want to do, have been hardwired into our brain. I want to give you guys an example. Think about this. Why do you eat the food that you eat? Right? Why did you decide what kind of food you eat? No, you didn't decide it. It's what your parents gave you when you were young, right? And so we become accustomed to eating that kind of food. And then we go to another country and they say, oh, would you like to try this kind of food? And we go, oh, no, I don't like that. And they might say to you, well, have you ever tried it before? And you would say, no. Well, how do you know you don't like it? Oh, I just know I don't like it. So even the food we eat, like who decided we eat this food? So much of how we think is programmed into us right from the time that we're young, including the language that we speak, right? You meet some kids into a bilingual family that can speak many languages. Well, this transfers into our business. So everything that you've been taught, every experience that you've had before you got into real estate and while you've been in real estate impacts how you think about things. The head stuff is big, folks. I want to help you with that. I want to help you break through these barriers and get to the other side. Before you can take action, you've got to be open to taking the action. Okay, the change happens here first. We're talking about a mental move. Okay, before you can change what you do, you must change how you think. Does that make sense? And when I started to change how I saw things, how I was thinking about things, that allowed me to change what I do. And of course, when you change what you do, you start changing the results that you're getting. But it all starts with the paradigm. So what is this worth to you, folks? To create a reliable, automatic income generating machine. That's what we've got here for you. Okay, you plug yourself into it, the leads come in. What would it be worth to relieve the stress of erratic or unpredictable income? What would it be worth every day to wake up and love what you do? I love this quote. If you come across what you love and you don't let go of what you're doing, you don't deserve the reward. That's fair, isn't it? If you come across in life what you love, but you don't let go of what you're doing, you don't deserve the reward. And here's another quote I want to share with you from Joseph Campbell. If you're not prepared to give up the life that you planned, you'll never enjoy the life that's waiting for you. If you're not prepared to give up the life that you've planned, you'll never enjoy the life that's waiting for you. So I'm going to ask you to make a decision and decide to commit to your real estate career and decide to commit to Craig Proctor, to give this a go. Andrea, have you dropped the coaching offer into the chat?
Yes, but I understand on some devices that it's not clickable on YouTube, but all you have to do is copy and paste it to your browser or simply type it in. It's so easy, coachingoffer.com.
Right. So if you can't click it on YouTube, you can just open up a new browser and go to coachingoffer.com. Okay, right there. Go to coachingoffer.com. And all we require today to get you started is a modest $1,995. So whether you choose the monthly option or whether you choose the pay in full option, all you're required today is $1,995. If you're monthly, you're going to pay $997 a month every 30 days after that. And if you want to save $4,000 and do the pay in full option, then $19.95 today. And sometime over the next 48 hours, when my office gets around to it, they'll process the remaining payment of $7,000. Some of you are up against a terror barrier. Some people have a hard time, as I said, making decisions and then sticking with those decisions. Look, many people don't know how to make decisions. Napoleon Hill, in his famous book, Think and Grow Rich, he dedicated an entire chapter to making decisions. He says most people never really learn how to make decisions ever since they're children, right into adulthood. They're not very good at making decisions. They're kind of like a leaf in the wind. You know, the wind blows this way, the leaf goes that way, the wind blows that way, the leaf goes this way. I get the terror barrier here, but if things aren't going as planned, what do you got to lose anyway, right? Like, what's the worst thing that can happen? You can always go back and keep doing whatever you're doing now. They say if you're not prepared to take the risk, you don't deserve the reward, and that's fair. So we're right back to this heart's desire. And again, that's what lights my fire. Real estate is the industry we're in, right? That's the business we chose. And we want to make the best of it. Every day when we wake up, we want to be excited about what we do. We want to be able to help people. We want to be proud of our career. We want to be in a position one day where we can give to our family. We can give ourselves the life that we deserve, and we can give to charity. So many of my members, once they're successful, it's a joy to see them have a worthy cause that they give money to every single year. You heard from Rudy today, over $100,000 a year. You heard from Bertrand, wasn't long ago. You know, he's bringing his toaster to the event. He has no money, right? He can't afford to pay for breakfast at the conference hotel. And last year he gave away $11,000. So that's really cool. What is your heart's desire? What is it that you really, really want to do with your life? Let's get your real estate business in order to serve your life so you can do the thing that you really want to do. Remember, we only get one bite at the apple here, folks. I told you the story earlier about my grandfather living to 90 years of age and being in the hockey dressing room with my buddy. We were 15 years old. He went out on the ice and he got struck by a puck right here. That's why all the hockey players wear the mask now. It was because of him. So we don't know what life has in store for us, but I know we've got one bite at the apple here, folks. So for those of you that have decided to join Craig Proctor Coaching, it will be a joy and a privilege to work with you. I take the responsibility seriously, and you go to coachingoffer.com. What we're going to do now is another panel. And if we can open up our superstars, they're going to talk a little bit about how the Craig Proctor coaching programs not only impacted their business, but how it's positively impacted their lives. So to start with, we have Shelly. Shelly, how are you doing today? Your mic is muted there, Shelly, so we got to take care of that. Our superstars. They're going to talk a little bit about... Okay, and somebody else is going to have to mute theirs. There's Kristen Stampini from Boca Raton. I think all of our panelists are coming in here now. Again, we getting a little bit of echo. I'm not sure where that's coming from, Andrea. So,
are we good?
We're good to go. All right, so let's start with Shelly, since you're first up to bat. Shelly, explain to everybody how we met and what's happened to you and your husband's lives since.
Well, when we first met, Louis and I were primarily focusing on doing REO. That's all we knew. That's dealing with just the banks and foreclosure business. But we were working endless hours, over 80 hours a week. And sometimes I felt like I was working just nonstop, 24 hours a day, as was my husband. And we just realized that this is just not where we want to be. He ran across one of your ads to invite us to one of your conferences there in California. We went, and ever since then, it has changed our life dramatically.
Okay, let's talk about that. How so? How is it? Give us some specifics on how this thing has changed your life.
Well, we went from dealing predominantly with REO, where they pay you less and less and less per transaction. It got to the point where we were collecting maybe 1% on a transaction, but working endlessly for the bank. Now we're collecting 7% on a transaction, getting our transaction fee. It used to be just my husband and myself, and now we have a team of over 40 folks. And we have the freedom. We were able to go on our first family vacation after we joined Craig Proctor and actually enjoy a family vacation.
You mean with the phone off, like a real vacation?
With the phone off.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
Like
dramatic change when you actually get to go on vacation and enjoy the vacation with your family.
Now, what's your production? What's your estimated production for 2020?
So my goal was to help 1,000 families. As of right now, we have
1,000. Did everyone hear that? 1,000 families.
1,000 families. When we went from doing maybe on our best year working hundreds of hours a week, right? Maybe getting to 100. But now we're at, my goal was 1,000. Right now we have closed over 400 families and have 165 pending contracts at this moment. So Corona didn't stop for us. It just, if anything, it got us even more and more busy.
Yeah, you're having a better year this year. Now, tell everybody where you're from, where exactly you're located.
We're in Killeen, Texas. That's Central Texas. For all of you, we're about an hour north of Austin. We're in the Fort Hood area, so we're where the largest military installation is in the U.S.
Okay, good, Shelley. We're going to come back to you in just a minute. I want to introduce our other panelists here. Next, we're going to go to Boca Raton, Florida, another hotspot for COVID-19, Texas, Florida. And then we're going to go out to California. We're going to talk to Mike. So, Kristen Stampini, share your story with everybody. Were you born rich? Were you born into great wealth?
I was not. So I was in the restaurant business for many, many years. And at the age of actually 40, I basically had to start my life over. I was bankrupt and broke, single, so basically I moved down to Florida. And I knew nobody but my mom. So my mom was the only person I knew here in Florida. Just left everything, didn't know what I wanted to do. I kind of fought and kicked and, I knew that I wanted something that was exciting. My mom's like, well, why don't you look at real estate? And I said, I'm not a salesperson. Are you kidding me? I said, and I don't want to live off of commissions. I was scared. I was definitely scared to even look at it. So anyways, I took the course. And they give you here in Florida and many states, Craig, it's very easy to get your real estate license, okay? You go to school for 1 week and you get your license. So anyways, I went and I went and I took the class test, and then they give you a full year to pass your state test. Well, I didn't even actually take my state test until a couple weeks before it expired, because that's how bad I didn't want to do real estate.
So you were a reluctant real estate agent. You only really got into it because it was a weak course, right? It's like real estate's like the easy for me. When I dropped out of college, it's like, okay, what's the easiest thing I can do now, right? And my dad was a real estate agent, so I'll go do that. So now you've got your real estate license. Now what are you thinking? You're like in a brand new marketplace. You're from Michigan. You don't know anybody in Florida. So now what happens?
So I moved to Florida from Michigan, and I'm like, wow, what am I going to do now? I got my license, but they really don't, what they teach you in school, as everybody knows, is nothing pretty much, just to pass your test. And then you have to really learn the real estate. Well, so many people out there, can go after friends and family and spear and things like that, which I had none of. So I literally had to start and grind from the beginning. I went after I got my license, I was with Keller Williams, and I went to a family reunion, and it was in Orlando.
And that's where you met me, right?
Yeah.
You met the #1 Remax guy at a Keller Williams event. Go figure.
It was like, what is this about?
Right.
So,
I was the keynote speaker at that event.
That's right. That's right. So I went there and I saw Craig, and kind of exactly what Jay said. I was reluctant. I didn't have any money, you guys. I was waiting tables at a restaurant. Okay. So Houston's restaurant on the water. I was waiting tables and trying to figure this real estate out because I didn't have any money to market, to do anything. Okay. Nothing, literally. So I went and saw Craig, and I'm like, man, I was like Jay, what he said earlier, and I just felt something in you. You just were genuine, you know, and I'm usually pretty quick to judge character. And I thought, man, this guy really seems like he cares. And I said, what's he doing at a Keller Williams event, being, you know, a Remax, you know, one of the best at the time, one of the best Remax, you know, obviously you were #1 for many years, but you were still amazing. And I'm like, what is he? So Gary must really think highly of him too. And anyways, I said, okay, well, I couldn't figure out because you were going to be in California and I didn't know how I was going to pay for it. It was like $500. And I, you know, between flight, paying for the event, going out there. And I also could relate to.
So it was really that tight.
Yeah.
Not only could you not afford the conference, you didn't even know how you were going to get to California to go to the conference.
Fortunately, my brother lived in Irvine.
Oh, so you could go live with your brother. Now let me ask you this. So you had this massive struggle to even muster up the money to come to your first Craig Proctor conference. Fast forward to what happened after you got involved, because you went from broke. Share everybody, you know, don't be shy, don't be modest.
So
tell everybody what happened.
So this year, and I'll tell you along the way, but this year with income and commissions, okay, because I have other income and commissions, we will be over $2 million.
Awesome. Let's give a virtual applause to Kristen Stampini.
We own 10 properties. Okay. For us, that's great because they're all income producing at a high level. We have, you know, so we have so much wealth that we're building, along with bringing in 2 million this year alone.
So let me ask you, did you prefer being broke or do you prefer being wealthy?
Well, yeah. You know, when I got into real estate, I said, you know, if I could just make 150,000, I can live pretty comfortably. You know, I felt that I could live okay, right? Make 150,000 is not, I mean, going from broke, single, 40, starting your life over, having absolutely no money. I thought, wow, if I can make 100, you know, if women making over 50,000 is really good, right? So I'm like, if I can make 150, that's 300% higher than, you know, what women really make. So I said, okay, that's good. Well, what happened is exactly what you started talking about earlier, Craig. And once you start generating the leads, you have no choice but to figure out what your next move is.
Right.
So anyways, that is where I was at. And I built basically, you know, along the way, I mean, I was in like, Shelly was talking about REOs, and I did a lot of short sales. You know, I was taking, you know,
during the Great Recession.
Yeah.
We had to do that to survive. All right. So I love your enthusiasm. We're going to come back to you in 1 minute, back to Kristen Stampini and Shelly, but I want to get through the whole panel and introduce everybody. Let's go to Mike in California.
Hello, Craig.
What's going on, Mike? Tell everybody exactly where you're from and you know how you got involved with me and what's happened.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. So I'm in Ventura, California, just north of Los Angeles. This year has been a very interesting year for California. We're the first ones to shut down, and we're the ones that keep shutting down. But my business is going to double this year. I'll get into that in a couple minutes. But I was similar to Shelly. I was working a ton of hours, except instead of rather working with REOs, I was working with the other side, the investors buying those REOs, fix and flip guys and rentals. And they were just grinding me down on commission. I had one source of income. I saw the writing on the wall that would change at some point, and 90+% of my business would go away. So I went to one of your half-day seminars, got interested, went to one of your SuperConferences. And as soon as I saw Two things. One, you could give me my time back because I was working 60, 70, 80 hours a week, sometimes 100 hours a week. I had kids. I had an awesome wife. I didn't want to miss my kids grow up. You had someone on a panel just like this talking about how they got their life back. And I said, this is for me. And the second thing was when I saw that you could help me generate people that actually wanted to talk to me, not cold calling and door knocking and all these other things I was being told that people were just straight rude because they had not solicited me in any way, shape, or form. Your direct response marketing, I said, I'm in. So I signed up right then, signed up for coaching, quickly went to platinum. Now I'm in titanium and love it. Love it.
How many years have you been involved with this now, Mike?
About 8 years.
What's happened to your income over the last 8 years?
Yeah, it's gone up dramatically. I was able to supplement. So the first big hurdle I got over was eventually those investors, we parted ways, and that was 90% of my business before I met you. So I was able to supplement that, which was a big, big difference, right? And then now this year we're doubling. We're going to be about between 1.5 and 2 million this year with COVID, with California shutdown and everything like that.
Okay, despite all of the COVID stuff, $1.5 million. That's awesome. Okay, let's get through this panel. We'll come back to you guys now. If let's go to Andrea, our awesome moderator. If you folks, okay, there's like 600 of us watching this right now. If you have questions for our panelists or for me, we got Todd Walters back here. Type the questions in, and then Andrea, I'm going to ask you to read us some of the questions and point that question to the appropriate panelists. Does that sound good? So are you guys with us? Are you enjoying our panel here? Give us a virtual high five in chat. So you got a question for any of our panelists, you type in their name, my questions for Shelley, my questions for Kristen, whoever it is, and what your question is, and we'll make this as interactive as possible. Next, we're going to go to Washington, D.C., to the Capitol. Jonathan Leahy, how you doing today? It's been a while. Your mic is muted.
I'm doing great, Craig. It's really good to see you. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's great, buddy. What have you been up to?
Selling houses, changing lives.
Okay, so is it safe to say when you and I met, you were broke?
I was broke.
Okay. Yes. So let's just go. This is you guys might be thinking, well, Craig, he's got all these people that are rags to riches story. We actually have people that have gone from rich to richer, but there's more contrast in the broke. Now, I think you were doing like 3 transactions when we first met, right?
When we first met, I had just finished my first full year full-time in real estate.
Yep.
And I closed 5 deals that previous year. So my goal when I met you was to try to sell 20 homes. And I would have been happy.
Yeah, you would have been happy with 20. Yeah. But instead, tell everybody what happened.
And then I realized getting to 20 was really easy. So I just kept on doubling. And last year we sold over 200 homes. And we had our best year ever last year. And the crazy part is in the middle of COVID, in the middle of pandemic, we're having our best year ever right now too, compared to even last year. So the things that I've learned from you is not just, it's recession proof. The strategies, the marketing, the concepts, they're proven to work in whatever market.
Yep. And regardless of your location. And that's why I've selected our panel from all over the place. So Nancy, who we're going to talk to next, she's over on the East Coast as much as you can be. She's in New Jersey. We have Kristen in Florida. Shelley is in Texas. Mike is in California. And Jonathan you're in Maryland, right?
I'm in Maryland, yes.
Okay. RE/MAX agent, Maryland, one of the top RE/MAX agents in the country. You said 200 transactions. What's that in gross commission income? Because you got high prices there.
We did over 2 mil last year, like 2.3 mil.
That's way better than 5 transactions.
I couldn't have imagined.
And what I love about you is your zest for life, because some people, like, they just collect the money and they put it in the bank. You know how to have fun with the money. I like that. Man, I've got you on Facebook. Are you ever at home? You're always somewhere.
Well, because of COVID, I'm home now.
Yeah. Well, you don't like that because you're in Fiji. You're all over the place. You like to travel?
because of what I learned from you. And it's really cool. Last year, every 3 weeks I was out of town, and and we had a real estate business that had its best year ever, and I was barely in the office last year. And that was really awesome. That's a testament to what you taught us.
Right, because it's a business.
Because it's a business.
Because it's
you
a
said
business.
This, you said, if it requires you to be there, it's not a business, it's a job. And so I took that to heart, and I'm like, how do I make sure this is a full-blown business so that I don't even have to be here?
Jonathan, the epiphany that I had when I started hiring people, my idea was this: how many buyers could I work with if it had nothing to do with me? Right?
It's a good question.
Once I started thinking, how many sellers could I meet with if it had nothing to do with me? And so, I was determined to go down that road. And I never worked harder in real estate than my first year when I was a massive failure. Never worked harder, never worked more hours. And I never worked less hours in real estate when I made the maximum income. It's crazy. I mean, we hear this, right? As kids, you hear, oh, the more you make, the less you do. But it's totally applied to me anyway in my real estate business. The more money I ended up making, the less and less I did. So and you got onto that pathway, and you were like, I like this, right? I've gone from 5 to 20, and now I'm doing 40 and I'm working a bit less. And now I'm doing 80 and I'm working a bit less. And by the time you got to 200, your office is like, where's Jonathan? He's like away every 3 weeks. So that's a great life.
Even right now. And I thought it was a joke, but it was real. Like, they really didn't know where I was.
Yeah, that's cool. All right, we're going to come back to you, Jonathan. Now, again, for those of you in chat, we have over 600 now, 613 watching on YouTube. We'll make this interactive with our panel. If you've got a question for me or Todd or any of our panelists, just type into chat who the question's for, what the question is, and we'll get Andrea, our wonderful operator, Andrea, to feed us some questions. And by the way, we've talked about the coaching program here. You go to coachingoffer.com, only $1,995 to get started. Promise you to be the best investment you've ever made in your real estate business. We're going to take the first 50. People think, well, why only 50? Well, I'll tell you why. All of my coaches, you're looking at the kind of people that coach our agents. They make millions of dollars selling real estate. So it's not like they have unlimited time. Our coaches take on, we'll send out an email before an event like this, and we'll say, hey, Kristen, how many members can you take on? And Kristen will tell my wife, I can take on, 5. Like I sell real estate full time. So we're limited to this, but we have very high success rate. We have the highest success rate taking on new members to get them to success. And that's why we have this great longevity. Jonathan, how long have you been with me for?
I think this is my 9th year.
9th year. Christian Stampini, how long have you been with me for? You got your mic off. You're muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. Just about the same. I think it was like the end of 2010.
Shelly and Mike?
9.5 years.
9.5.
Mike,
8 years?
8 years.
Mine is going 6 years.
6 years. Hey, cool. All right. Before we go back to Todd, we've got Nancy in New Jersey. Nancy, thank you so much for being here with us. You are awesome. I want to make sure everyone gets to meet you and they hear your story. You can totally relate to I remember you telling me the story about having your, sacrificing your entire summer. And you had all these deals and nothing really came together at the end of the summer. And you didn't spend time with your kids, and you just felt so horrible at the end of the summer that you sacrificed this time with your kids that you were never going to get back again. And it was kind of all for naught. Your mic's muted, by the way. I want you to share that story, how we met and what happened. Okay, it's still muted there. Is that our
There we
end?
go.
There we go.
Is that, yeah, you got me? There we go. So it was a horrendous summer. Not only did I lose all the time with my kids, I never even got in the pool for the entire summer, but I worked my fanny off for buyers and sellers, spending time, energy, money, and everything fell apart. So I took maybe a week, cried a little bit here and there, or a lot. I was independent. I needed to take care of my kids. And I did a lot of research, and I kept coming back to this name, Craig Proctor, that I had never heard before, who was actually doing the work. Wasn't someone who was going to be, preaching, here's what you go do, but here's what is actually working. So I literally scraped together money to hop on a plane and come from Jersey to California for one of your coaching seminars. It was 3 or 4 days. And I got there, and thankfully, John Reeves was, I was in line by myself, and he was there with a bunch of people, and he literally looked at me and goes, "You're here by yourself, you're sitting in the front row with us." So it was kind of, I'll never forget that. It was awesome. And, felt right away like there was so much good energy there. And I went to that conference, and I'll say I went to that conference going, I'm not going to sign up for a million things. I need this to work. I need to make money here and now. And the more I listened, the more I got it. And I think the thing that spoke the loudest to me was not just all of the people that were, forgive me, are you there? Sorry about that. Yep. Not just all the people that were there with success stories, but the idea that as a McDonald's franchise, if you take a system and you work it all the way through, you're going to have the same result. So I saw that possibility was there for me, and I could not afford to try something. I had to do something, and sky's the limit. So I've been in the program, I believe it's 7 years. And I opened my own independent brokerage 5 years ago. And I went from being practically destitute. I mean, really, I was able to feed my family, but it was really difficult. And this year we're going to do just under 3 million in gross commission income. And I started a second brokerage, which is
Can you say that again? Because I just love the way that sounds.
Yes.
$3 million
just under 3 million. And it's actually possible. And I'm going to put some incentive together for my team to hit that, to go over that 3 million. So I'm working on that right now. But I also opened a second brokerage, non-MLS, and I'm trying something completely new that I'm hoping is game changer for me in this industry as well. So I'm so excited to be a part of this coaching program.
I love whatever we're doing to attract people like you. I hope we keep doing it, because one of the things I hear from all Craig Proctor members is the people that you meet and you get to interact with as Craig Proctor members is one of the biggest benefits of being in the Craig Proctor system. We have a collection of true givers who you will become friends with, and you will come to the conferences and look forward to meeting with the other Craig Proctor members. I know that many of you talk to each other on a regular basis outside of our planned meetings and webinars, and so Nancy, maybe you want to talk about some of the friendships you've forged and how important those relationships have been.
The support is unbelievable. As a successful woman in this field, listen, when you're successful in a group full of realtors who are all content to be mediocre, success really stands out. You need to speak to other people that are successful, and it's not going to be in your immediate group. It's not going to be anywhere near you. So I reach out to people like Shelly and to John and to Sarah, to talk about some of the challenges that come along with it. There's wonderful things that happen, and there are special challenges too. And it's really good to be able to reach out to someone and source a conversation that is not foreign. You're not alone in this. And here's how I might handle situations. That is, it's truly amazing. I really miss doing that. Not being able to get out to our conferences has been, it helps replenish your energy level. And
we're trying to recreate it here. But yeah, I really do. I don't know about how you folks feel, but I really do miss the physical handshake and hug, of actually being together. So we don't know when this goes away. So I hope everyone's enjoying what we're doing here. It's the best virtual, and if we can make it better, let us know how we can make it better. Now, Nancy, I have introduced mostly who's watching right now are people that are not Craig Proctor members yet. Mm-hmm. So, I went through the whole coaching presentation. Right. This is the value that you get, and this is how it all works. You probably remember the day I introduced it to you. What were you thinking at that point? And did you hesitate, or did you just jump in?
I didn't. I signed everything quickly, and I did it because, as I said, I really understood the idea that if you can recreate a McDonald's with a high school student, an experience that everybody can have the same experience, if you lay it out step by step by step, and you were starting to crack that code, I thought I believe in myself. I know that I'm capable of doing things. So you have to believe in yourself. And this program says, you believe in yourself and you do, you take action, take massive action, you will be successful. And I got that. I fully believe that. And I jumped in with both feet. I'll confess, I came home going, what did I do? That's, you have those, everybody has buyer's remorse. And I was like, you know what? Don't even go there. It is, I bet on it like my life depended on it. And really it did to me. And
well, I'll tell you, one of the uphill battles that I have is almost all of you watching this right now, a lot of you have been involved with other coaching programs before. So, for us to come along and say, but this is really different, which we know it is because I actually successfully sold real estate, which is my big, if we talk about unique selling propositions, my USP, my unique selling proposition in the real estate training industry is I did this successfully at a high level where most of the coaching and training is either still telling you to do the things that we've been taught since 1950s, right? Cold calling, door knocking, chasing referrals, expireds, FSBO, sitting in traditional open houses, or blowing your brains out on image advertising. I mean, people like to appeal to the realtor's ego, right? So, let's get a nice Photoshop, beautiful picture and talk about experience and integrity. So many realtors have gone down these false paths. So I understand why people would be skeptical because they have believed what people have said, and it hasn't worked out. So, what we're saying is this is the real deal. This is different, and I hope that you'll take the opportunity. If you don't register today, that at least you'll reach out to some of the people that you meet over this weekend, and just set aside that skepticism and talk to people, because if you talk to Craig Proctor members, you'll understand that they're no different than you. Some of them have been in some tough spots. Some of them come to me and they're already doing really well, but it's really where you're determined to go. And as Nancy says, it's about taking action. Not every, some of you have to think about things. I get it. There's, 4 major personality types. Todd, we're going to be talking about that tomorrow, the major personality types. And some of you need to sleep on it and read every line in the agreement. I totally get that. And others are like Nancy, like, I'm just going to do it. I'm in. So Nancy, thank you so much. We're going to go to some questions from the audience here. Before we do that, though, we better bring Todd Walters back into it. Mr. Walters, you're back here. Thanks for being here. I have released all the details on the Craig Proctor coaching program. The fact that we're going to take on 50 new members, and you are a platinum coach. That's our next level up from coaching. Talk to us a little about the coaching program and how we're going to help people reach their goals.
Well, I think that's it right there. You said it. Goals. Here's what I know about everyone who showed up today and is watching right now. They have goals, like they have aspirations. There are things that you want to do with your life and with your career. And what you figured out probably is what we all figured out, is that if we want our life to be better, our real estate business or our business is going to be the primary contributor to that. I mean, think about it. When the business is not so good, where we're short on cash flow, it impacts our personal and financial life, right? Okay, same thing happens when your real estate business, when you're really busy, like you're just you're working all day long, every day. It's the same thing. Your personal and your financial life gets impacted. Okay, so what if you could have a great life because your business really is a business? Like you totally remove from it this whole concept of real estate job, right? You just remove from it. And now you have, quote, business. Because you've noticed here from these panelists, they all seem to always have a smile. They're passionate about where they were
and where they are now. None of us want to go back to where we were because life is really good. Yep. And it got really good because of a decision that all of us made. And the decision was, hey, Craig seems to have this thing figured out. Maybe we should do this. Like, what are the other options? Like, I'm looking around in my life. I've come this far. What are the other options here? You know, so when you start piecing it together, it's like, you know what? I'm on this planet for a short period of time. I really deserve some rewards for working hard. And ultimately, I want to elevate my lifestyle. Okay. I want to have more time, more.
Let me ask you this, Todd. Why is it that we'll go out and we'll justify, buying a new car that'll depreciate $10,000 the minute we drive it off the car lot? We'll go on a vacation. Like, Jonathan, I don't even know what you pay in airfare in a year, but we'll go on vacation. You see, Jonathan, he invests in his business, but he also invests in having a good time. A lot of us only invest in having a good time. We'll invest money on clothes and cars and vacations, but we don't invest in our business. And that primarily is because we don't see it as a business, right? Like, I'm not going to invest in a job. When you had that pizza place, how did that work out, Todd?
Yeah, it didn't work out so well. That was a very expensive lesson of buying a job. So
when did you realize, when you borrowed the money from your grandmother and you bought that pizza place? When did you realize? How long into it did you realize that's a bad idea?
Well, you know, the first sort of year goes by really fast when you get involved in something like real estate. You know, you're busy and you're starting to, you think you're doing okay. And then into like the year 2, it's like, hey, not much has changed in here. And then into the 3rd year, it's like, dude, this is not going to work. Like, I have essentially ruined my life. I haven't made it better. Now I'm in deeper debt. I can't afford my house. I got to sell that thing. Like, it wasn't a good situation, bud. So I thank God, just like these guys do on a daily basis, that somehow I got connected to you. And it was weird. Like, I'm trying to figure out to this day, like, how that it just lined up that way. I got connected to you. And you, for like pennies on the dollar, said, hey, dude, I'll just give you my entire life's work for a little bit. And I'm like, this is like, is it too good to be true kind of thing? Like, it's a fraction of a commission check for me to go and make $30 million, which is what I did, $30 million in commissions. And I invested a wee little bit to Craig Proctor in the beginning. Like, it's almost doesn't make sense. A McDonald's guy's got to pay $1 million just to get McDonald's attention to make less money than everyone does right now that's on this panel. The average McDonald's owner makes less money than every single one of these peeps do. And they paid $1 million for the McDonald's franchise. And I'm like, this is like the best deal in the world.
Okay,
So,
we're going to take some questions here from our audience. Before we get to that, Todd, you've been around for a long time. What are some of the misconceptions that people have? We spent the day with over 1,000 realtors. We have 622 still watching because some of them are on the coaching site learning more over there. But what are the misconceptions? Why? What do people take away from this that's incorrect thinking?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the first one is that it's going to be hard work. Like, I've got to work more, and candidly, maybe
let me interrupt for 1 second. It's so funny because I talked about this earlier. We have people that actually say to us, they'll listen to a panel and they'd be, I would never want to be like Shelly or Kristen or Mike or John or Nate. I would never want to make $1 million a year or $2 million a year. And I love what you say. You say, well, how do you know? Have you ever tried it? Because it's pretty cool.
Yeah. And it was, and it is easier. All of these folks here will tell you it is easier. It was easier for me to sell 500 homes a year than it was to sell 50 by far. So it gets easier, but you've got to get moving. All right. So that's the first one.
Okay. So they think selling more houses because they're thinking of the way they do it now, right? So based on how you're thinking now and how you're doing things, if you're selling 20 homes a year now, and you hear somebody doing 200, what you're automatically thinking is, oh my God, they must work 10 times harder. But it's the opposite.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's
all right. Lay on another misconception. So I think it's going to be harder. What else?
Oh, it's expensive. This is going to cost a lot of money. Like I've got to spend all this. Surely I've got to spend like enormous amounts of money on marketing, and then I've got to go out and do this, got to go out and do that. And it's going to cost me and I don't really have much money right now.
Mm-hmm.
And what I do have, I'm hanging on to really tight.
Right.
So
in defensive mode. So I sort of get it with the marketing investment. So like for me, my experience was with marketing that marketing was something that I spent money on and I got zero return because my ads were ineffective. So for those of you, if that's your experience, like, well, why would I want to invest in marketing? Because in your experience, anything that you've done in marketing has got you zero return. It's not that marketing doesn't work. It's that whatever type of marketing that you've been doing isn't working. Effective marketing should get you a huge positive ROI. It's one of the biggest points of leverage. So what's happened to all of you is you've gone from maybe thinking, well, marketing is an expense to marketing is an investment where every time I invest $1, I'm going to get $5 or $10 or $100 back.
Yep.
Okay. So let's call that misconception is marketing is an expense. Marketing costs a lot of money. They don't see marketing as a profit center. They think of it as an expense. All right. Give me one more.
Okay. You know what, Craig, this is all really good, but I think I can just watch you for a couple of days and I can figure it all out on my own. I'm really smart. I'm a hard worker. I can figure it out on my own.
Yeah. Okay. So I would say, how's that working out for you? Figuring it out on your own. I tried to figure it out. Nancy, you tried to figure it out. Jonathan, 5 transactions before you met me. You tried to figure it out, right? Mike, you tried to figure it out. Shelly, we all tried to figure it out. Or you can get some help. So, I want to become better at something. Life has taught me I should probably find out somebody who's really good at that. I don't have to figure it out, right? I'm going to just find somebody that's really good at the thing that I want to do, and I'm going to model after that person. Okay, folks, coachingoffer.com. That's where you go to, coachingoffer.com, and you will get the ultimate offer that Craig Proctor is ever going to make you. This will be the best offer you'll ever get on Craig Proctor coaching. I guess you could call it our COVID-19 special. It's $1,995 to get started. Whether you choose the pay in full option or the monthly option, it's only $1,995. I don't care where you operate. That's a fraction of one commission check. Then you can continue on monthly, or you can save $4,000 by paying in full. And that second payment would not be processed for 48 hours. So you don't have to worry about if you've got to arrange some money or whatever you need to do. I'm going to bring James McDonald on here too, because James is the guy you're going to talk to when you have questions. Okay. So for those of you that are interested in coaching, but there's something holding you back, this is the guy right here, James McDonald. He's going to give you, I don't know, what are you going to give? Your email, your...
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I have already been chatting. I've had emails. I've had a couple of you on the phone, which is awesome. So yeah, my email is James at Craig Proctor. I've put that in the chat a bunch of times.
So James at CraigProctor.com.
James at CraigProctor.com. Yes, emails have .coms at the end, not to be cheeky.
Smart.
But yes. So anything that you need to discuss, send me an email. And as I've been doing for the last hour here, we can work it out for sure. I do want to say this to some of you. Okay. We will eventually get to our number of 50 brand new coaching students that we can effectively set up with a coach and work with. But right now, I know that there are some of you who have expressed, oh, you know what, I really want to keep learning here, and I need a little bit more time to make this decision. It's okay. It's fine. We're not done here. You know that we still have all day tomorrow, and we're going to meet on Sunday morning as well. We will give you plenty of fair warning when we're getting close to our 50. We want you to be able to make a decision, but at the same time, please do understand there's lots more that is to come. More panels, more information, more explaining. And so if you've really liked what we've shared from that standpoint up to now, we're not even halfway as far as that's concerned. So please bear that in mind as well. And I will tell you this, if you're skeptical right now, by this time on Sunday, you won't be anymore. You'll know that this is for real. And I know all of our panelists look like Hollywood actors, but I promise you they're not, except for Todd Walters, who it was in fact hired. Yes, he was a hired gun from Hollywood. But other than Todd, yeah, everyone here is very real. And hey, one other thing, Craig, that I want to address. There is somebody from Mike's Marketplace. Mike, you're just north of LA there on the 101 in Ventura. And there's somebody else who's really eager to get going. And they're like, Mike's going to have competition in Ventura. Yeah. And my response is Mike welcomes masterminding with another Craig Proctor member in the area. Like, I don't know, Mike, how many transactions are there in Ventura every year? But I think you'd be okay splitting it.
There's 20,000 transaction sides a year here in Ventura County. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll.
So you're not. You just need your 10,000 and you're good.
You know, it's funny because people. When I was selling real estate, Mike, in Toronto. So in Toronto every year, I think there's like 50,000. I don't know. There's 50,000 homes sold, which would be 100,000 transactions, or whether it's 50,000 transactions. But anyway, it's a lot. And so in my best years, I was doing 500 to 600 transactions, and I would have realtors say to me, "Yeah, but if what you teach works so well, why would you want to teach other agents in your marketplace?" And so it's that thinking of scarcity, like, you know, here's a new concept for everybody. Do you know that Mike can do really well, and so can somebody else in his marketplace? It's massive, the number of homes that are selling. So in Toronto, when I was having my best years, 500 to 600 transactions a year, there were several other Craig Proctor members who also did really, really well. So don't have this scarcity mentality. In fact, Craig Proctor members get together and they share with each other what's working the best. So
there can be many successful restaurants in a town or city on many streets.
That's a great analogy.
Plenty of business to go around. Yeah. More than enough that can be successful. But if the restaurant is mismanaged and there are no other restaurants, it will go out of business, even though it might have no competition. So this has more to do with what you're doing than who else is doing it too.
Right.
Okay, so James is your go-to guy. I want to position James here properly. So, you know, we're on this webinar and I'm talking for 3 days straight, and then you want someone to talk to directly with my office. So you can type into chat, and Andrea is monitoring chat. Where are you, Andrea? Say hi. Andrea.
Hello.
There's Andrea. Okay, so Andrea is monitoring the chat, and we're going to go to chat questions here in a second. I keep saying that, but we really are. But James is your guy that you're going to reach by email. So any questions you have, so by chat, it's Andrea, but James at craigproctor.com. Just write that down, James at craigproctor.com. He is your attendant, your person, your contact while this is going on. So you have questions about, James has been with me for over 20 years. Is it 25?
It is 25. I came for an interview in December of 1994 with a briefcase that had a banana in it, and it's the rest is history. So there you go.
That's right.
Hey, you know what? I just want to share something else here that I think is really important. You know, a lot of you ask, I understand projecting into the future as you should be, but some of you project in the wrong way. Like you're asking, well, a year from now, do I have to renew this? But think about it. All of our panelists here are doing this year after year after year for many years because it works. It's profitable. I just got a great message here from Mike Quayle. Listen to what Mike wrote here. I left the program and got stuck at 700,000 to 900,000 gross commission income on my own for the last 5 and 6 years. And now he's back in. So first of all, think of that paradigm. He got stuck at $700,000 to $900,000 a year in commission income. That to him is, I'm stuck there.
Yeah. And being stuck is no good, no matter where you are, whether you're stuck at 5 transactions like Jonathan or 500 transactions.
But what you all need to understand is when Mike first came into the program, Mike wasn't making $700,000 a year. Mike was a relatively new agent who was struggling like so many. And it's funny that Mike uses the terminology of after doing the Craig Proctor system, he found himself stuck at 700,000. You know, I know a lot of you would love to feel like you had that problem of stuck, but Mike's ambitions now have changed. And that's how this works. You know, your ambitions change as you do it. And honestly, what you want your business to look like a year from now will be very different from what you think you want it to look like as we sit here right now today.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point.
Hey, all right. So good point, James. Hang with us if you can.
I'm here.
Okay, Andrea, let's take the questions from the chat.
All right, our first question is from Thu. He is in California, and his question is for Mike, and it says, Mike, what method of marketing are you using during COVID-19?
Well, I would say everything. Everything that Craig teaches. So we have online stuff, we do have print stuff, we have the signs. I mean, everything we do is Craig Proctor. So right now, what we're seeing obviously is the good side effects of COVID are the competition is not working. The competition doesn't know what to do. And going back to James's point of why would we stick around year after year, is because this is an evolution of not only our business, but what the market is expecting. And Craig and Todd are constantly giving us amazing information of how to take the same messages, but what media to use it on. So I would just say, you know, it all starts with your mindset. And if you think there's business out there, there is, and start using the system that Craig gives to you, and you will start getting business. So I hope that answers the question.
Do you think that some people use COVID as an excuse, you know, kind of not to push forward?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? If I'm a realtor and I'm not successful in 2020, if I'm looking for an excuse, I'm not depreciating the tragedy of COVID in any way, but and outside of COVID, I'm just saying, if it could be the Great Recession of 08, 09, but if you're looking for a reason, an excuse, you'll find one.
Absolutely.
And you know, our members are having these terrific years despite what's going on. But I've known all of these people for a long, long time, and it really their business is market proof.
And Craig,
okay,
I would add,
Jonathan Lay talked about it. I mean, it doesn't matter up market, down market, sideways market. It doesn't matter where interest rates are. This is the kind of business you want. You want to be able to insulate your business from what's going on in the news or the economy.
Right. And Craig, real quick, I would just say, to answer the question maybe a little bit further as well, is using the material you give us, running Google pay-per-click ads and Facebook ads are very cheap. And as you saw demonstrated earlier today, they're very easy to set up. Now, another great side effect of what's going on is there's a lot of people at home. There's a lot of people on Facebook all day long, clicking through stuff. We got lots and lots of responses to those ads during COVID. The other thing is when you're calling them back, a lot of people answered. A lot of people
they're at home, they're not at work. Yeah, I think we all experienced that, like during the lockdown, which you're back in California pretty much. We noticed that our lead generation costs dropped quite a bit. So we actually were generating more leads at a lower cost. And as Mike said, like you actually could reach people very easily because they're all at home. So, you know, there were advantages of having a captive audience. All right, let's go back to Andrew. We'll take our next question.
Our next question, this is from Sydney, and it's not directed to anyone, so I'm just going to let whoever takes it, take it. What is the biggest time saver you see with using the system over what you did before joining?
All right, who wants that? Biggest time saver.
Less time figuring things out and more time selling houses. All right. So, which is what a system does. So right now, most real estate agents have to figure things out. It's generalities that you learn from your brokerage, from other people, from watching videos, and most sales trainers. But getting the specifics of, hey, why don't you do this? Just copy. Boy, you can move at lightning fast speed. So you got way less time getting things done, and you're spending a lot more time with customers and clients. Less time chasing people, more time selling.
Anyone else want to add to that?
I think it has to do with really where you want your business to go. So a lot of people here, everyone's like, some people will sit there and go, oh my gosh, I don't want this big team. And you don't have to have a big team. It's what your heart desires, right? That's what you always talk about. So am I still on?
Yeah, we're still here.
Okay.
I'm just showing the domain for coaching again. It's coachingoffer.com. Okay, that's what it looks like. When you go to coachingoffer.com, you just enter your information, and step 1 is personal information, then your billing, then your credit card information. You hit sign up now. You pick your option, monthly or pay in full. And then you get the congratulations, you're in button. It's that easy. But that's where you go to. Just want to remind everybody, it's coachingoffer.com. You might want to write that down if you want to check it out later. Coachingoffer.com. Okay, let's go.
Kristen, would you say it would be fair to say that your team was built more as a means to accommodate the overflow of business that you were generating? It's not like you ran out and hired a bunch of people hoping that you'd get busy. It was required as you got busy, you could either turn the tap down and do it all yourself, or you could go get some help and start to build the team, but it was out of necessity. So for everyone who's new here, if you get to the point where you're really busy, you have 2 options. You can either make yourself less busy by turning the tap down, or better than that, you can grow this like a real business and follow the steps of the system and get some help. And one morning you wake up and you realize, I have a team, but I love it because the team is doing what I would otherwise have to do while I'm, doing the parts of the business that I want to do and that I love.
Well, and you're spot on, James. So one of the things for me is I didn't want to work with buyers. So this system allowed me to implement the systems to leverage. So I no longer had to take out buyers. And that was huge for me. And that allowed me to grow quickly in my business, to not have to work. So I could just pick, just like what Craig says, is you pick who you want to work with and what you want to do. Okay, a lot of people love working with buyers out there. I was not one of them. I was not great at working at buyers, and I didn't want to. I wanted to work with sellers. So after coming into Craig for I think it was about a year and a half-ish, I was taking 20 listings a month. Okay. So, but I wasn't working with all those buyers. I had agents. So, it progressed quickly, but it progresses as quickly as you want. So I don't want people to get scared either and say, oh my gosh, wow, that this is overwhelming. It's not, guys. It's not. The wonderful thing about it is you can turn it up and down anytime you want. So that's what I love about it. And that's where I say time is depending on where I wanted to go with my business and where anybody wants to go with your business. You use the system to save time wherever you want your business to go.
If I can chime in to leech onto what Kristen is saying, I'm a perfect example of a slow implementer. I implemented at my own pace when we were ready. And then like James said, you open the tap when you're ready, when you know you have the influx of business. We opened that valve when we were ready, and now it's just taken off and it's amazing. But you have control of the growth.
Thank you. Let's go back to Andrea. Take the next question.
Well, these next questions, we have members or attendees that run the gamut of where they are in their business. So we have real estate agents who have just started, their ink is not even dried on their license. And then we have agents who have big teams and maybe just need a system. And a lot of them are asking, is this system based on a specific section? So is it better for newer agents? Is it better for people who want teams? And y'all kind of talked about that for a minute. So maybe you can go into more detail.
Well, let me be very brief with that answer. Yes. Yes, it's good for new agents. It's good for agents that are making $100,000 a year that want to do better. It's good for agents that are making millions of dollars. Sarah Reynolds, for example, just referred somebody from KW who's making millions of dollars. And, she moved right up to platinum. She has a big team. She totally gets it. So, we have people that join Craig Proctor every day who are struggling. You've heard the stories, and I think it's important that we share those stories. But you'd also hear this story from some people. Some people are like, yeah, I'm already making $1 million a year, but I want to make $3 million a year, and I want to work less. Right. So wherever you are, we would plug this in for you. So understand that we are going to give you a roadmap based on, first of all, where you are and where it is that you want to go. So no two of you are going to, have the same goals. So if we take a new member on that does 20 transactions and they want to go to 40 and they don't want to have a big team, then fine. We're going to build that out so they go from 20 to 40 and they have the life that they want. And then the agent that's making $1 million a year who wants to go to $2 or $3 million a year, you're just going to be in a different group. You're going to be in a group of people that think like you. We're not going to take Mike or Shelly or Nancy or Kristen or Jonathan and put them in a group of people that want to sell 20 homes a year. Because, I use the golfing analogy. James, you're a big golfer. Do you play better or worse when you're playing with people that can't golf?
By the way, folks, I'm not a big golfer. I'm just a lot better than Craig.
Which is pretty much everybody.
But of course, it's definitely true. And you know what? Here's the bottom line: more successful is more successful, and that's what everybody has in common. No matter where you are, you just want to be more. Now, whatever more successful means to you, more money, more control, more systems, more time. It can mean a lot of different things, and we wrap it up into I want to be more successful at what I do. It's kind of like, okay, it's 1992. Should I invest in Apple and Microsoft because I've never invested before? Or should I invest in Apple and Microsoft because I invest all the time? Should I be really investing in that stuff? The answer is yes. Yes, you should. No matter what, you should do that because it will work and make you more successful than you are right now.
Yep. So let's handle that again. It doesn't matter where you are in your business, new, struggling, or already successful. If you want more, this is the place. It doesn't matter whether you're on the East Coast, like Nancy or Jonathan or Kristen Stampini. It doesn't matter whether you're in the Midwest, like Shelly, and it doesn't matter if you're on the West Coast, like Mike. It doesn't matter whether your marketplace is small, like my little town north of Toronto, or you're in a big city. You could be in Los Angeles. You could be in Denver, Colorado, like
or
Bill
Atlanta.
Watson. You could even be in Atlanta, like Todd Walters. It doesn't.
Right. Even in the South.
Even in the South.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to Andrea. We're going to take another question.
Well, and we have one more question. And then I thought if you have the agenda, if we could pull that up, because I have a lot of attendees asking, why do I really need to come on tomorrow? I think I'm overwhelmed today. What am I going to learn? What more is there to learn? So maybe we can go over the agenda after this question.
You guys are probably right. We have a lot of good ideas for tomorrow, but I mean, if you don't want to know them, I guess just, you shouldn't come on tomorrow. Of course you should come on tomorrow. We will, I promise you, after this question, we will pull up the agenda. Todd, can you pull it up?
Yep, I'm working.
Okay, so when we're done this, I'll throw it over to Todd. He'll pull up the agenda. We'll go through exactly, we're going to go through the benefit of attending tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern time. We'll go through every session so everyone understands, what benefit they're going to derive from attending tomorrow's meeting. So let's take the last question before we do that.
I really like this question. I know it's on a lot of the attendees' minds. Realistically, when you all, and anybody can answer this, when you all started the program, how long did it take to really get embedded in it, to start implementing and seeing results?
Okay, well, why don't we go through everybody? We'll start with you, Shelly. The question is you sign up for this thing, how long until it starts to rock and roll, you start to get progress?
Well, like we were saying earlier, really you have control of it. You can implement things. If you're good at copy paste, and this system will work for you right away. For us, immediately, I am now at the point where I don't even have an REO account under our name at all. And we're going to be doing over 4 million in production, guys. And for us, that's a big deal when our average sales price is 175,000.
Okay, Mike, over to you. How long, what's the lag or delay between signing up for this coaching program and starting to see results?
None, if you do it. If you actually do it. I know a common mistake people do is like kind of nibble around the edges like Todd talks about, is kind of dip their one toe in. Just go, if you go all in and do this, it'll immediately start producing results.
Jonathan?
Immediately. I was at your SuperConference in Orlando, my first live event, and I was sitting in the back row, and I start putting all of your ads into Craigslist at the time. And before I left your SuperConference, I had 8 appointments set up for me to get.
I remember that story. I love that story. So
Yeah.
you were actually generating leads while you were still at the conference. Before you left, it was already working.
Yep. I would step out to the hallway to call the people back. And I was like, holy crap, I've never had so many people call me or like request things from me. And yeah, immediately, if you copy and paste, like Shelly said, it's all copy and paste. If you can copy, you can succeed.
Cool. All right, Nancy. Okay, I think you're muted there, Nancy.
Here we go. So immediately it worked for me. But the interesting thing is for the first year and a half, I guess I went to one conference. I nibbled around the edges. I said, okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. The third year, I actually started getting more involved and I tripled my numbers because I was all in. So it was immediate. And then the more I did, the more I implemented, the more successful I became. It's tremendous.
All right. And Kristen.
Okay. So, because I've been coaching for a lot of years, right? When I first started, of course, I didn't have any money. So mine was working at the restaurant full-time and trying to work in real estate full-time to make money to be able to transition, right? So I started off a little bit slower. But once I started making the money and I started understanding the progress, and then working with my one-on-one coach was huge because they knew what I wanted, and because they asked me a lot of questions about what I wanted in my business and where
they kept you on track. So every week your conversation's built on the prior week. And so if some of you have trouble with implementation, I mean, that's what we help you with, right? We explain to you in detail, here's what to do. And the next time we talk, did you do it? If you did, how is it working? If you didn't do it, why not? We break it down. And look, it's like going to the gym. You can't go to the gym once or twice and expect to get in great shape. And for those of you that have ever had a personal trainer, you know that the personal trainer will make you show up, and the personal trainer will help you get better results than the results you could get on your own. What we have for you, though, is a system. Okay, and we're going to train you on this system. We'll keep you on track, answer your questions, basically hold your hand and walk you through it. Okay, thanks for the questions. Let's go over to Todd, and we're going to now talk about what we're going to learn tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern time. You're going to use the same link, by the way, live.craigproctor.com for all 3 days. Okay, live.craigproctor.com, the same place you went to today, is going to take you to YouTube tomorrow. live.craigproctor.com. We start at 10 a.m. Eastern time. And tomorrow morning, we're going to start off talking about the DISC personality test and how to communicate and motivate effectively. What do you got in store there, Todd?
For sure. It's a game changer. Like most of us tend to sell to people in a manner that would lead us to buy. So, but you want to be able to sell to everyone. The majority of people we're selling to are not our same personal concept. So you're going to get really good at selling way faster with this session, have less resistance to your fee. They're going to feel good. Remember, selling's a transference of feelings. So how you make people feel is really important.
Right, so let me give everyone a quick example of this. How many of you can relate to this? You go to a seller's house and you're doing your listing presentation. Everything seems to be kind of okay. But then like that, you feel like something changed, something shifted, and you know you're not going to get the business. And so for me, my problem was if the seller was an engineer or an accountant, or they were really detailed, I wasn't earlier in my career. I didn't understand this. So I didn't understand how I could be at someone's house for 2 hours and then, bring all this detail. And then they have to say, they say, I have to think about it. So, my tendency was, well, like, what do you need to think about? We've been here for 2 hours. And that was the wrong approach with this personality profile. What I learned to do was to say to them, this was my idea. Hey, we've covered a lot of information tonight. Why don't you sleep on it and I'll follow up with you tomorrow, which is what they want to do anyway. So the mistake that we're talking about here is we have a tendency to sell to other people the way that we want to be sold to. And if it's true that there's 4 major personality types, tomorrow we want to show you how to identify the 4 personality types. And we want to show you how to present yourself in a way that the prospect wants to be presented to. Not necessarily the way you like to buy or sell, not the way you make decisions, but how do we sell to them the way they want to be sold? Because do you agree that this is true? You could have the best listing presentation, you could have the best statistics, but bottom line, if the prospect doesn't like you, they're not going to do business with you. And if it's true there's 4 major personality types, I don't want to be effective with 25% of my audience. I want to be effective with 100%. So this is a game changer. I know some of you have some experience with this personality, but we're going to show you how to apply this in many different ways tomorrow. That's our 10 a.m. session. Mm-hmm. All right. Next, we're into referral marketing.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, we've got the best referral marketing system on the planet. As a matter of fact, Craig, you probably know this. Mr. Dan Kennedy wrote about it in one of his books. He said, look, in the real estate industry, Craig Proctor people got the best system. It has to do with cause marketing. So we're going to spend a good bit of time on that tomorrow. 93% of people in the United States and Canada want businesses to tell them what causes they're involved in. Like, how are you making the world and the community a better place? Are you taking your money, stuffing it under a mattress, or are you really investing more back into the people that need help the most? So this is a big deal. It's a game changer for you.
Yeah. I think this is why many real estate agents are reluctant to ask for referrals, because it feels uncomfortable. I know for me earlier in my career, it kind of made my skin crawl asking for referrals. It was self-serving. I tell the story about, being here in Canada. I coached my son's hockey team all the way through. And I remember one of the parents showing up every Saturday morning. He was a real estate agent, and he's pushing his business cards in front of the parents. Like every weekend, he's doing the same thing. It's like, okay, we all know you're in real estate, right? But it became really uncomfortable. And I kind of felt sorry for this guy. So we're going to talk to you tomorrow about a better way to get referrals. So here are the questions we're going to ask you tomorrow. Why do people refer to you? Right? And now most of you are going to say, well, because I do a good job. Well, hang on a minute. You do a good job for most of your clients, right? They don't all send you referrals. So it's a myth, right? We believe that, well, if I do a good job, I'll get referrals. But no, that's not true. You do a good job for all your clients, and they don't all send you referrals. The next question is, how do people know to refer to you? How do they know to refer business? Well, I tell them. How do you tell them? How do you communicate that message? Most of us don't have a good way of communicating the message. And the message, again, is self-serving. Hey, who do you know? Who do you know? Who do you know? And then what do you give them if they send you a referral? Is it like a trade? Is it a bribe? Like, you send me business and I give you a gift certificate for Panera Bread? Like, what's the deal? And if it's a bottle of wine worth $50, what have you communicated to that person that sent you the referral? That their referral is worth $50. However, if you have a worthy cause, I want to show you exactly how this works. And you can be behind something you really believe in. You're going to feel really good about asking for referrals. And we're going to show you how to embed that in your marketing, how you communicate that verbally, and how to market your worthy cause so that it works much better and you get more referrals, and it's a win-win-win. not only are you helping more clients, which of course helps you, but you get to help this cause that you feel that is close to your heart. Okay, so that's 11 to 12. Awesome referral system. It is the best referral system. For those of you that love referrals, you're into referrals, you've joined other coaching programs about referrals, what we're going to show you tomorrow, I promise you, will blow the doors off of whatever you've learned, whatever you've been taught, whatever you're doing. Okay, 12 noon to 1 p.m., I'm doing another superstar panel. Okay, so our panel today was great. Hey, Todd, can we give them a virtual applause?
You sure can, my man.
How do you do it?
Why don't we do that right now?
Okay, here's a virtual applause for our panels today, both of them. Todd's he's a little slow on the draw, but this is what a virtual applause sounds like.
It's not sounding.
Okay, well, we tried. Anyway, here's a little button and there's an applause. So I will give you virtual applause. Keep working on that, Todd. So tomorrow you're going to meet, do you want to know who I've got in my lineup for tomorrow? I'll tell you who my panel is for tomorrow.
Oh, hey, here you go. Here you go. I got it. I couldn't figure out why I had my, just so everybody knows, I had my volume turned down.
See, you don't have to be smart or good with technology to make the Craig Proctor program work. I know Todd probably did that on purpose to make that point. Okay, so tomorrow, day 2, here's on our panel. Okay, the awesome, the legend, Sarah Reynolds, #1 Keller Williams agent in the world, on the planet. We've got Barb from Denver. Sarah, of course, is from Northern Virginia. She's close to Jonathan. We have Wally Kerr from Norman, Oklahoma. We've got Jillian Redmond from Orlando, Florida. We've got Matt Shreves. He's from St. Louis, Missouri. So like a real mix of agents and their production level and what part of the country they're in. So that's going to be at 12 noon tomorrow. Okay, that brings us to 1 o'clock. From 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, we're talking about newsletters. So we're back to follow-up. We all know we should have a newsletter. How come we don't all have it? If we all know that we need to follow up and we all know the importance of having email newsletters and direct mail newsletters, Todd, why is it that most agents don't have the thing they know they should have?
Yeah, because they got to invent it, or if they do go out and buy a newsletter that's mass produced for real estate agents, it has to be all things to all people. So it's not very effective, like recipes, general market updates. No, what you're going to see tomorrow with these newsletters will absolutely have prospects moving or like chasing you.
Okay, are you guys with me on this? How many of you agree? Type into chat that follow-up is really important, right? Like most of the prospects, as we mentioned, are not ready to rock and roll right now. They're 2 weeks, 2 months out. So we need to have good follow-up pieces. Now, how many of you also are getting, let's say, stuff in the mail from a financial planner, a dentist, or whatever, and it goes straight into the trash because what they're sending you is not of interest? So that makes no sense. We're going to show you tomorrow how to offer your prospects information that they're actually interested in so they read your correspondence, okay? So they think highly of you, okay? So that it actually furthers the cause of them being your client. These, canned newsletters that you buy, I mean, I get them, right? I get them on my mailbox. The cure to the common cold. Here's a recipe on how to make an apple pie. No, people are too busy for that. What they want is they're only going to read what is of interest to them. So we're going to show you how to have a good newsletter that will actually be effective and help you convert your future prospects into real clients. Okay, 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock is all about the team. So all this stuff works, the leads are rolling in, and then you get to the point, like all our panelists, where you say, oh my God, I can't do this. There's so much business. Craig Proctor has solved the problem for me, which is lead generation, but it's working so well now. I've got so many buyer and seller leads coming in that I'm working all the time. At some point, you're probably going to say, I want to leverage myself with other people. So the question is, how do I know when it's time to hire my first assistant? Next question, who should I hire first and what do they do? Who should I hire second and what should they do? Who should I hire third? What are the common mistakes? How do I compensate my team? How do I protect my business so, they don't come in and steal my database or my business? All of these things will be discussed tomorrow when we talk about this team system. That takes us up to 3 o'clock. Then from 3 to 4, we're going to talk about branding your unique selling proposition into the brains of prospects in your marketplace. So when buyers and sellers in your marketplace think of real estate, they immediately think of Jonathan Leahy. Okay, they immediately think of Nancy or Mike or Kristen. Okay, that you are the first person that comes to mind, not just in awareness either. If I live in Jonathan Leahy's market, I'm in Maryland, not only do I know who Jonathan Leahy is, I know what he represents. I know what makes him different and better than the other agents. We're going to show you how to create that omnipresence tomorrow from 3 to 4 p.m. And then we wrap it up from 4 to 6 p.m. We're done at 6 p.m. tomorrow, how to market proof your real estate business so you never have to worry about where your next commission check is going to come from. And in uncertain times, like we have here in 2020, you're going to want to know how to insulate your business, how to make more, how to not be impacted by what's going on in the news or what's going on in the economy, how to build a solid foundation under your business. So no matter what's happening, you don't have to worry about where your next commission check is going to come from. So that's tomorrow. Anyway, it is 12 minutes after 6 here on the East Coast. So we are going to wrap this up. We still have over 500 of you watching us here today. It's been a great day. We started at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Our coaching and platinum members are in another breakout session. But for all of you that have spent the entire day with us, I want to thank you so much for being with us. I hope you've truly enjoyed your time with us, and we look forward to doing this again tomorrow and on Sunday as well. Another big thanks to our panel for doing a great job, and our lunchtime panel as well. You can look forward to more of that tomorrow. If you have any questions about the Craig Proctor coaching program, you can email James McDonald, james@craigproctor.com, james@craigproctor.com. And we are looking forward to answer any of your questions. Whatever we can do to help you out, help you make a great decision, we're here for you. So we're going to wrap it up for today. Again, go to coachingoffer.com. You can get all the information about the Craig Proctor coaching program at coachingoffer.com. And Andrea, do we have another link to share with people as well? I think you've got another, there's another domain I think that you have that you can drop into chat.
I do. I'll drop it into chat. And Adrian didn't want me to leave without reminding people, just in case they forgot. It's the same link to watch tomorrow. And I know, Craig, you mentioned this earlier, live.craigproctor.com. And hold on one second. I do have that link, and I'm going to stick it in the chat in just a minute.
Okay, this is a comprehensive report on everything you get on coaching. So I know I covered this pretty quickly today, but what's the domain name for that you're dropping into chat right now, Andrea?
I believe it was the lesseffortmoremoney.com.
That's a good domain name. So type that into your browser and see if that's correct, Andrea. Lesseffortmoremoney.com. And so let me just do that and see if that thing works. Check that out. So stop share.
And nope, I'm just getting a message. It's not it. It will take us to one of our sites, but it's not the site.
Okay. What's the proper domain name?
The proper domain name. Hold on just one second.
Yeah. Okay. Take your time. No pressure, Andrew.
I apologize. So the only other site I have is the joincpcoaching.com
that's
site.
the one. Yep, that's
okay.
the one. Yeah, joincpcoaching.com. Okay.
That's it.
Yep, that's it. Okay, so when you go there, write that down, everyone, joincpcoaching.com. This covers everything that I covered here today with what you get and how it works. So if you're more of an analytical person and I was going through this maybe too quickly for you, you want to see testimonials, you want to read all about it, that is a more detailed place where you can get more information. So that domain name again is cpcoaching.com. URL / this, but it's cpcoaching.com.
Join
sorry.
cpcoaching.com. It's in
Okay.
the chat box now, and I'm just about to share it again.
Okay, we're going to share that again. All you have to do is click on this link or copy it. Join cpcoaching.com.
Do it now.
Okay, so I'll show you what that looks like. That's what you're going to find. I thought I was sharing this the whole time, but I wasn't. So this is a comprehensive website on all the information about Craig Proctor coaching. So everything that I covered today, what's included, how it works, answering your questions. Are you a good fit for the Craig Proctor system? A little bit about me, your coach. Go to join cpcoaching.com. Join cpcoaching.com. There's Nancy. Look at you, Nancy. There you are. Jonathan Lay, there you are.
And then don't forget about the giveaway.
Yes. Okay. So I am going to do a draw now for the iPad. Remember, the rules were you had to stay to play. So hang on. I got to go grab the iPad. Let me do that. 1 second.
Giving away an iPad. So what would you use an iPad for? Can you use an iPad on your listing presentations? Buyer presentations? Can you do that? Yeah, I know that they make me put my laptop up on airplanes. So I would, but I see people hanging on their iPads while they're on the plane. I'm like, what's that about? So, I don't own an iPad, Craig. Can I participate in the drawing?
No, you cannot be on the panel and win. This is what an iPad looks like. And someone's going to get this. And the reason they're going to get it is because they hung out all day. And so we wanted to ethically bribe everybody that hung out all day. Now, I'm going to draw, see all these papers here? I'm going to draw someone's name, but that doesn't mean they stayed, right? So I'm going to draw randomly, pull out of my hat here, someone's name. But if they're not here, if they can't type into chat that they're here, then they're not eligible. And so then I got to pick another one. So here I go, random pick. Let's see what we have here. Put some light on it. Okay. The name is Shane Burnell, and they're from Marietta, California. Is Shane with us? If you are, Shane, if you could let us know in chat, you've won an iPad. If Shane doesn't come forward, Shane is disqualified. I'm going to pick the next name.
Boy.
So what do we have, Andrea? Is Shane in the game?
We have a lot of people who wished their name was Shane.
No, your name's really got to be Shane.
I mean,
Burnell.
I'm getting a bunch of people going, I'm here, but their name is not
All right. Okay.
Shane.
I'm going to pick another one. Here it is. Random pick. Okay. The name is France de Rome from Quebec, Canada. France de Rome. Is France with us? See, here's the thing. You got to stay to play. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. We're going to do this again tomorrow, folks. We'll have a different gift. Tomorrow, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give away $500 Proctor dollars. At the end of tomorrow, if you stay, you're eligible. We'll do the draw for $500 Proctor dollars that you can use on any Craig Proctor product or service.
Wait, there's a delay, I've been told. What was the first person's name?
Okay. First person's name?
Shane Barnell?
Yeah.
He's here.
Okay.
Woo-hoo!
Oh, there is. We forgot about it. All right, Shane. Can you bring Shane on?
Yeah, there's about a 10 second.
Yeah, that's true. No, you can't. Okay. Hey, Shane.
Shane, email me, Andrea@craigproctor.com.
Says, I already know Shane's email address. I've got it right here. I've got your stuff right here, Shane. Thank you very much. Can we see that? There's Shane, and there's Shane's iPad. Okay, everybody. Thanks for being with us today. We'll see everybody at 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. That's 7 a.m. on the West Coast. Thanks so much for being with us. Have a great evening, and we'll see you in the morning. Thank you. Take care. And that wraps it up for today.